Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 326. Don't rub salt in the wound. Don't touch Harry, don't touch Harry, please don't touch Harry, get out of the way, you stupid woman, get out of the way, don't touch Harry, please, kill me, kill me. A sense of deja vu washed over him. Even though he had only glanced down, Harry felt as if he were falling into endless darkness. The sounds from afar gradually became clearer. When the Hogwarts Express first encountered Dementors, Harry had heard terrifying screams and terrified pleas from afar. But at that time, he didn't know who was making those sounds. Moreover, when he told others about it, they all said they hadn't heard the sounds. However, this time, as over 100 Dementors approached the playground, Harry heard the screams and pleas again while unconscious. He finally knew whose screams they were. It was his mother. It was his mother's voice in the last moments of her life, her desperate plea to Voldemort as an infant trying to protect him. When he awoke, he found himself in tears. Looking around, he was shocked to find himself lying in the school hospital, surrounded by a whole circle of people, all looking at him with concern. His voice was hoarse. What happened to me? Over 100 Dementors, you fell off your broom, everyone's terrified. As the crowd spoke at once, Harry finally understood what had happened. His face immediately turned ashen. Gryffindor had lost. Sherlock had heard Hufflepuff Captain Cedric Diggory demanding a rematch when he and Dumbledore left, but he hadn't paid any attention. Only now did he and Harry learn the result of the match. Just as Harry fell off his broom, Hufflepuff's seeker, Cedric Diggory, successfully caught a golden snitch. This was an expected outcome. He had discovered the golden snitch earlier than Harry. Without Harry as an opponent, no one could stop him. However, Cedric was indeed an upright man. When he caught a golden snitch and then saw Harry fall to the ground, he immediately suggested to Madame Hooch that this round not count and that they rematch. Madame Hooch, as the referee, refused. In her view, while the appearance of the Dementors was indeed an accident, Harry's inability to overcome their effects was his own problem. Everyone was a seeker, so why was Cedric unaffected? Furthermore, out of the 14 players on both sides, only Harry Potter fell off his broom. The others were affected to varying degrees, but not as drastically. Similarly, the Hufflepuffs weren't despicable. They accepted the result. Even Wood, who desperately wanted victory, believed Cedric won fair and square, without controversy. Since the opponents accepted it, there was no point in rematching. So the match ended 150-50, with Hufflepuff winning. Despite the players' attempts to comfort him, Harry still couldn't accept the result. Because of him, Gryffindor had lost another match. 2 years ago, it was because he was in the hospital that Gryffindor lost their most crucial match. Last year, the Chamber of Secrets incident led to the cancellation of the remaining matches. Even so, before this tournament, Gryffindor had always managed to win whenever he participated. This time, however, despite participating, they still lost. As Wood said, Diggory won fairly and squarely. He had something to say. But that's precisely why he felt even worse. The only consolation for Harry was that they hadn't completely lost their chance. The Hogwarts Quidditch Cup uses a point system. Each team must play against the teams from the other 3 houses. Following the C42 permutation, there are 6 matches throughout the year, 2 per term. Therefore, if Hufflepuff loses to Ravenclaw in their second match of the term, and Gryffindor then defeats both Ravenclaw and Slytherin, they still have a chance to win the cup. Of course, since Gryffindor lost to Hufflepuff by 100 points in that match, the net points difference must be calculated. For the British, who aren't particularly good at math, this calculation is quite complex. Unfortunately, none of them were Chinese football fans, otherwise, calculating the score would have been a piece of cake. Because the discussion was so heated, Ms. Pomfrey, who had just returned to the hospital, resolutely sent them away. Ron wanted to stay, but Ms. Pomfrey, annoyed by his loud voice, sent him away too. After they left, Ms. Pomfrey closed the door, looking at the muddy trail left on the floor with obvious displeasure. In the end, only Sherlock, Hermione, Luna, Cho Chang, and Ginny remained in the hospital, having remained silent the entire time. Harry didn't want to recall the loss, much less his mother's pleading voices for his life, so he quickly racked his brains to change the subject. By the way, who took my nimbus? He thought this was a relatively mild topic, allowing him to distract himself and shake off his frustration. Sherlock had accompanied Dumbledore to see Harry off at the stadium, so he didn't know what had happened afterward and looked at the four girls like Harry. Hermione, Cho Chang, and Ginny exchanged quick glances but remained silent. What's wrong? Harry looked at the three of them, somewhat puzzled. Was this question so hard to answer? At this moment, Luna said seriously, "It's broken." What? Harry was stunned. Just say it. Sherlock reached out and patted Hermione's shoulder. Trust Harry, he can handle it. He had seen a pocket at Cho Chang's feet and overheard the four girls' conversation, and had already deduced the truth. Harry, I'm so grateful for your trust in me. However, Sherlock's words were quite useful. Hermione, who had been hesitating, spoke up directly. Harry, when you fell, it was blown away by the wind, and it just happened to hit that whomping willow, Ginny stammered. Just now, Professor Flitwick brought it over, Cho Chang said in the gentlest voice possible. So it's broken, Luna said with certainty. At this moment, Cho Chang also bent down and picked up the pocket at her feet, slowly turning it upside down. A dozen or so pieces of wood and twigs lay on the bed, the remains of Harry's Nimbus 2000, the broomstick that had brought him victory after victory. At that moment, Harry was completely dumbfounded. Am I Harry Potter, or Draco Malfoy? Malfoy broke his leg during training, and Nimbus 2001 was shattered by the Willow of Men. During his own official match, under the influence of Dementors, he fell off his flying broomstick, and Nimbus 2000 was still shattered by the Willow of Men. This Willow of Men, is it insane? Sherlock picked up one of the fragments, examined it for a moment, and shook his head. There's no way to repair it, Harry. He gave Sherlock a somewhat resentful look. Dude, can you stop rubbing salt into my wounds? Then he saw Luna nod. Yes, there's absolutely no way to fix it, Harry, Cyrillic lettered X. Seeing this, Cho Chang quickly pulled Luna aside. Don't say it. Don't say it. Madame Pomfrey easily persuaded the dejected Harry to stay at the hospital for the weekend. However, he insisted on leaving the Nimbus 2000 wreckage. He knew he was being foolish, and he knew it was pointless. Just as Sherlock and Luna had said, the Nimbus 2000 was beyond repair. But he did it anyway. At that moment, he even felt a sense of shared misfortune with the Malfoy. People flocked to see Harry that weekend. Everyone was trying to cheer him up. Most people behaved normally, but some methods gave Harry a headache. Hagrid, for example, brought a bunch of centipede flowers, but Harry thought they looked more like yellow cabbages. Ginny, blushing, mustered her courage and presented Harry with a homemade wish card for his recovery. Unfortunately, it kept singing in a high-pitched voice, so Harry had to use a fruit bowl to smother it. On Sunday afternoon, the Gryffindor Quidditch team was all present again. This time, even Captain Wood was there. He hadn't come last time because he'd been putting himself in the pouring rain after the match. When he saw Harry, he said that this time it wasn't Harry's fault at all. This was genuine. The problem was that hearing him comfort himself with that hollow, muffled voice made Harry feel even worse. Hermione, Ron, and Cho Chang only left Harry's bedside at night. Everyone was caring for Harry in their own way. However, Harry's best friend, Sherlock, surprised everyone. Aside from taking Harry to the infirmary with Headmaster Dumbledore on the day of the Quidditch match, he hadn't appeared since. Even Hermione and Ron didn't know where Sherlock had gone that weekend. But Harry wasn't too bothered by it. The match loss, the broken broomstick, the fall from the sky, these things only occupied half of his worries. The other half was that ominous thing, the large black dog he saw in the stands. Harry didn't mention this ominous thing to anyone. Not even Ron, Hermione, or Cho Chang, who had been with him the whole time. He knew Ron would panic. Hermione would scoff. As for Cho Chang, Harry didn't want her to see his weakness. It was better that Sherlock wasn't there. He didn't plan to tell Sherlock about it for the time being anyway. Harry recalled his first defense against the dark arts class, when the Boggart had come to his side, but Sherlock and Professor Lupin stopped him. This made him think that neither of them believed he was capable of dealing with the Boggart alone. Perhaps they meant well, thinking he would faint again? Unfortunately, they were right. Facts speak louder than words. He really did faint again when he saw a Dementor. Now, the thought of Dementors filled Harry with only disgust and shame. Yes, Dementors were indeed terrifying, everyone who had seen them said so. But only Harry fainted. Furthermore, when the others saw the Dementors, they didn't hear the voices of their deceased relatives. So for 2 nights in a row, Harry was in a daze, sometimes drifting into dreams, sometimes suddenly waking up. Each time he fell into a dream, he would see those cold, sticky, rotting hands, and hear his mother's heartbreaking pleas. In this listless state, a new week finally arrived. "Sherlock, where have you been this weekend?" Ron couldn't help but ask when he saw Sherlock again in the Great Hall. "You haven't been back to your dorm every night when we go to sleep, my dear Ron. You were already asleep when I got back, I know. Neville said you would wake him up in the morning to go for morning exercise. But after exercise, you always let him go back to the dorm alone, and then you disappear," Ron said, somewhat annoyed. "You didn't even check on Harry." "That's too mysterious," Harry quickly said. I'm fine." Sherlock smiled slightly. "My dear Ron, if I told you, could you keep it a secret?" "Of course." Ron immediately patted his chest to assure him. "Then, I can too." It took Ron a while to realize what Sherlock meant. "Sherlock, you tricked me, my dear Ron. I promise you, I will tell you everything when the time is right." Sherlock's gaze swept over the bulge in Ron's pocket, then turned to Harry, and said to his surprised look, "Is that miniature spyglass still on you? I put it in my dormitory. Why, I'd like to borrow it for a while. Is that alright?" "Of course, I'll give it back to you when I get back from class today." Noticing that Sherlock's attitude towards him was exactly the same as before the Quidditch match, Harry suddenly felt much happier. Soon, the week's defense against the dark arts class arrived. On the way to the classroom, Ron suddenly elbowed Harry. "Old Harry, help me see who's in there first." "What's wrong?" Harry asked curiously. "If Snape comes to teach defense against the dark arts again, I'm skipping class," Ron said angrily. "I'd rather get a few points deducted from my grade than see his stinky face again." Harry was speechless at Ron's tough stance. But just as he was about to scout out the classroom door, the little lions who had arrived there cheered. "Professor Lupin is back." Chapter 327. Why should we show off here? Although Professor Lupin had returned to the classroom, his spirits were low, looking as if he were recovering from a serious illness. This worried his concerned classmates, who began to offer their concern and care. Professor Lupin smiled and said he had only had a minor illness and was much better now. Compared to the other students, Sherlock clearly saw more. From the moment he entered the classroom, his gaze was fixed on Professor Lupin. The worn robe was clearly ill-fitting due to his thin frame, the fabric sagging and wrinkling at the shoulders. The dark circles under his eyes were a deep, ink-like bluish-black. The difference in color intensity between the deep signs of fatigue and ordinary, sickly dark circles. At this moment, Sherlock's suspicions were completely confirmed. This Professor Snape was quite cunning. However, besides himself, there probably weren't many people who understood his true intentions. Sherlock only needed to deduce from the clues. The other students had much more to consider. When Professor Lupin announced the start of class, they immediately began to complain about Snape's terrible behavior while he was filling in for Professor Lupin. "We haven't learned anything about werewolves. He even gave us homework, 2 whole rolls of parchment. What right does a Slytherin-born teacher, acting as a substitute, have to act so arrogantly here?" Professor Lupin, who had been smiling, frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Did you tell Professor Snape that we haven't covered that part yet?" "Yes, but he wouldn't listen. He also said your teaching is completely disorganized." "He wanted homework?" "Dream on, no way." Hearing this, Professor Lupin's smile returned. Looking at the indignant faces, he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Don't worry, I'll talk to Professor Snape. You don't need to write that paper anymore." "Hooray, great, Professor Lupin is the best." The classroom erupted in cheers. Hermione's somewhat disappointed voice was completely drowned out. "Oh, don't do that, I've already finished writing." Harry and Ron stared at her in shock. "Seriously, this is a bit too much?" Professor Lupin's triumphant return made defense against the dark arts class much more enjoyable. He didn't continue Snape's lesson on werewolves from the previous class, but instead brought out a hink-punk he'd prepared beforehand. This magical creature had only one leg and would lurk in remote areas at night, emitting a misleading glow to lure travelers astray. Once a traveler mistook the hink-punk's illusion for their destination or another traveler, they would be drawn in and sink into the swampy mire. What would happen next was self-evident. Happy times always passed too quickly. When the bell rang, the little lions looked at the creaking hink-punk pressed against the glass wall, still looking like they wanted more. However, most of them had other classes later, so they had to leave reluctantly. "Sherlock, Harry, please come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Amidst the surprised gazes of nearby classmates, Sherlock and Harry followed Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin covered Hank-Punk's trunk with a cloth, picked it up, and led the two to his office on the third floor. Harry had been here last year. At that time, Gilderoy Lockhart was the office occupant. The entire office was covered with Lockhart's photographs, and the room itself was piled high with letters and gifts from Lockhart's fans. Now that the office had a new owner, all of these things had naturally disappeared. The current defense against the dark arts professor's office was very simple, even somewhat rudimentary. Sherlock only glanced at it before gaining a deeper understanding of Remus Lupin, calm and capable, kind and intelligent, living in poverty. He was mischievous and naughty in his youth, but now he is calm and composed. He has a deep-seated inferiority complex about his identity. Professor Lupin was unaware that Sherlock had seen through him. After settling the box containing Hank-Punk, he tapped the teapot with his wand, and a puff of steam suddenly shot out from the spout. "Sit down, all of you," he said, opening a dusty jar and winking at Harry. "I only have tea bags here, but I suppose you've had enough of tea, haven't you?" Harry looked at Professor Lupin in surprise. "Sir, how did you know this?" "Professor McGonagall told me." After saying this, Professor Lupin looked at Sherlock. "Sherlock, I think you can guess why I kept you here, right? It's a deduction, not a guess." Sherlock corrected Professor Lupin first, then said, "I think Mr. Dumbledore chose to have you teach us how to defend against Dementors." "That's impressive." Professor Lupin smiled and gave Sherlock a thumbs up. "Could you tell me how you guessed, deduced it?" "I'm very interested, Sherlock. It's simple. Defending against Dementors is part of defense against the dark arts, so it's only natural that the defense against the dark arts professor would teach us. Of course, I also consider the possibility of having Professor Snape in charge. But it seems that Mr. Dumbledore still has some reservations about that." Harry and Lupin looked at Sherlock in surprise, neither of them expecting him to think of Professor Snape. "Well, to be honest, Professor Snape is indeed more suitable than I am," Lupin said frankly. "I wouldn't presume to call myself an expert in dealing with Dementors, but you made that Dementor on the train back off," Harry suddenly said. Professor Lupin shook his head, pushing the two teacups towards Sherlock and Harry respectively. "There was only one Dementor on the train, Harry. You should know that the more there are, the harder they are to deal with. Of course, since Headmaster Dumbledore has entrusted this task to me, I will do my utmost to help you achieve your goal." Hearing Lupin say this, Harry was very pleased. Compared to Professor Snape, he clearly preferred Professor Lupin to guide him. Harry picked up his tea and took a sip, finding it much better than the tea in divination class, unsure whether it was due to the tea itself or the person who brewed it. As Harry pondered this, Sherlock suddenly said, "Professor, you seem to have other worries." Harry quickly looked at Lupin and, sure enough, saw a fleeting look of concern on Lupin's face. "Sherlock, you're very perceptive." Professor Lupin glanced at Sherlock with some surprise, clearly not expecting him to notice such a detail. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. Sherlock chuckled and directly stated the specific content of his concern. "You're worried about the lack of an effective training environment, aren't you? Mr. Dumbledore said that it's a very profound magic, far beyond the level of ordinary wizards. Even if you can cast that spell in daily practice, it doesn't mean you can do it successfully when facing Dementors." Professor Lupin stared blankly at Sherlock, speechless for a moment. Even though he had been in a state of turmoil these past 2 days, Harry still found this scene somewhat amusing. Thinking back to when he first met Sherlock, he often had that same expression. Now, seeing others, especially a professor, looking like he had back then, was quite amusing. "Sherlock, you're absolutely right." After a moment, Professor Lupin finally recovered from his surprise. He sighed deeply, looking at Sherlock with a complex expression. "If I didn't know this was impossible, I would even suspect that you used legilimency on me. Since arriving in the wizarding world, more than one person has said the same thing to me." Sherlock looked at Professor Lupin's slightly pale face with a meaningful gaze. "Professor Flitwick once told me that everyone at Hogwarts has secrets, and as long as their secrets don't harm others, I don't need to delve into them." Hearing Sherlock's pointed words, Lupin couldn't help but feel a chill. Recalling Snape's lesson from the previous class, he looked at Sherlock again. He saw that the other man's gray eyes were staring intently at him, as if he could see right through him. You were right, Sherlock," Professor Lupin coughed, abruptly changing the subject. "To achieve the best results and truly exorcise the Dementors, it would be best to face them directly in daily practice. But that's obviously unrealistic. You know, Dementors don't just cooperate with us, Professor. You've overlooked the blind spot." "What? The blind spot? Why not practice with a Boggart?" "A Boggart?" Professor Lupin paused, then realized, "You mean, what you fear most is the Dementors." "It's Harry, not me." Lupin looked at Harry in surprise. Harry, though a little embarrassed, nodded. "Yes, Professor." To Harry's surprise, Professor Lupin laughed. "Looks like I was wrong." "Excuse me, Professor, what did you say?" "In that class, I assumed that if a Boggart faced you, it would transform into Voldemort." Harry was stunned. He hadn't expected Professor Lupin to say that. Sherlock, however, noticed another detail. Lupin had directly mentioned Voldemort's name. This was extremely rare in the wizarding world. Aside from Muggle-born individuals like themselves, almost no one dared to utter Voldemort's name directly, especially those completely ignorant of him. Even someone as brave as Professor Minerva McGonagall only did so after Dumbledore's prompting. This Professor Remus Lupin was more interesting than he had imagined. It seemed he needed to further strengthen his relationship with the professor. "Obviously, I was wrong," Lupin said, shaking his head with a smile. "I made an empirical error. I subconsciously thought that if Voldemort appeared in the faculty lounge, it would terrify everyone. I didn't expect that what you fear most is Dementors." At this point, Professor Lupin's smile faded, and his gaze deepened. "You fear Dementors, which means that what you fear most is fear itself. Harry, you are wiser than I thought." "So, you didn't believe I was incapable of dealing with a Boggart?" Harry murmured. He suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Sherlock, only to see the latter staring at him with a half-smile. Harry immediately blushed. If Professor Lupin could think that way, then Sherlock, who had stopped him with Professor Lupin, must be thinking the same thing. Damn it. He had been overthinking things. From now on, no matter what happened, he had to tell Sherlock. Subjective assumptions were unacceptable. So that's what you've always thought?" Professor Lupin patted Harry on the shoulder. "In that case, things are much easier. Finding a Boggart is much easier than facing a Dementor." Having finished discussing the Dementors, Professor Lupin didn't end the conversation but brought up the weekend's match. "I'm so sorry for your flying broomstick. Is there any way to fix it?" "No way. That tree smashed it to pieces, just like Malfoy's." Lupin sighed deeply. "That whomping willow was planted the year I arrived at Hogwarts. People used to play a game where they tried to touch its trunk. Until a boy named David Georgian almost went blind in one eye. The school forbade us to go near it anymore. No flying broomstick could withstand that." As he said this, he suddenly sensed something, turned his head, and saw Sherlock grinning at him. Professor Lupin frowned, sensing that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He had a feeling that Sherlock had seen through his seemingly casual conversation. It seemed he needed to further reduce his contact with his student. "I must apologize to both of you. The lesson on fighting Dementors will have to wait until next term." Professor Lupin looked somewhat apologetic as he said this. "I have a lot to do before the holidays." Harry quickly added, "It's alright, Gryffindor's next match isn't until the second half of next term either. We have plenty of time." Sherlock said, "Keeping yourself healthy is more important for you, sir." Professor Lupin gave Sherlock a deep look. "You're right, Sherlock, I've fallen ill at a very inopportune time." Sherlock smiled slightly. "It's alright, you'll get used to it, Lupin." Degree. Chapter 328 Ace vs. Ace. Upon learning that Dumbledore had instructed Professor Lupin to teach him and Sherlock how to defend against Dementors, Harry's spirits, which had been low after the match loss, the broken broom, the encounter with Dementors, and hearing his mother's dying words, finally lifted. In late November, Hogwarts was enveloped in an increasingly cold atmosphere, a thin layer of frost clinging to the castle's stone walls. The second Quidditch match of the first term was about to begin. The two teams facing off were Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, who had defeated Gryffindor in the previous match. After the Dementor incident, a tense yet expectant atmosphere permeated the entire school. The day before the match, Cho Chang wrote to Harry, inviting him to meet. When Harry arrived at the Great Hall, A rare ray of sunlight streamed through dappled clouds. Cho Chang stood gracefully by the window, a gentle breeze ruffling her dark hair. Hearing footsteps, she turned, her large, bright eyes filled with joy and concern, and hurried towards Harry. "Harry," Cho Chang said softly, a confident smile playing on her lips, "don't worry, I'll definitely catch the golden snitch before Dagori." Her eyes shone with unwavering determination as she spoke, as if she had absolute confidence in her abilities. Seeing Cho Chang like this, Harry felt a warm current surge through him. He scratched his head, a slightly shy smile on his face, and said softly, "Thank you, Cho." Cho Chang's beautiful face was like a ray of warm sunshine, dispelling the gloom in his heart. But the first match next term is Ravenclaw vs Gryffindor. Cho Chang's face flushed slightly, as if she had thought of something interesting. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. She waved her little fist, half jokingly, half seriously saying, "You can't go easy on me then." Harry, looking at Cho Chang's adorable appearance, felt a surge of emotion. He nodded earnestly and said firmly, "Don't worry, I'll give it my all." Cho Chang smiled and nodded. "Remember to come watch my match tomorrow." After saying this, she gave Harry one last deep look before turning and leaving. Harry watched Cho Chang's departing figure, his heart filled with an indescribable feeling. It was an anticipation of beautiful emotions, and the warmth and joy of being cared for. "They're all gone. Why are you still watching?" Just then, the Weasley twins walked over, arm in arm. "Fred, George, when did you get here? We've been here for a while, but you only have eyes for that girl," Fred Weasley said. "Even if she's gone, you still won't see us," George Weasley said. Their words made Harry even more embarrassed. Now, he had to admit that he was indeed a top-tier looks-obsessed person. To put it more dramatically, she's practically a face-value fanatic. Cho Chang is undeniably beautiful. Even among a group of girls, she's impossible not to notice. Harry noticed this back in their first year. However, Cho Chang was only a second-year student then, relatively young, so it wasn't as obvious. Now in her fourth year, her stunning looks have fully blossomed. After Penelope and Gemma graduate this year, she'll be the undisputed school beauty. Even more so than the Patel twins from India. Especially her unique, mysterious Eastern charm, which is particularly captivating in Britain, a Western country. "Alright, don't overthink it, it's perfectly normal," Fred Weasley said. "We're here to tell you that Wood is taking everyone to the match tomorrow," George Weasley said. Harry had already promised Cho Chang he'd go to the match, so he had no objections. However, he hadn't expected Wood to do this. The next day, when Harry went to watch the match with the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he discovered that things were even more outrageous than he had imagined. The Weasley twins had even made a huge banner that read "Ravenclaw will win," complete with a Ravenclaw raven in front of the words and a Gryffindor lion behind. Each person also had two small flags, one with a Gryffindor crest and the other with a Ravenclaw crest. Harry was both amused and exasperated by this. "Isn't this a little too mercenary?" "Harry, here," Wood handed Harry the two flags, solemnly saying, "As long as Ravenclaw beats Hufflepuff, we still have a chance, we won't be eliminated." Seeing the fanaticism in Wood's eyes, Harry obediently shut up and took the flags, saying nothing more. Wood looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim, "What beautiful weather." "Come on, Wood," Arya said somewhat helplessly, "while the weather isn't as bad as in our last match, do you think this wind and rain are just for show?" "Arya, you know Wood perfectly well," Katie said with a laugh. "Even if a forbidden spell were cast, he'd say, 'Ah, nice weather, we should still be able to fly.'" Everyone laughed at Katie's words. "Stop laughing, the match is about to start," Wood said irritably. However, the pace of this match was faster than anyone expected. Not long after the match began, Ravenclaw's seeker, Cho Chang, just as she had promised Harry, displayed her true abilities. Cho Chang's flying broomstick was Comet 260, the same one Draco Malfoy used before Nimbus 2001. Although this broomstick was slightly inferior to Cedric's 6-star sweep, Comet had still managed to sweep away 6 stars in this match. Cho Chang spotted the golden snitch first and, in her duel with Cedric, caught it first. The final score was 180-10. This time, the Dementors didn't appear. Dumbledore's rage seemed to have kept them at their posts outside the school gates. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Cedric, the Hufflepuff captain and seeker, felt somewhat helpless. He had already witnessed the girl's abilities during last year's competition. After losing to her, he was determined to rebuild the team this year after becoming captain. The previous match against Gryffindor had also proven the team's strength. Unfortunately, they failed again against Ravenclaw. Although Cho Chang's flying broomstick wasn't as powerful as his own, she made up for the difference with her agility and skillful movement. This girl from the East was truly remarkable. Moreover, she not only excelled in Quidditch but also had excellent academic performance. Coupled with her gentle and kind personality and stunning beauty, she was practically the perfect dream girl for every student. Thinking this, he smiled and walked forward, intending to exchange a few words with Cho Chang. Unexpectedly, as soon as Cho Chang landed, she ran off in one direction. Then he saw this beautiful girl from the mysterious East embracing the savior of the magical world who had rushed down from the stands. Both of their faces radiated genuine joy. Seeing this, Cedric shook his head with some emotion and turned to speak with the Ravenclaw captain. "Be careful, Davis. Gryffindor is no pushover," Cedric said seriously. "We won the last match largely because of luck. Without those Dementors, I'm not sure we could have snatched the golden snitch from Potter." The Ravenclaw captain glanced at his seeker, who was embracing Harry. "Cedric, that's not like you saying that. There's nothing to be ashamed of," Cedric said frankly. "From what I know, Potter is even better than Zhang. And his Nimbus 2000, even now, is still a top-tier flying broomstick. Thank you for reminding me, Cedric. I'll warn everyone, but you might not know, his Nimbus 2000 is gone." "What?" Cedric looked surprised. "Why, in the last match, after Potter fell off his broomstick, the Nimbus 2000 was blown away by the wind and hit the Whomping Willow." "Cedric, that's a sad thing." Ravenclaw's victory over Hufflepuff initially delighted the victorious Eagles and the Lions who had come to watch. However, the thought of the two teams becoming rivals next term brought a strange expression to the expressions of their captains, Wood and Davis. This was especially true when they saw their team's ace players still cuddling together. Finally, Wood called away a reluctant Harry, which relieved Davis. From that moment on, Wood regained his fighting spirit, leading his team in rigorous training through countless cold, rainy nights. During this time, Cedric also asked Sherlock to personally convey his regret about the flying broomstick to Harry. "Potter, you need to order a new flying broomstick as soon as possible," Cedric said solemnly. "Quidditch players need a break in period with their broomsticks, especially for such an important position as the Seeker." "Thank you, Diggory." Because of Cedric's uprightness, Harry already had a good impression of this handsome, tall boy, even though he was his opponent. After he left, Harry said to Sherlock with some surprise, "I didn't expect Diggory to specifically tell me all this." "Yes, Harry, he's a good man," Sherlock agreed with his friend. "He embodies everything most people expect from a Hogwarts student. The excellent qualities of Hufflepuff are concentrated in him: integrity, tolerance, and kindness. Of course, he's also brave, intelligent, and has an elegant demeanor." Harry looked at Sherlock in surprise. "You think so highly of him, dear Harry? You might not believe it, but I know him much better than you do." Sherlock smiled at Harry. After the conflict with Slytherin in his first year, he even came to the Gryffindor common room to celebrate. Reminded by Sherlock, Harry also remembered this. Embarrassed, he then remembered something else and quickly said, "Sherlock, I have something important to tell you." Chapter 329 Blake is about to be caught. Harry had initially assumed that Sherlock, like Professor Lupin, hadn't told his close friend about witnessing the ominous sight again on the Quidditch pitch because he worried Sherlock wouldn't be able to handle the Boggart alone. However, Professor Lupin explained that it was out of concern for Voldemort's reappearance, not the reason he suspected. Therefore, it seemed Sherlock, who had helped Professor Lupin prevent him from facing the Boggart alone, was acting for the same reason. With his doubts resolved, Harry had been wanting to tell Sherlock about it. Now, with Hufflepuff mentioned, Harry remembered the incident and finally revealed it. "I saw the ominous again during the last match with Hufflepuff." "The ominous? You mean the big black dog?" "Yes, the big black dog I saw when I left the Dursleys." "Are you sure it's the same one?" "I can't be sure if it's the same dog as the one on the cover of that book," Harry said confidently, "but it was definitely the one I saw when I left the Dursleys." "It was in the stands, you mean? After seeing that big dog, you fell off your flying broomstick, right?" Harry gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Yes, Harry had thought Sherlock would be like Hermione, dismissing the matter with disdain, even prepared to accept it. But to his surprise, Sherlock showed great interest. He not only asked in detail about the time and place the big black dog appeared, but even had Harry describe the surrounding environment carefully. This left Harry completely bewildered. Although Sherlock wasn't as overtly interested as Hermione, given his attitude towards divination, he shouldn't be acting this way. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Sherlock, don't you think this is a coincidence?" Sherlock calmly replied, "I don't think so, Harry. You must know that every coincidence exists within a certainty." "Thank you for telling me this in time. It will be crucial in solving this case." Harry breathed a long sigh of relief. Indeed, Sherlock was the one who understood him best. The continuous rain lasted until December. Until 2 weeks before the end of term, the long-awaited sky finally turned a bright, dazzling eggshell color, and the muddy grounds were covered with a layer of glistening white frost. The entire castle was filled with a busy and joyful atmosphere of the upcoming festival. At everyone's invitation, Charms Professor Flitwick displayed his magic, decorating the classroom with colorful lights. Under the magical effect of spells, they would turn into real fairies, fluttering around the classroom. Hagrid once again decorated the Great Hall with a tall and beautiful Christmas tree. When Professor McGonagall came to register Harry, he chose to stay at school, just like last year. This wasn't his intention, as Professor McGonagall had specifically spoken to him about it. Before Sirius Black's arrest, the Ministry of Magic hoped Harry could stay at Hogwarts. Not only for Christmas, but also for the Easter holidays, and if necessary, he might even be allowed to stay during the summer holidays. Seeing the treatment Tom Riddle once dreamed of fall into his lap, Harry felt no honor, only endless regret. He genuinely wanted to return to Privet Drive for the new year this year, after his relationship with the Dursleys had improved. Unfortunately, even this small wish couldn't be fulfilled. Ron also decided to stay at Hogwarts. This deeply moved Harry. Although Ron said it was because he couldn't stand spending 2 weeks with Percy, Harry knew his best friend was staying to be with him. To Harry's surprise, Ginny also chose to stay. Her reason was the same as Ron's: she didn't want to be with Percy. Harry believed Ginny was telling the truth. She genuinely didn't want to be with Percy. Seeing Harry's sudden realization, Ginny couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, when she learned that Cho Chang would be leaving the school, she secretly rejoiced. This meant she would have a full 2 weeks to spend with Harry. The last weekend before winter break, the school arranged another trip to Hogsmeade Village. Everyone was excited, except for Harry. Professor McGonagall was there again. Not going home for Christmas and Easter was just one of the safety measures. Another was that weekends couldn't be spent at Hogsmeade. "I'm very sorry, Potter," Professor McGonagall said, "but for your safety, the Ministry of Magic has officially notified the school that even with a guardian's signature, you cannot leave the school to go there." Harry understood. However, it was comforting to know that Sherlock and Hermione also didn't plan to go to Hogsmeade this time. Sherlock hadn't been very interested in it to begin with. After going once before Halloween, he planned to wait until the spring or summer term. Hermione, on the other hand, originally wanted to buy all the Christmas items there. Her parents really liked Honeydukes' fluffy tooth mints. But when she learned that Sherlock had declined Gemma's offer to go to the Three Broomsticks for a drink, she was overjoyed and changed her mind, deciding to stay at school as well. "You guys really aren't going?" Ron was surprised to hear their decision. "Then you'll be the only 3 left behind children among the third years." "What do you mean, left behind children? Why are you putting it so strangely?" Hermione handed Ron some money. "Bring me back some fuzzy tooth mints," Ron agreed, then looked at his 2 best friends, Sherlock. "Harry, do you need anything I bring back?" Sherlock didn't need anything, but Harry hesitated for a moment before saying, "Bring me back some unique magical snacks. I think Dudley would like them." "No problem, I've got it covered." The first snow of 1993 came earlier than usual. Leaning against a Thestral's carriage at Hogwarts, it carried away the last fallen yellow leaf. On Saturday morning, almost all the students above the 3rd year went to Hogsmeade Village. After saying goodbye to everyone, Harry asked curiously, "Sherlock, what have you been up to all this time?" Ever since the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff, Sherlock had been incredibly busy, even unable to visit Harry in the hospital. Just as Ron had mentioned before, aside from taking Neville to morning exercises and attending regular classes, he was practically invisible. Harry wasn't too bothered by this, but he was somewhat curious about Sherlock's whereabouts. Especially after he told Sherlock about the ominous things he'd seen during the Hufflepuff match, Sherlock had become even busier. So, seizing this opportunity, he decisively asked. Sherlock made no attempt to hide anything, stating bluntly, investigating Sirius Black's case. Hearing this, Harry and Hermione immediately perked up their ears, Hermione even asking, "How is the progress?" "So-so," Sherlock replied without hesitation. "I've consulted quite a bit of information and visited several people with inside knowledge. I have a framework for understanding Black's infiltration. Unfortunately, I still lack some crucial clues to help me solve the mystery." Under the astonished gazes of his two friends, Sherlock slowly continued, "I think I'll be able to find Black by next term at the latest." "Oh my god, that's fantastic, Sherlock." Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione couldn't help but cover her mouth. Next term, before the Easter break. It should be said, as expected of Sherlock, even the most vicious criminals who baffled the entire British Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts still fell when they encountered Sherlock. Harry and Hermione had no doubt about Sherlock's abilities. In their minds, if Sherlock said he could do it, he could do it. How he actually did it was beyond their comprehension. The thought of this scoundrel who had betrayed his parents about to be caught ignited Harry's inner fire. "Thank you, Sherlock. Opening champagne at the halfway point is a bit premature," Sherlock joked, then pulled out a magazine. "I think this is more suitable for you now." Harry curiously took it and glanced at it. "The complete book of flying broomsticks. After Cedric reminded me last time, I noticed you didn't seem quite comfortable with the flying broomstick you ride in training. More than just not comfortable? He and that flying broomstick were sometimes completely at odds. Ever since his beloved Nimbus 2000 was smashed to pieces by the Willow of Men, Harry had been riding the school's flying broomstick for flying lessons. This broomstick, named Meteor, was from a very old brand. It was far inferior not only to Harry's old Nimbus 2000, but even to older models in the Sweeper and Comet series. Not only was it slow, but it also wobbled a bit. Only Harry, with his combined talent and hard work, the youngest seeker in a century, could handle it. Otherwise, he probably couldn't even guarantee normal training. Yet, it was already the best broomstick for flying lessons. Harry only got it because Wood had pulled strings with Madam Hooch. Wood, looking distressed, suggested to Harry more than once that he quickly buy a brand new broomstick. A broomstick is as important to a Quidditch player as a wand is to a wizard. Even if Harry got a new broomstick, he would need time to break it in before it could perform at its best. This sentiment coincided with Cedric's. Harry just hadn't expected that Sherlock, who hadn't been seen much lately and had been busy investigating cases, was still paying attention to him. He was truly moved. Chapter 330 Sherlock and Luna's seamless communication. Seeing that Sherlock hadn't forgotten him even while investigating the case, Harry was somewhat moved. His lips trembled. Sherlock, however, spoke as if he had foreseen this. "No need for thanks, my dear Harry. I just happened to find it while looking for information." Hermione, hearing Sherlock's words, said to Harry, "I can vouch for it. Sherlock definitely took it." "Harry, I must say, you guys connected pretty well." "Sherlock, if you don't want to read, there's actually a simple and straightforward way." Harry immediately became interested. "What way?" "Just buy a Nimbus 2001, or pay extra for a Nimbus 2001 Super. Due to the sudden appearance of firebolts, their prices have been affected. Plus, it's the Christmas sale now, a great opportunity to get them." Although the 3% weren't all well off, Sherlock still considered the economic factor when making his decision. In the past, Harry would have definitely said, "I won't buy anything Malfoy thinks is good," but now he wouldn't say that. After all, Malfoy had already apologized to him, and not just verbally, but with concrete actions. He hadn't provoked him since then. If it were before, Malfoy would have definitely mimicked the fall from Malfoy's broomstick the moment he saw him. Besides, Malfoy had suffered the same fate as Harry, falling from a broomstick and breaking his leg, and his Nimbus 2001, which he'd only used for a year, was smashed to pieces by the Whomping Willow. Harry was a magnanimous person, and seeing this situation, he didn't hate Malfoy so much anymore. Instead, he felt a sense of shared misfortune. "Then I'll take a look." The editor of this magazine once praised Quidditch Origins, and the introduction to various broomsticks is very objective. "I think it'll suit you well," Hermione added. The three of them spent the rest of the day reading in the library. Sherlock was researching cases related to Black. Hermione was reviewing her lessons. Having selected all her courses, she was already feeling quite tired. However, she gritted her teeth and persevered, not missing a single class. Harry, naturally, was consulting the complete guide to flying broomsticks. trying to choose a suitable broomstick for himself. After lunch, Ginny and Luna arrived together. Still in their second year, they weren't yet eligible to go to Hogsmeade, so they stayed at school. Ginny came mainly to see Harry, or rather, to let Harry see her. Ever since witnessing Cho Chang use the immunity charm to restore Harry's sight during the last match's pause, Ginny's feelings had changed. Ginny's feelings for Harry weren't static, they had gradually deepened over time. On September 1, 1991, Sherlock and Harry entered their first year at Hogwarts. When Mrs. Weasley saw Ginny's brothers off to Hogwarts, Ginny met Harry Potter, the legendary boy who had miraculously survived, at King's Cross Station. When they first met, Ginny desperately wanted to see Harry up close. Unfortunately, Weasley stopped her, solemnly telling her that Harry wasn't a monkey in a zoo. This was not only impolite but also disturbing, much to Ginny's disappointment. At the end of the first year, Ginny came with her mother to pick up her brothers. This time, seeing Harry, she excitedly exclaimed. This also made Harry officially notice Ginny's presence. After officially meeting Harry, Ginny longed to grow up quickly and go to Hogwarts like her brothers. However, at this time, Ginny's feelings for Harry were mostly admiration. Growing up listening to stories of the Wizarding World Savior, as a young girl, she inevitably had an idol complex and wanted to get close to Harry. In the summer of 1992, the opportunity arrived. Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, and their group went to Godric's Hollow, and to Ginny's utter surprise, Harry ended up staying at the cavern. It was during this period that Ginny's feelings for Harry gradually changed. Ginny was a precocious girl, especially compared to her sixth brother, Ron. During Harry's stay at the Wheeleyes house, she often secretly observed him. She would even deliberately bump into things during meals to get Harry's attention. Before the start of school, at Flourish and Blotts, when she saw Malfoy mocking and ridiculing Harry, Ginny resolutely stood up for him, ultimately leading to a fight between the elder Malfoy and the elder Weasley. On Valentine's Day, she mustered the courage to give Harry a greeting card. However, this not only caused Harry trouble but also inexplicably attracted the attention of Professor Snape. In fact, by this time, Ginny could be considered to be experiencing her first stirrings of love. If things had continued this way, it might have taken several more years for Ginny to realize her feelings for Harry. But then, a strong rival appeared, Cho Chang, a British-Chinese Ravenclaw which 1 year older than Harry, and also the seeker for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Her appearance made Ginny realize earlier that her feelings for Harry were no longer just teenage idol worship. Similarly, Cho Chang's appearance plunged Ginny into deep trouble. Cho Chang and Harry's relationship was progressing rapidly, and Cho Chang's advantages were simply too obvious. She was beautiful, academically gifted, gentle, and athletically capable. Rumor had it that, being of Chinese descent, she was also an excellent cook, a huge attraction for the British, known for their notoriously poor cooking. It's no exaggeration to say that a girl like that in school was every boy's dream girl, incredibly appealing. Ginny, while confident in her beauty and noting that her pure-blood background meant she wasn't lacking in magic, having played Quidditch with her brother since childhood and being athletic, could easily learn to cook. Her mother, Molly Weasley, was an excellent housewife. But her biggest disadvantage was her age. She was a year younger than Harry and 2 years younger than Cho Chang. Even in their second year, Harry still treated her like a little sister. Perhaps it would be another year or two before he realized his difference. But by then, given the current pace of Harry and Cho Chang's relationship, they'd probably be kissing. When Ginny complained, her best friend Luna suggested it was easy, just tell Harry how she felt. However, Ginny thought that would scare Harry. Seeing her friend's insistence, Luna offered another suggestion: appear in front of Harry often, bravely express herself, and attract his attention. It wouldn't work if Ginny couldn't even speak when Harry was in the room. Fortunately, the appearance of another Harry fanatic, Colin Creevey, objectively helped Ginny. When Ginny stopped Colin's obsessive pursuit of Harry, she also closed the distance between herself and Harry, finally getting his attention and overcoming her tendency to blush and become speechless in his presence. But that wasn't enough, far from enough. Cho Chang's progress was accelerating. Especially after the start of the new school year, her performances in the 2 Quidditch matches were simply phenomenal. Damn. She'd found someone she liked for the first time, and a lifelong friend too. 2 joys overlapped, and this double joy brought even more joy. She should have been enjoying a dreamlike period of happiness, so why did it turn out like this? It was me first. I was the one who came first. Therefore, Ginny resolved to catch up while Harry was at school and Cho Chang was away. To make her purpose less obvious, she specifically asked her best friend Luna to come along. After all, Luna and Sherlock were quite close. In fact, if Luna could get closer to Sherlock, it would be even more helpful. However, Luna said Ginny was overthinking it. She was only there to share her thoughts with Sherlock. Sherlock, the moon frogs croak like rusty springs in the clock tower, and when their bulging eyes turn into compasses, shadows always seem to crawl. Sorry, Luna, but there's actually no evidence that such creatures actually exist. Hermione put down her book and looked at Luna. But a wizard claims he flew to the moon on a 6-star broomstick and brought back a bag of moon frogs. You said it yourself. It was a claim, Hermione said, frowning. He can't prove the bag of frogs came from the moon. No, it definitely did, Luna said firmly. Our whole family believes it, Hermione sighed, deciding not to discuss the matter further with Luna. At this moment, Sherlock asked, so, you already have an opinion on Black's method of infiltrating the school? Hermione turned sharply to Sherlock, her eyes wide with surprise. Wait, how did you get that from her words? Harry and Ginny, who were studying the flying broomstick, also looked up, surprised. However, their next conversation surprised them even more. Sirius Black might have a transfiguration-skilled harassing fly living in his head, infiltrating the school by transforming. Well, it's not impossible. I still think we shouldn't let Harry mend his broom alone under the moonlight. Those biting memories love to hide in silver shadows. That's why Harry didn't go to Hogsmeade this time. Hermione, Harry, and Ginny exchanged bewildered glances. What was all this about? They could understand each word Luna spoke individually, but when they were put together, they couldn't understand them. Even more absurdly, Sherlock could communicate with Luna without any problems? At this moment, the three of them remembered something. In every respect, Sherlock couldn't be considered a normal person. So, this was communication between two abnormal people? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Ron's Bold Idea. Ginny was delighted to discover that Luna could bond with Sherlock in her own unique way. The better Luna's relationship with Sherlock, the more it would help her get closer to Harry. She just felt a little bad for Hermione. After spending the day in the library and having dinner together in the Great Hall, Ginny finally pulled a reluctant Luna away. This made her both amused and exasperated. Before coming here, she thought she would be the main character. But after arriving, she realized that the main character was someone else entirely. That evening, Ron returned from Hogsmeade, travel-worn. Here, a huge pile of colorful candies rained down on Harry's bed. Take as much as I can. Even if your cousin can eat a lot, it's enough. Ron, I'm afraid you're underestimating Dudley's abilities. Harry looked at the snacks on his bed and said rather awkwardly, he can eat even more than you. Hey, what kind of talk is that? Ron said, pretending to be angry. Why are you using me as a comparison? Harry quickly opened a bag of pepper pots and handed it to him. Sorry, I was just using an analogy. Where's Sherlock? Ron was only pretending to be angry, so he took the bag and looked at the empty bed, asking. He's still reading in the common room. Didn't you see him when you came in? Ron paused, about to stuff a snack into his mouth. I thought you'd all be in your dorms so late, so I didn't go over. Where are Neville and Dean? Didn't they come back with you? They went next door to play chess with Seamus, Ron said dismissively. Those two chess idiots wanted to call me over, but I refused, so Dean dragged Neville over instead. Harry couldn't help but feel sorry for Neville for a few seconds. Ron then asked, by the way, did you ask him what he's been doing all this time? Yes, he said he's investigating Sirius Black's case. Oh, Ron suddenly became interested. How so? By next term at the latest, we should be able to catch Black, Harry said truthfully. Well done. Like Harry and Hermione, Ron trusted Sherlock completely. He said excitedly, as expected of Sherlock, this means you can get your house arrest lifted. House arrest? Harry thought for a moment and realized that Ron was right. His current situation, not being allowed to go home for winter and spring breaks, not being able to go to Hogsmeade on weekends, and possibly even having to stay at school during summer vacation, wasn't he essentially under house arrest? Once Sherlock could find Black's whereabouts, These restrictions should indeed be lifted. However, Ron didn't know that once Black was caught, lifting the house arrest would only be one aspect. More importantly, that villain who betrayed his parents, his nominal godfather, would finally be brought to justice. Harry had thought countless times about what he should do when that day finally came. Kill him? No. Last school year in the Chamber of Secrets, Tom Riddle tried to tempt him to do something like that. He hadn't fallen for it then, so how could he go back on his word after a year? Neither his parents nor his friends wanted him to become a murderer, especially for such scum. So, after figuring out how he escaped from Azkaban, he'd send him back to Azkaban. Since Sherlock says he can catch it, then he definitely can. Hey, are you planning to buy a new flying broom? While Harry was deep in thought, Ron noticed the complete book of flying brooms on Harry's bedside table, picked it up, flipped through it, and then asked curiously. Well, Wood's been urging me to order a new flying broomstick, haha, if I were him, I'd be urging you to. You can't exactly ride that meteor to fight Ravenclaw, can you? That thing flies slower than a butterfly. Yeah, me too. Actually, I have a bold idea. What idea? Go find Professor McGonagall and ask her to buy you a firebolt. Harry. Ron didn't notice Harry's idiotic expression and continued excitedly. Remember your Nimbus 2000? That broomstick wasn't cheap, but Professor McGonagall bought it for you. It shows that her desire for victory is no less than ours, so go find Professor McGonagall and tell her you really want a firebolt. Of course, it's not good to make her pay for everything, so try to cover the bulk and get her to sponsor some. By the way, it can be your Christmas present this year. Ron, do you want to hear what you're saying? Harry couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted him. Ron's idea wasn't just audacious, it was downright insane. Professor McGonagall spent hundreds of galleons to buy me the Nimbus 2000. I'm already grateful to her. Why would I ask her to do something like this? What is it? Just then, Hermione pushed open the door and walked in. She looked around. Huh? Isn't Sherlock back yet? Hermione wasn't alone. She was carrying Crookshanks, though the big cat looked quite displeased, with a gold foil ring around its neck. Don't bring it here. Ron panicked at the sight, quickly grabbing Scabbers from the bedside and stuffing it into his pocket. However, Hermione ignored him, tossing Crookshanks onto Sherlock's empty bed and then grabbing the snacks Ron had brought back from Harry's bed. Thanks, Ron, you're welcome. Ron frowned at Crookshanks. He and Hermione had finally reconciled because of their worry for Harry, and he didn't want to ruin things over this. He took a deep breath, forcing himself not to look at the annoying big cat, and recounted the conclusion of his discussion with Harry. What are you talking about, Ron? How can you ask a professor for a gift? Just ask Professor McGonagall to sponsor part of it, Ron argued confidently. Did Sherlock say she didn't want Gryffindor to always be overshadowed? Besides, Harry has helped Gryffindor win the house championship for 2 consecutive years. As headmaster, shouldn't she show some appreciation? She already has. Don't forget the Nimbus 2000. Back then, that was an expensive item worth several hundred galleons. That's right, Ron. I would never do such a thing. Okay, I admit it was a bit much. Seeing his suggestion opposed by both of his good friends, Ron couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I told you it's a bold idea. Why are you taking it so seriously? Hermione frowned slightly, giving Ron a disapproving look. At that moment, Harry was surprised to find that he actually understood Hermione's gaze. That look clearly said Ron was an idiot. Right, I think I looked at Ron like that just now too. Never mind then. Just then, Crookshanks, who had been quietly lying on Sherlock's bed, suddenly leaped up and pounced squarely on Ron's chest. Ron's anger flared instantly, his face turning as red as his hair. Crookshanks' sharp claws tore at Ron's clothes, the fabric hissing and shrieking, the sound particularly jarring in the cramped dormitory. Take it away. Ron gripped Scabbers' tail tightly with one hand, shielding Scabbers behind him. Afraid Crookshanks would touch it even slightly. His other leg, fueled by rage, kicked fiercely at Crookshanks. Unfortunately, he was never good at using both hands and feet. The kick not only missed Crookshanks but also slammed heavily against Harry's bedpost. Ouch! Ron's angry kick was, as you can imagine, powerful. So when he kicked the bedpost, he cried out in pain, clutching his foot and jumping up and down. So lively. Just then, Sherlock pushed open the door and walked in. The chaotic scene inside instantly came into view. Ron was clutching his foot, hopping around on one leg. Crookshanks was arched and puffed up, ready to pounce, and Harry and Hermione both looked tense. He only needed one glance to understand what had happened. He darted forward and pulled Crookshanks, who was about to pounce on Ron, into his arms. Just like last time in the common room, even though it had been caught by Sherlock, Crookshanks was restless. It twisted and turned desperately, trying to break free from Sherlock's embrace, and growled in a low voice. Hermione, Sherlock was about to speak when a sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out. He frowned, reached into his robe pocket, and pulled out the source of the sound. It was the miniature spyglass that Ron had given to Harry. It was now shining and whistling like it had on the train before school started. Sherlock glanced at Crookshank, then at Scabbers. One was restless, the other trembling. His gaze sharpened instantly. Hermione, take Crookshank back first. Hermione opened her mouth, as if wanting to explain something, but when she met Sherlock's firm and insightful gaze, she swallowed her words. She nodded slightly, took Crookshank from Sherlock, picked up the snacks Ron had bought and scattered nearby, and turned to walk towards the door. As Crookshank was let out the door, its yellow eyes still glared fiercely at Ron. Dude, couldn't you turn that thing off? Ron sat on the bed rubbing his toes as he watched Hermione and Crookshank leave. It was driving me crazy. Sherlock waved the viewing mirror in his hand and said slowly, but I remember Harry saying that you took it to the magical equipment shop in Hogsmeade to be repaired, and they said it wasn't broken. Chapter 332 Sherlock's Defeat. They're just merchants, what do they know about magical devices? Ron said irritably when Sherlock mentioned that the miniature spyglass had been repaired. There are only 3 of us in the dorm, who isn't trustworthy? This thing must be broken, or, like Bill said, it's just a contraption. Hearing Ron's certainty, Sherlock's lips curled into a wide smile. His smile was so radiant that Ron temporarily forgot his pain. Sherlock, what are you laughing at? I remembered something happy, Sherlock said. Harry asked curiously, what's so happy about Sirius Black? Sherlock said, opening the box, taking out the wool socks Hermione had given him, stuffing the spyglass inside, and tossing the socks in and out of the box. As the box lid slowly closed, the annoying shrieking sound stopped abruptly, and the dorm fell silent instantly. He looked at his 2 friends. I think this matter should be resolved faster than we thought. What? Harry perked up immediately, leaning closer and eagerly asking, did you find a new clue today? Ron, who had been hugging one leg, straightened up, his eyes fixed intently on Sherlock. Before this, Sherlock had said it would take until the next holiday to catch Black. But now he had suddenly changed his mind, clearly having made a new discovery today. This made Ron feel like he shouldn't have gone to Hogsmeade today. He felt like he had missed something important. That's right, Sherlock looked at Harry and Ron, giving an affirmative answer, but then, under their expectant gazes, he changed the subject. However, my dear friends, please forgive me, I can't tell you yet. Is it like this again? Harry and Ron exchanged a glance and shrugged helplessly. Having spent 3 years with Sherlock, they were already used to his behavior, so they weren't surprised. Harry continued fiddling with the snacks he'd prepared for his cousin Dudley, while Ron took off his shoes and socks and started picking at his toes. At that moment, Sherlock's gaze fell on Scabbers, curled up in the corner of Ron's bed. It looks bad. The once chubby, round little mouse was now skin and bones. Even its fur was falling out in patches, revealing mottled skin. It looked pitiful, and just looking at it made one's heart ache. It must be under too much stress. Hearing Sherlock's words, Ron tenderly stroked Scabbers with a hand he'd been picking at his toes, and Scabbers shrank back sharply. However, Ron didn't notice this detail. His tone was full of anger. If that clumsy big furball just stayed away from it, it would be fine. That's right, Harry nodded. He knew that Crookshanks had tried to sneak into the boys' dormitory more than once. But telling Ron this would only worsen his relationship with Hermione. So, at this moment, Harry simply echoed Ron's words, hoping to calm his anger slightly. However, neither Harry nor Ron noticed that Sherlock's gaze towards Scabbers had become increasingly profound. After this incident, Hermione locked Crookshank in her dormitory. But she was also somewhat angry about Ron's attempt to kick it. Ron was even angrier than her because Crookshank hadn't given up on eating Scabbers. Learning from the previous experience, Harry gave up on trying to get Hermione and Ron to talk to each other this time. Anyway, the holidays were coming soon. Ron and he would stay at school, while Sherlock and Hermione would go home for the new year. This meant they wouldn't see each other for a full 2 weeks. Time is the best healer. When the holidays ended and they returned to school, they should forget about this incident, right? But purely in this matter, Harry chose to side with Ron. Crookshank's intentions towards Scabbers were far too obvious. Especially this time, it had already attacked Ron directly. Not to mention that on the morning of the match, he had repeatedly prevented Crookshank from sneaking into the boys' dormitory. What puzzled Harry was that although Sherlock knew about this just like him, he always smiled without saying a word whenever Harry brought it up. This inevitably made Harry suspect that Sherlock was secretly favoring Hermione. After all, Hermione's feelings for Sherlock were becoming increasingly obvious. "I must say, you're overthinking things, my dear Harry." Hearing Harry's concerns, Sherlock couldn't help but laugh out loud. "In my opinion, love is an emotional thing, which contradicts what I consider the most important thing, calm thinking. I won't fall in love, because that would affect my judgment." Harry, what could Harry say when his friend had gone this far? However, Harry didn't agree with Sherlock's statement. They were only 13 years old, and discussing this topic was really too early. Who could say what the future held? Don't be fooled by Sherlock's words now, he might have more than one girl by his side in the future. In any case, after experiencing that previous low point, Harry was filled with hope for the future again. First, there's the upcoming semester. Sherlock and he have confirmed they'll be learning how to fight Dementors from Professor Lupin. Second, he's already made preliminary selections for a new flying broomstick. Of course, most importantly, there's Sherlock's promise to capture Sirius Black, the accomplice who killed his parents. With Christmas fast approaching, the young wizards preparing to go home are getting started. For all students, aside from spring break including Easter, the period before winter and summer breaks is relatively leisurely. Sherlock is no exception. Gemma also seizes this opportunity, frequently visiting Sherlock for in-depth conversations. Just a few days before the holidays, Sherlock had just parted ways with Gemma when Harry found him. "Sherlock, I have something very important to tell you. In that case, I won't bother you any longer." Gemma elegantly greeted Sherlock and Harry, then gracefully departed. President Gemma is truly an anomaly in Slytherin, Harry couldn't help but remark. "Dear Harry, I've said it more than once, people like Gemma are the real Slytherins." You're right, but let's get down to business first." Seeing Harry's mysterious expression, Sherlock simply pulled him back to the empty classroom he and Gemma had just been in. "Sherlock, why haven't you been so busy these past few days? I've gathered all the clues I needed, now I only need the last piece of the puzzle," Sherlock said, casting a reverse lock spell on the door just like Gemma had. The spell wasn't complicated. Once you knew the incantation, it was easy to cast. Unless Black makes another move during this time, or gets a crucial clue to solve the puzzle, continuing the search is a waste of effort. "I don't want to do useless work. No wonder you've seemed a bit listless these past few days." Harry had originally intended to tell Sherlock directly, but hearing his words, an interesting idea suddenly popped into his head. "In that case, I'd like to give you a rather complex test. You won't think I'm being reckless, will you?" "Quite the opposite, dear Harry." Hearing Harry's words, Sherlock smiled genuinely. "I'm happy to investigate any question you ask. It will help me pass the time before the holidays." Harry's spirits lifted. "I've often heard you say that it's difficult for any everyday item to remain untouched by traces of its user, which a trained person can easily discern. Now I have something new here. Can you discern the personality and habits of its previous owner from it?" Harry carefully pulled something from his cloak and gently placed it on the desk, then said to Sherlock, "This is an early Christmas present from a good friend." What Harry placed on the desk was a large square piece of parchment, clearly very worn. However, this seemingly used parchment was completely empty. This contrast immediately caught Sherlock's eye, and he picked it up and examined it closely. He first examined the surface of the paper, then carefully felt its texture. The entire observation process was meticulous, starting with the naked eye and later using a magnifying glass. After exhausting the common Muggle observation methods, Sherlock pulled out a bright red eraser from his person. Harry asked curiously, "What's this?" "A revealing eraser. I got it in Diagon Alley," Sherlock said, rubbing it twice on the blank parchment, but nothing appeared. Undeterred, he hesitated for a moment, then drew his wand and used the revealing charm on the parchment. Aparecium. Still, nothing happened. Seeing Sherlock's frustrated expression, Harry almost couldn't help but laugh. He remembered how he felt when he received such a thing. At that time, he also thought it was a prank. After all, its owner was most skilled at playing pranks. At this point, Sherlock finally gave up observing and said somewhat helplessly, "There's almost no trace left on this blank parchment. No magic, no invisible ink. It looks like just an ordinary blank old parchment. Hey, men, it's not just any old parchment, it's—" Harry stopped abruptly. He must have been influenced by Hagrid. Thankfully he blurted out the answer. "I know, of course I know. Since you gave it to me, it can't be as simple as it looks. I think it might be that sophisticated magic is masking its true purpose. Unfortunately, I can't figure out the mystery. Before entering the magical world, this was simply unimaginable for me." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry finally laughed. This was the first time he had seen Sherlock fail. Although Sherlock was indeed his best friend, considering the recent incidents with Hermione's cat and Ron's mouse, it wouldn't be a bad thing if he could teach him a lesson for his usual autocratic style. Seeing Harry's cheerful expression, Sherlock glanced at his friend with a half-smile. "Dear Harry, although there aren't many traces, my observations haven't been entirely wrong." "Is that so?" Harry rarely questioned Sherlock. "Let me tell you, and please correct me if I'm wrong." "All right." Harry looked at Sherlock curiously, eager to know what he could see. "I think this parchment is something you just got from the Weasley twins, and they weren't its first owners." As soon as Sherlock said this, Harry froze. He immediately stood up, looked at Sherlock, and, somewhat skeptical, picked up the parchment, examining it closely just like Sherlock had done. Unfortunately, he found no trace of the Weasley twins on the parchment. "Sherlock, did you really deduce this from this parchment?" "Not entirely. To be precise, I deduced this conclusion based on my observations of the parchment and you." "But how could you deduce these facts so accurately? You just said you could see almost nothing, and then what you said perfectly matches the facts." "Ah. This time it was just luck. I only mentioned some possible scenarios. I didn't expect it to be so correct." "So you didn't guess?" "Yes, I've told you more than once that I never guess. Because guessing is a very bad habit. It's detrimental to logical reasoning." Sherlock clasped his hands together, resting his chin on them, and leaned back slightly. "The reason you find it strange is because you didn't understand my thought process and failed to notice the essence hidden beneath the surface." Thanks to reader 20,241,113,171 DC for the donation. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 333 The Signature. I know this question might make me seem a bit foolish, but I still have to ask, how did you do that? Harry had lost count of how many times he'd asked the same question. Ever since he met Sherlock, similar things had been happening. It's really too simple, actually quite trivial. First of all, you just pulled this parchment out of your cloak. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Harry looked at Sherlock, completely bewildered, not understanding what his action of taking out the parchment had to do with the deduction. Brother, if it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter, but I know you too well. This is clearly not your usual way of keeping things safe. Coupled with your tone and demeanor just now, and the careful way you took out this parchment, it all indicates that you were instructed to do this. I happen to know that among the people we know, only the Weasley twins have this habit of keeping things safe. So when I saw you do this, my first assumption immediately came to mind. This was very likely given to you by the twins just now, and the process took less than a second. Harry was stunned. He recalled Sherlock's words and realized that he really didn't usually hide things in his cloak. As for why he had just done it, it was indeed after learning the value of this thing that he subconsciously imitated Sherlock's actions. The fact that this behavior was spontaneous and natural made him even more surprised by Sherlock's keen observation and bold judgment. Sherlock, noticing Harry's reaction, chuckled and continued, "Secondly, although this parchment, imbued with magical magic, leaves almost no trace, its creases still reveal a clue. For a square piece of paper, most people would choose to fold it evenly in a crisscross pattern. This way, the final shape will still be a square, a quarter of its original size, like this." Sherlock demonstrated as he spoke, and Harry nodded subconsciously. He would have done the same. The longer a piece of paper maintains the same crease, the easier it is to discern its folding method. Fortunately, this parchment does just that. Look here, the creases tell us it was folded into thirds horizontally, then bisected vertically. Coincidentally, I know that among all the people you know, only the Weasley twins have this unusual folding habit. This folding method results in a final size of 1/6 of the original, and this elongated shape is easier to tuck into a cloak than a square, further confirming my earlier judgment. Therefore, I conclude that this parchment was usually kept by the Weasley twins, who just handed it to you." Under Harry's astonished gaze, Sherlock continued at double speed. "As for the twins not being its first owners, that's relatively simple. Based on my observation of the parchment's texture, it's easy to see that it's about 20 years old. The Weasley twins weren't even born then." "That's brilliant, Sherlock." Harry couldn't help but let out a heartfelt exclamation of admiration. "I never imagined you could deduce so much from the creases." "But, how do you know Fred and George's habits?" Harry asked, puzzled. "I met them at the same time as you, but I never knew this." "Observation, Harry, still observation," Sherlock explained with a smile. "A person's habits often reveal their true self to the public. In criminal investigation, when someone behaves in a way that is completely different from their usual habits, it often means that a major breakthrough in the case is about to occur. That's why I pay attention to the little habits of the people around me in daily life. For example, when you're organizing books, you like to put the thicker books at the bottom and the thinner ones on top. Ron puts the first book he sees closest to him. As for Hermione, she first categorizes them by subject and then sorts them alphabetically by the author's name. But last week, she stacked all the Defense Against the Dark Arts books separately. This unusual habit was because Professor Snape assigned a paper on werewolves, and she stayed up all night researching to finish the assignment, which disrupted her usual organizing order." Harry sighed deeply. "It's always like this, Sherlock. Once you explain the reasoning, the whole thing becomes incredibly simple. I should have more faith in your abilities." "No, dear Harry, your trust in me is already enough to make me ashamed. In fact, I just used a little trick." "What?" Sherlock stared blankly at the ceiling with half-closed eyes. "Just 10 minutes ago, Gemma told me she saw your Weasley twins call you away. Only 10 minutes later, you found me and told me someone had given you a Christmas present. This perfectly completes the puzzle for my deduction." Harry froze, completely stunned. But when he saw Sherlock turn his gaze from the ceiling, his gray eyes meeting hers with a half-smile, he couldn't help but burst into laughter with her. "Haha, Sherlock, I never expected you to be like this. Life is always so dull. It's these occasional spiced things up that make us happy, isn't it?" "That makes some sense. Now, tell me quickly, how to properly use this seemingly ordinary but actually mysterious parchment." Sherlock rubbed his hands together, his gray eyes sparkling. "To be honest, I can't wait." Harry nodded and got straight to the point. "Fred and George found this among the confiscated items in Filch's office when they were in their first year. According to the two brothers, Filch never figured out how to use it. Even they themselves only discovered the correct way to use it by chance." "Oh, that's certainly unexpected." Harry drew his wand and, under Sherlock's gaze, gently tapped the parchment, saying, "I solemnly swear I will not do anything good." In an instant, fine lines of ink, like a spider web, began to appear from where the wand had just touched. These lines spread rapidly, merging and intersecting, extending to every corner of the parchment. Then, striking, curved green cursive letters appeared at the top of the parchment: Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and Prongs, presented by the gentlemen who provide assistance to magical pranksters. The Marauder's Map. The parchment, which the four who left their signatures called the Marauder's Map, meticulously depicted all the roads in Hogwarts Castle, including not only those known to all, but even marking all the secret chambers and passages. Given Sherlock's current understanding of Hogwarts, the map's various roads were surprisingly accurate, down to the last detail. However, what truly caught Sherlock's attention were the tiny ink dots moving along the map. Each ink dot was marked with a name in tiny letters. For example, a marked black dot in the upper left corner shows Professor Dumbledore pacing in his office. The two black dots clustered together on the right indicate that Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick are both in the Ravenclaw headmaster's office. Professor Snape is motionless in the Slytherin dungeon, most likely silently weeping over Harry's Christmas present. Neville is wandering through the boys' dormitories, undoubtedly searching for his pet toad, Raphtalia. Besides the Hogwarts students and staff, the map even marks Mrs. Norris of Filch's loitering on the third floor, Peeves the mischievous ghost hopping around in the prize room, and Raphtalia, whom Neville is looking for, is quietly staying in a girls' dormitory in Hufflepuff, where Hannah Abbott resides. Sherlock Holmes, seeing this, felt a chill and quickly located his position on the map. Sure enough, the black dots representing Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter were clustered together in an empty classroom on the fourth floor. Seeing Sherlock's focused study, Harry remarked with considerable admiration, Fred and George are able to sneak around the school like ghosts thanks to this map. Look, there are passages on it that I've never been through. Many of these passages lead to Hogsmeade Village. There are 7, Sherlock said without looking up. The one behind the mirror on the 5th floor has collapsed, so there are actually 6 left. How do you know? Harry was stunned again. It wasn't surprising to see 7 passages leading to Hogsmeade Village on the map, but knowing that one of them had collapsed was astonishing. Because I've been through all of them, Sherlock said calmly. I think you remember when I helped you improve your stealth abilities. In fact, I haven't stopped exploring Hogwarts even now. Harry looked at Sherlock with admiration. The Weasley twins relied on the Marauder's map to figure out every passage in the school, but Sherlock did it all on his own. It was truly remarkable. Well, thankfully Sherlock is his friend and on the side of justice. If Sherlock were a criminal, just thinking about it sent a chill down Harry's spine. He quickly stopped the terrible thought and hurriedly said, Fred and George said Filch knows 4 of them, and one of the remaining 3 is the collapsed passage you just mentioned, and the entrance to another one is right at the Whomping Willow. So they suggested I take the last one. The entrance is behind that one-eyed old woman statue, and it leads directly to Honeydukes' cellar. They gave you this map as a Christmas present to make up for your inability to go to Hogsmeade. Sherlock's eyes flickered. But I see confusion in your eyes, brother. Are you not planning to go there because you're worried about Sirius? That's part of it, but more importantly, it reminds me of Tom Riddle's notebook. Interesting. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. The Weasley twins didn't take their father's words to heart, but you, an outsider, seem to care quite a bit. Sherlock, I don't quite understand what you mean. The summer before my 2nd year, I went to Mr. Weasley before school started and told him that old Malfoy planned to throw a dark magic item into the school. He had warned his children then, never trust anything that can think independently unless you see where it hides its mind. Harry felt a little embarrassed, thinking that not only the Weasley twins, but even Ron and Ginny probably hadn't taken his advice to heart. Only Percy, that model student, would remember it. Although I haven't heard Mr. Weasley say that, I do have these concerns. But if it's just used to enter Hogsmeade, and not to ambush or attack anyone, it should be fine, right? Harry said hesitantly. Besides, Fred and George have used it for years, and nothing terrible has happened, but you still have doubts, which is why you came to me, isn't it? Sherlock smiled and patted Harry on the shoulder. Thank you for your trust, dear Harry. Give me a few days, and I'll give you an answer before the holidays. Okay, Harry nodded emphatically and added, after using it, just tap it again and say prank over, and it will return to a blank sheet of paper. Thanks for reminding me, my friend. Harry finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had a reliable friend like Sherlock, otherwise, he really wouldn't know whether he should use this thing or not. The two parted ways. Harry still had to find Cho Chang to say goodbye before the holidays. Spending time with Cho Chang was always pleasant. Even just sitting quietly together doing nothing was enough to lift Harry's spirits. Not to mention, Cho Chang shared common interests with Harry and possessed a unique gentleness characteristic of Eastern women. Before he knew it, the entire afternoon had passed. However, to Harry's surprise, just after he returned to his dormitory after dinner, Sherlock extended an invitation. Dear Harry, I would be very grateful if you could come with me now. Huh? Harry, having just returned, was taken aback by Sherlock's invitation to go out again. Of course, but where are we going? The headmaster's office, Sherlock said, patting Ron, who was sleeping nearby. Let's go, my friend. Ron is going too. Harry was stunned for the 2nd time. Wasn't going to the headmaster's office always a privilege reserved for him and Sherlock? Hey, what do you mean I have to go too? Ron, who seemed to be sleeping, was slapped by Sherlock and immediately jumped out of bed, glaring at Harry with resentment. I'm the main character today, okay? If it weren't for waiting for you, old Sherlock and I would have left long ago. Chapter 334 The last piece of the puzzle. Hearing Sherlock and Ron's words, Harry became even more confused. He admitted that, with the holidays approaching, he had indeed chatted with Cho Chang a little longer today. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. Going to the headmaster's office wasn't strange. For Sherlock, it was practically his home. Waiting for him was also perfectly reasonable, since facing Quirrell and Voldemort in the Philosopher's Stone in his first year, he had proven that the love magic his mother had left him was a powerful weapon against Voldemort. Harry was also fully aware of Dumbledore's savior-making plan. Even calling Ron along, while unexpected, was still logical, the reasons for which were self-evident. However, when he saw Ron excitedly grabbing Scabbers and stuffing them into his pocket, Harry was puzzled. Surely Dumbledore wasn't going to treat Scabbers? So, what are we going to do? To his utter surprise, Ron, seeing Harry's puzzled look, said earnestly, Sherlock said he's found a way to completely solve Scabbers' problem. Huh? Completely solve? Harry was even more confused. So the headmaster really was going to treat Ron's pet? He instinctively looked at Sherlock, who nodded. Yes, completely solve Scabbers' problem. Something about that sounded a little off. Before Harry could even ponder the difference between completely solve Scabbers' problem and completely solve Scabbers' problem, Sherlock turned to Ron. Can I have him first? Of course. Ron handed Scabbers to Sherlock without hesitation. Sherlock carefully examined the mouse he'd seen for 3 years and found its current condition utterly appalling. It was no longer the plump creature it once was, and most of its fur had fallen out. The missing paw when they first met wasn't so bad, but combined with its current state, it looked particularly pitiful. Watching Sherlock scrutinize Scabbers, Ron sighed first, then said happily, Thank you, Sherlock, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sherlock gave Ron a meaningful look but didn't speak. The three of them walked out of the dormitory together and went to the common room. Hermione was already waiting for them there. When Ron saw Crookshank lying on her lap, he immediately frowned. Scabbers and Sherlock's arms began to tremble violently. Does it have to be like this? Ron turned to Sherlock and asked in a low voice, I'm not talking about her. I mean, do we really have to bring that beast along too? Please believe me, dear Ron, the truth is about to come to light. Although this sounded a little strange, Ron didn't think much of it. Trusting Sherlock, he didn't comment on Hermione's actions with Crookshank. However, he still didn't intend to speak to Hermione. When Hermione, carrying Crookshank, came to Sherlock's side, Scabbers immediately began to tremble violently. It was as if he was about to escape from Sherlock's grasp at any moment, far away from that wretched big cat. However, Sherlock was prepared and naturally wouldn't let him succeed. Despite Scabbers trembling violently, he still couldn't escape Sherlock's strong and powerful hands. Watching this scene, Ron felt increasingly uncomfortable. He opened his mouth, but ultimately forced himself to turn his head away, refusing to look at Scabbers. Although Harry was still completely confused, seeing this situation, he comforted his good friend. Don't worry, Ron, Sherlock has never let us down. Ron nodded reluctantly. This was the source of his confidence. Sherlock never disappointed. At Hogwarts, most people are forgetful. Nearly 2 months had passed, and Black hadn't appeared again. The teachers and students of Hogwarts seemed to have forgotten what had happened on Halloween Eve. Now, with the holidays approaching, the teachers no longer made excuses to accompany Harry through the corridors, and even Percy no longer followed Harry around as constantly as before. This allowed the group to easily reach the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office, only to be blocked by a uniquely shaped stone statue. Sherlock, do you know the password? Hermione asked curiously. Sherlock shook his head. No password. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive gargoyle leaped aside, clearing the way for the spiral staircase. The three friends were stunned by this. So impressive. Once they were all on the staircase, Ron suddenly slapped his forehead. I get it. All three looked at him. The password for the headmaster's office is no password. Mr. Dumbledore is truly brilliant. Who would have thought of setting such a password? After a brief silence, Sherlock smiled and said, My dear Ron, you're the one with the wisdom. Haha, what's that called again? A flash of inspiration, right? Seeing Ron's smug expression, Harry's lips twitched, and Hermione opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Ron's excitement only subsided when they reached the headmaster's office. As Sherlock knocked, Dumbledore's voice immediately rang out from inside. Come in. Sherlock didn't hesitate, pushing open the door and entering first. Hermione, carrying Crookshanks, followed closely behind. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance and then followed. However, the three were immediately taken aback by the scene before them upon entering the headmaster's office. Before coming here, Sherlock had told them he had found a solution to the Scabbers problem. Given that their destination was the headmaster's office, they naturally assumed only Dumbledore would be there. To their utter surprise, there were others besides Dumbledore. And more than one. They were Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, Head of Gryffindor, and Professor of Transfiguration, and Severus Snape, head of Slytherin, professor of potions, and the designated interim professor of defense against the dark arts. The true defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, had just joined Hogwarts this year. Aside from the two heads of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, it could be said that the entire school's elite forces were present. "What's going on?" Ron was immediately shocked by the scene and couldn't help but whisper to Sherlock, "Why are the other teachers here too?" Although he tried to lower his voice as much as possible, the four professors in the office still heard him. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Lupin didn't say anything. Professor Snape, however, sneered and spoke. Unexpectedly, he actually praised Ron. "A very good question, Weasley." Snape's eyes were incredibly cold at this moment, his gaze fixed on Sherlock as if he were about to transform into a venomous snake and bite him. "I'd also like to know, great detective Sherlock Holmes, why did you have the headmaster call us all here?" "Calm down, Severus." Just then, Headmaster Dumbledore spoke up. He looked at Snape and said in a reassuring tone, "I believe in Sherlock. Since he managed to get everyone here, he can surely give us the answer." With a flick of his wand, 4 chairs slid behind the 4 young wizards. "Please, have a seat, gentlemen." "Is that so?" Snape sneered, continuing in that unpleasant tone, "I remain skeptical. Severus Holmes has demonstrated his abilities thoroughly over the past 2 years." At this crucial moment, as headmistress of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall naturally supported her school's key student. "I also believe Sherlock wouldn't speak without reason." Professor Lupin smiled slightly, expressing his support for Sherlock. "Is that so? Then let's wait and see," Snape said dismissively. He emphasized "let's wait and see," making his sarcasm clear to everyone present. As for the 3 friends who came with Sherlock, they were completely bewildered. Were these professors specifically invited by Sherlock? Wasn't the plan to solve Scabbers' problem? What's going on here? Even saving a pet doesn't require this much fuss, does it? As everyone's eyes were fixed on Sherlock, he slowly took something out of his pocket. Hermione was stunned when she saw it, her face showing disbelief before she quickly looked away. But her face was already flushed red to her ears. Because what Sherlock took out was the wool socks she had bought for him in Hogsmeade. At this moment, she was completely flustered, all sorts of chaotic thoughts surging through her mind. What was Sherlock's purpose in taking this out? What was his motive? Why did he take it out in this situation? Was he trying to express something? First, I'd like to ask everyone to look at something. Sherlock, please stop. Hermione was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Even though she couldn't see her own face, she could imagine how she looked just from her flushed cheeks. Strangely enough, despite being incredibly embarrassed, she felt a hidden joy deep down. It was a contradiction. Just then, Sherlock reached into the sock. Hermione, the next moment, Sherlock pulled out a spyglass. Hermione recognized the little gadget immediately. It was the miniature spyglass Ron had given Harry as a birthday present. Sherlock had specifically asked Harry for it recently, and Hermione knew about it. At that moment, her initial shame vanished, replaced by relief and confusion. Why hide a spyglass in a sock? And what was he planning to do with it now? Before she could figure out the connection, the spyglass Sherlock had taken out emitted a sharp whistling sound, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Sherlock put the wool sock away but placed the spyglass directly on the desk. The spyglass, now flashing and spinning, continuously emitted a warning beep. "This is a miniature viewing mirror, and I think everyone knows what it does," Sherlock said softly, tapping the table with his long fingers. "It's a magical device originally from Egypt. Merchants near the pyramids like to sell them to tourists, and a magical device shop in Hogsmeade Village also sells them. Whenever there's someone you don't trust nearby, it spins and lights up, and it also sounds an alarm, just like now." As a professor of defense against the dark arts, Lupin was quite knowledgeable and immediately recognized its origin. However, as he explained, Snape's face grew increasingly dark. "Enough," he looked at Dumbledore. "Headmaster, I don't think we can let him continue this nonsense." After saying that, he turned to Sherlock and said fiercely, "Are you going to tell us that there's someone in this classroom who can't be trusted? To believe in such a cheap toy is utterly absurd." Snape's overreaction surprised Sherlock. But he quickly understood where the other man's agitation came from. Even Dumbledore spoke up, "Sherlock, I trust everyone in this office." "So, sir, I trust everyone in this office as well," Sherlock said calmly. Hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes showed a hint of confusion, and he exchanged a glance with Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but speak up. If that's the case, what do you mean by taking it out? Are you trying to prove it's broken? The three friends looked at Sherlock nervously. This was the second time Professor Snape had questioned Sherlock, and even Professor McGonagall, who had just supported Sherlock, had doubts. If he couldn't convince the other side, things would certainly not go well. To be honest, that's what I originally thought too, Sherlock said calmly in the face of his teacher and classmates' questions. However, it is precisely this inexpensive item that Professor Snape described as unremarkable that has recently successfully verified my deduction and completed the final piece of my series of reasoning puzzles. Regarding the case from 12 years ago, I now have some views that differ from the general public's understanding, and I would like to share them with you all. Sherlock's gaze swept over everyone in the office as he spoke, each word deliberate. This is also why I invited all of you teachers and students here today, because this matter concerns everyone present. As Sherlock finished speaking, the office fell into an instant of silence, save for the piercing alarm of the miniature spyglass spinning on the desk. Even the light emanating from it seemed to become dazzlingly bright at that moment. Chapter 335. It is Peter. Aside from this one, this spyglass has issued 3 warnings in total. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Sherlock paced back and forth, speaking with unhurried composure. Under the watchful eyes of 4 professors and 3 students, he slowly held up 3 fingers. I didn't see it the first time. Ron wrote to Harry that only the Weasley family of 9 lived nearby. Bill Weasley, working in Egypt, concluded that it was a counterfeit product sold to wizarding tourists because he felt there was no one untrustworthy in his own family. However, Ron pointed out that it was because the Weasley twins had put beetles in Bill's soup. In other words, Ron believed that the untrustworthy person at the time was the Weasley twins. Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry and Ron were both taken aback. So much time had passed, they had both forgotten about it. They hadn't expected Sherlock to remember. Hermione, however, frowned in thought. Sherlock said Ron believed the untrustworthy person was the Weasley twins. Did that mean the truth wasn't so simple? The second time was on the Hogwarts Express, Sherlock said, pointing to the 4 young wizards. Besides the 4 of us, Professor Lupin was also in that carriage. Hearing Sherlock's words, Professor Lupin's expression changed drastically. He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, then quickly released it. Snape sneered, narrowing his eyes as he looked Sherlock up and down, seemingly trying to discern something from him. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall exchanged another glance, but this time said nothing. As Mr. Dumbledore said, I trust my friend, and I trust Professor Lupin, Sherlock said, meeting Lupin's gaze. Professor Lupin breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely, Thank you, Sherlock. You're welcome, Professor. It was precisely for this reason that I, like Professor McGonagall, suspected this spyglass might be damaged. Ron had mentioned that the owl's long journey had caused it some problems. But when Harry and Ron took it to Hogsmeade for repairs, they were told it was fine. That seemed to make Bill's explanation more plausible. It was a counterfeit product sold to wizarding tourists. But, hearing this crucial turn of events, everyone's eyes were fixed on Sherlock. They knew he was about to reveal the answer. Just recently, it sounded the alarm again. This time, it was the fewest people there, just the 4 of us in the dormitory. It was this experience that made me realize something, a detail we'd overlooked for a long time, and it truly brought the alarm logic of this little gadget to the surface. Sherlock's gaze swept over his 3 friends, lingering for a moment on Ron. Ron looked completely bewildered, utterly confused by Sherlock's meaning. The others wore similar expressions, unsure of Sherlock's true intentions. Only Hermione seemed to have a vague idea. Sherlock had sent her with Crookshanks and Ron with Scabbers to the headmaster's office, supposedly to resolve the cat-and-mouse conflict completely. Could it be? She abruptly turned to Sherlock, about to speak, but someone beat her to it. Great Detective Holmes, this roundabout game should end. If you continue wasting time in this foolish way, I think I can leave immediately. Professor Snape stared intently at Sherlock, his impatience and disgust palpable. Please be patient, Severus. Professor Lupin once again smiled, his white hair at his temples gleaming softly in the firelight. Sherlock's reasoning is like brewing a mild remedy. Too much heat and it boils over, too much stirring and the effects of each ingredient blend perfectly. Snape's gaze suddenly shifted to Lupin. Professor Lupin, you seem to know Holmes quite well. Just as Sherlock trusts me, I trust him just as much, Professor Lupin said, still smiling. Sherlock nodded to Lupin, then turned to another teacher present, Professor McGonagall. "Do you remember the story you told us a few days after Halloween?" "Of course I remember," Professor McGonagall said, looking at the table with a stern face. "So, is that related to it?" The miniature spyglass continued to spin, glow, and shriek, stubbornly asserting its presence. Obviously, Sherlock's gaze swept over everyone present again as he slowly said, "Sirius stopped Black, crying and shouting in front of the whole street. Lily and James, Sirius, how could you do this? How could you do this?" Then he drew his wand, but unfortunately, Black was much more agile and blasted Sirius to pieces. Sherlock stopped at the memory tower and repeated Professor McGonagall's words verbatim. This made Professor McGonagall's face turn very unpleasant, as she was reminded of the hero she had once reprimanded. Professor Lupin's body trembled slightly, appearing even more agitated than Professor McGonagall. Snape looked at Dumbledore, who nodded slightly to him. Harry and Ron both knew they couldn't repeat the passage verbatim like Sherlock, but they didn't understand why Sherlock was bringing it up. Hermione's surprise grew even more intense. "Unfortunately, neither you, Mr. Dumbledore, nor Professor Hagrid forgot to tell me one thing." Sherlock's gaze sharpened at this point. The brave Peter Pettigrew, the great hero blown to pieces by the evil Sirius Black, the largest piece of his remains was a finger. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were both taken aback. "Indeed, that's true." Professor McGonagall's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of reminiscence in her voice, as she slowly began. "That finger was given as a keepsake, along with the Order of Merlin, first class, to his poor mother. It's truly heartbreaking. That child and his mother suffered so much. I didn't want to recount those cruel details." She frowned slightly, her voice filled with unbearable sorrow. "No. That's precisely what's crucial." Sherlock suddenly raised his voice. "Dear Professor McGonagall, the truth often lies hidden in the overlooked details, like a jewel hidden in the dust." He clasped his hands together, resting his chin on them, and leaned back slightly. "I've been fully immersed in this investigation lately, interviewing many people. Professor Lupin happened to mention it when we spoke." He looked at Lupin, his gaze inquisitive. "Yes, that's true." Lupin nodded gently, a few strands of white hair swaying slightly with the movement. But then he frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "I don't understand. What connection could this finger possibly have to the case?" Sherlock's lips curled into a confident smile, and he shook his head, saying, "But have you all considered why the explosion site precisely left a finger symbolizing Peter's death, while pulverizing the other remains? Of course, there was also my oversight. When I spoke with Professor McGonagall, I forgot to instruct her not to overlook any details. In the past, when I had informants recount cases, I always made a point of emphasizing this." He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if replaying the minutiae of past cases in his mind. "Because often the most inconspicuous little things can become the key to solving a mystery, like finding the crucial piece in a jigsaw puzzle, instantly making the whole picture clear." Harry, Hermione, and Ron nodded in unison. Sherlock had indeed always had this habit. Fortunately, justice prevails, and after I obtained this crucial information from Professor Lupin, coupled with this, Sherlock pointed to the still glowing, spinning, and chirping miniature spyglass, and slowly said, "The last piece of the puzzle is finally complete." With that, he slowly took Ron's pet Scabbers from his pocket and placed it on the table. The moment Hermione saw Scabbers, Crookshanks in her arms suddenly let out a low growl, its claws gripping her sweater tightly, its yellow eyes burning with rage. Hermione quickly hugged it tightly. As Scabbers' owner, Ron was the most confused one at this moment. He was completely bewildered. At first, they said they were going to resolve Scabbers' matter, but then they drifted to the spyglass he gave Harry, then to the case from 12 years ago, and now they finally returned to Scabbers. Scabbers had been brought up, but why did the atmosphere feel a little off? Sherlock pressed Scabbers down with one hand and proudly declared, "Gentlemen, let me introduce you to the hero who was presumed dead 12 years ago, Mr. Peter Pettigrew. He lived for 12 years in the form of Scabbers, and it was he who caused this spyglass to sound the alarm time and time again." Everyone was stunned. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone present was petrified for several seconds. Sherlock's victorious expression and his resounding voice when announcing the result remained vividly etched in the memories of everyone present for many years to come. After a moment of silence, Professor Snape was the first to erupt in a sharp, explosive outburst. "Ridiculous! Absurd! Holmes, do you even need to look at what you're saying? You think you can overturn the Ministry's investigation report sealed with Merlin's seal with just a molting, sick rat? He abruptly turned to Lupin, his face full of disdain, and said, Professor Lupin, your so-called mediator is this fairy tale implanted in the great detective's brain? A rat? Peter Pettigrew is still alive. Look at this rat he's produced. It's more like a tattered rag the wheel eyes used to wipe tables than Peter Pettigrew. Ron immediately let out a choked roar, because Harry had tightly covered his mouth. Harry's fingernails, gripping Ron's arm so tightly, were almost digging into Ron's forearm. Clearly, Professor Snape was now on edge. He was determined not to let Ron clash with the other man. After saying this, Snape turned to Dumbledore and said in a low voice, You certainly don't believe a single word of Holmes's stories, do you? Sirius Black showed he could be a murderer when he was 16. You haven't forgotten that, have you, Headmaster? I think you haven't forgotten that he once tried to kill me, have you? Even bringing that up showed that Snape was truly broken down. How could someone killed by Sirius Black still be alive? Chapter 336 He roared and pounced. My memory is as good as ever, Severus, Dumbledore said calmly, looking at Professor Snape, whose defenses had crumbled. Professor McGonagall chimed in, Severus, why don't you hear Sherlock's evidence first? Evidence? Snape whirled around to McGonagall, the wind from his robes making the viewing mirror spin faster. What evidence could there be for such nonsense? Yes, sir, yes, Sherlock said quietly. While I would love to share my reasoning with you all now, judging from your eagerness, I think it's better to present the facts directly to you. After all, you and I both know that facts speak louder than words. That's why I've brought you all here. Just then, Scabbers shrieked, its small black eyes bulging from its head, desperately twisting its body to break free from Sherlock's grasp. However, Sherlock, who was prepared, held it firmly. What a pity, Mr. Peter Pettigrew. Sherlock's lips curled into an undisguised sneer as he spoke to the little mouse he had pinned down. While transforming into a mouse has enhanced your agility and stealth, it has also limited your abilities, preventing you from escaping even from an underage wizard like myself. In fact, your best chance was just now, on the way to this office. Unfortunately, you squandered that only opportunity in order to gather more information. Seeing Sherlock still talking to the little mouse, Snape was furious. Holmes, I'm warning you. However, before Snape could finish speaking, Sherlock turned to Lupin. Professor, could you please hold this for me? Lupin's behavior was the strangest of the four professors present. From the moment Sherlock took out Scabbers, his body had begun to tremble slightly, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Hearing Sherlock's words, he walked step by step to the desk and slowly took Scabbers from Sherlock's hand. At this moment, Scabbers trembled even more violently. Lupin held Scabbers tightly in his hand, and reminded by Sherlock's earlier words, he stared intently at the little mouse's missing paw, a deep self-mockery and regret on his face. How simple, how clever, why didn't I think of that? He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Sherlock. Sherlock, you truly are a genius. Thank you for your praise, Professor. Some say genius is the ability to endlessly endure hardship, a rather inappropriate definition. But it does apply to detective work. He gave Harry a meaningful look and continued, in fact, if it weren't for you mentioning this to me, Professor, making it connect Peter with a missing finger and Scabbers with a missing paw, plus the help of a little gadget, even I would have taken much longer to discover its disguise. The moment Sherlock's gaze fell upon him, Harry's intelligence kicked in. He now understood. Sherlock, on the surface, was referring to the miniature spyglass, but he was actually referring to the Marauder's map. This morning, when he received the map, he said he wouldn't have an answer for a few days, yet he dragged them here that very day. He clearly saw Peter Pettigrew's name on the map. This was the real final piece of the puzzle Sherlock had been talking about. Having successfully orchestrated the entire situation, Sherlock turned to Professor McGonagall. Professor, I think you should be able to make those who transform into animals through animagus revert to their original forms, right? As he said this, he glanced at Professor Snape, whose face was now clouded with gloom. Clearly, he also understood what Sherlock was trying to do, and his earlier resentment and dissatisfaction had subsided somewhat. Professor McGonagall's feelings were equally complex. She had a premonition. It was very likely that what was about to happen would overturn the truth they had believed in for 12 years. She looked at Dumbledore, whose smile had long since spread across his beard. He nodded slightly. Minerva, thank you for your trouble. Yes, leave it to me, Albus. Wait, what are you talking about? Seeing Professor Lupin tightly gripping Scabbers, and Professor McGonagall even pulling out her wand and pointing it at Scabbers, Ron finally couldn't help but stand up. Weren't we here to treat Scabbers? What are you trying to do? Still calling him Scabbers, Sherlock sneered. Dear Ron, haven't you understood what I just said? Ron clearly didn't understand. Understand what? Shut up, Weasley. The already irritated Professor Snape suddenly turned to him. If you don't want me to shove a dung beat into your brain, then stay there and don't move. Minerva, if you can't bring yourself to do it, then let me do it. Thank you, Severus. Professor McGonagall firmly shook her head. I think it's better if I do it myself. Lupin was still trying to explain. Don't worry, Ron, if it really is a rat, it won't hurt. Before he could finish, Professor McGonagall's wand emitted a beam of blue light, striking Scabbers in Professor Lupin's hand with perfect accuracy. Under the influence of the magic, Lupin released his grip on Scabbers, whose small gray body writhed wildly in midair. No, Ron cried out, seeing Scabbers' pained expression. But as he was about to step forward, Snape stopped him. The second time, Weasley. I just told you to stay put and do nothing. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Harry and Hermione looked at Snape in astonishment. Wait, Professor, even at a time like this, you still don't forget to deduct points? Sherlock smiled. Professor Snape is truly amusing. As he spoke, Scabbers landed on the ground. Then, a dazzling light flashed, and something magical happened. It was like a fast-forwarded shot of a tree growing. A head popped out first, followed by limbs, and the little mouse Scabbers vanished before everyone's eyes, replaced by a fully grown human. Crookshanks immediately roared, even the fur on his back stood on end. This adult, transformed from Scabbers, was short, barely taller than Hermione. His sparse, dull hair was messy, and he had a large bald patch on top, giving him a wrinkled appearance, even more so than Tom Cruise, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. Experienced people knew this was the sign of a fat man losing a lot of weight in a short time. When the transformation was complete, everyone noticed his dirty skin, almost identical to Scabbers' fur, and his pointed nose and beady eyes also bore some rat-like features. At this moment, his gaze swept over everyone present, his breathing rapid, giving off an exceptionally loud feeling. Although Sherlock had already given the answer, everyone was still stunned when Ron's pet actually materialized into a human right before their eyes. They stared blankly at the bald man, just as Sherlock had done when he announced Scabbers, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, we meet, Mr. Peter Pettigrew. I can tell you haven't used the Potter family's hair growth tonic. Sherlock finally spoke first, greeting the man before smiling at the professors present. Professors, I think. I haven't mistaken you for someone else, have I? Of course, Professor Lupin responded immediately, his voice even more cheerful than Sherlock's, as if a mouse often appeared before him as an old classmate. He stared at the man and said, word by word, long time no see, my dear friend, Peter. Professor McGonagall remained silent. Even though the man had been restored to human form by her magic, she still couldn't accept it and stared at the bald man in shock. Professor Snape, on the other hand, who had initially refused to believe Sherlock's explanation, quickly accepted the fact. Although he didn't speak, his gaze towards Peter Pettigrew was filled with disgust. That disgust was different from the one he had shown Ron earlier. It contained a hint of hatred. Dumbledore's reaction was the most interesting. After a brief moment of surprise, he closed his eyes and sighed softly, as if mourning a lie of an era. When he reopened his eyes, his expression first changed to relief, and finally to overwhelming joy, his gaze towards Sherlock filled with undisguised doting. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Ron couldn't help but cry out. Even with the facts laid bare before him, seeing his pet of 3 years transformed into an ugly man right before his eyes was an unimaginable blow. Especially thinking about how many nights he had slept with Scabbers in his arms, and how often it would spoil his sheets, Ron almost vomited. Harry quickly supported him, his gaze fixed on Peter Pettigrew. Even though he didn't yet know why Peter, who should have died, hadn't, a little thought told him that for someone to disguise himself as a rat for 12 years instead of enjoying that immense honor, there was definitely something fishy going on. Hermione quietly moved closer to Sherlock, as if doing so would make her feel safer. Nothing is impossible. Hearing Ron's words, Sherlock said calmly, when you eliminate all the impossible, the remaining one, however unbelievable, must be the truth. Sherlock had said this more than once. But at this moment, everyone, including the 4 professors, truly understood the meaning of those words. "Remus, my dear friend, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall," Peter Pettigrew finally spoke, his voice high-pitched and thin, sounding very unpleasant. "Mr. Peter, if you're thinking of escaping, I advise you to give up that idea now." "No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." "Nonsense? From the moment you transformed into human form, you've looked towards the door 7 times, Sherlock interrupted Peter rudely, saying casually, "I already said, your best chance was before you came to this office. Now it's too late to escape. And, if I may be so bold, if you really can escape in front of 4 professors, then Hogwarts might as well close down." Dumbledore and Lupin smiled, McGonagall remained silent with a stern face, and Snape snorted coldly. However, this time none of the 4 spoke, tacitly handing the initiative to Sherlock. Sherlock, not to be outdone, stepped forward, stared at the man, and slowly said, "Although I already know roughly what happened, I still want to ask you to tell us why you faked your death 12 years ago, turned into rat, and then lurked in. He's here to kill me again." Before Sherlock could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Peter's scream. "Sirius Black, he killed Lily and James. And now he's trying to kill me. Remus, Headmaster, Professor, you have to save me, save me." Sherlock tilted his head. "But Mr. Peter, I have my doubts. I simply don't understand why a hero of the wizarding world, a recipient of the Order of Merlin, first class, would give up being a decent human being to become a mouse? And for 12 whole years, you know nothing. He has dark magic you can't even dream of, otherwise how could he have escaped from Azkaban? It must have been that person whose name can't even be mentioned who taught him a few tricks." That's an interesting point. "You mean Voldemort? It's all your fault." Sherlock had just uttered the first syllable of Voldemort when Peter suddenly roared and lunged at Sherlock. "Ouch, watch out." The situation changed too quickly. Harry and Hermione only had time to warn him. Seeing that Peter still couldn't grasp the situation and intended to resist stubbornly, Sherlock couldn't help but feel helpless. He simply assumed his stance, ready to give him a taste of his fist. However, perhaps due to years of living as a rat, Peter's body had become surprisingly agile. Halfway through his pounce, he abruptly changed direction, abandoning Sherlock and lunging in the opposite direction. There stood Harry. "Get out!" a furious voice rang out. Before Peter could even reach Harry, he was launched into the air, flying straight backward. The headmaster's office, though large, was relatively small. In the blink of an eye, Peter was about to crash into Dumbledore. But with a gentle wave of his wand, Peter abruptly stopped a few feet away, then landed heavily on the ground. Dumbledore waved his wand again, and this time, Peter, still struggling, remained motionless. "Severus, you seem a bit too rude. If I had reacted any slower, this old body would have been smashed to pieces." Dumbledore glanced at Snape, who was standing in front of Harry, then smiled and said gently, "Well done." Snape slowly withdrew his wand, stepping aside from the still unresponsive Harry, and said through gritted teeth, "I just wanted this guy to understand what happens when he acts disrespectfully in front of me." Hearing Professor Snape's evasive explanation, Sherlock almost burst out laughing. Although he had also been at the center of the storm, he hadn't ignored his surroundings. The moment Peter lunged at him, Snape had already made his move. When Peter veered off course to rush towards Harry, he immediately stepped forward, shielding Harry behind him. He himself hadn't even realized what this instinctive action meant. But Dumbledore clearly understood, which was why he said that. "Thank you to Director Gong Wanming for the Sherlock Holmes donation. Your support is my motivation to update." Oh. Chapter 337 Teacher Mai, please don't do this. After Peter Pettigrew attempted to take Harry hostage but was stopped by Professor Snape, Headmaster Dumbledore's expression gradually turned serious and cold. Sherlock was alright, but Harry, Hermione, and Ron completely understood at that moment why people said Dumbledore was the only person Voldemort feared. At this moment, Dumbledore's expression was so terrifying that it completely exceeded their expectations. Even when Harry fell from his flying broomstick during the last Quidditch match due to the appearance of Dementors, he hadn't looked like this. Gone was the kind smile, the joyful spark in his eyes behind his glasses was gone. Every wrinkle on his aged face carried a cold rage. The old headmaster radiated a power, as if he were burning with heat. "Sherlock, I believe you can get the truth from him, but I don't think we need to waste any more time." Peter's actions revealed his guilty conscience, simultaneously igniting Dumbledore's anger, and he resolved to take direct action against him. He looked at Professor Snape and said, "Severus, could you please fetch the Veritaserum?" Snape was somewhat surprised, not expecting Dumbledore to suggest using this method to pry Peter's mouth open. He said in a deep voice, "I have it with me right now." Dumbledore's terrifying expression softened slightly. "Very well, it seems you anticipated this." Snape gave Sherlock a complicated look, snorted coldly, and stepped forward. Lupin also took 2 steps forward, bent down, dragged Peter up from the ground, and pressed him directly into a chair. Snape slowly took out a small crystal bottle from his pocket. Inside the bottle was a clear, transparent liquid, which, to the young wizards, looked no different from water. "This is the truth potion, a potion that teaches you to tell the truth." Snape glared at Peter and said, "I think you know exactly what it does. Just a few drops, and even the Dark Lord will reveal his deepest secrets. No, don't feed me this." "Snape, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." Peter immediately began to struggle desperately, twisting his body and shouting at Professor Lupin, who was holding him down, "Remus, don't do this, don't do this, my friend. From the moment you tried to hurt them, I will never believe a single word you say." Lupin's face showed disgust and anger. He waved his wand, and several ropes flew out, binding Peter Pettigrew tightly. Then he pried open Peter's mouth. Without a word, Snape poured the entire bottle down his throat. Seeing Snape's brutal actions, the young wizards were all startled. There must be some personal grudge involved. "Severus, you were a bit too rough." Professor McGonagall frowned as she watched. They'd agreed on just a few drops, but he'd poured the whole bottle down. It was a bit excessive. Hearing McGonagall's words, Snape removed the bottle and glanced at it, confirming it was empty, before saying, "You're right, Minerva, it's a bit wasteful to use it on such a fool." "Then why did you force-feed him like that?" Professor McGonagall gave Snape a helpless look. She was well aware of the old story between Snape and Peter Pettigrew, and understood his reasons, but it wasn't appropriate to say it in front of the young wizards. Peter was coughing repeatedly from Snape's rough handling. But soon, his eyes began to glaze over under the potion's effects. After a few moments, he looked completely lifeless. At the same time, the constantly rotating miniature viewing mirror stopped spinning, no longer emitting light or sound. Did taking the truth potion mean that the previously suspicious person was now trustworthy? Sherlock's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stuffed the sock back into his pocket. Hermione, noticing his action, blinked, her eyes gleaming. At that moment, Dumbledore was already crouching down in front of Peter, face to face, and asked, "Can you hear me?" "Yes," Peter said softly, looking at Dumbledore. His voice was no longer as sharp and piercing as before, but had become somewhat deep. Dumbledore gave Sherlock a deep look, then slowly said, "Very good. I want you to tell us how you escaped death and why you are here." Harry and Ron both clenched their fists involuntarily. Peter Pettigrew took a deep, trembling breath, then began in a flat, emotionless tone, 12 years ago, Sirius Black cornered me in a crowded street corner. Knowing I had nowhere to go, I yelled so everyone on the street could hear that he had betrayed James and Lily. Before he could react, I used my wand, hidden behind my back, to create an explosion. I deliberately severed one of my right fingers, killing everyone within 20 feet, then transformed and scurried into the sewers with the other rats. To avoid losing touch with the wizarding world, I found a suitable family and became one of their children's pets. 3 years ago, I was given to Ron Weasley and, luckily, ended up living with Harry Potter. But I didn't expect that the students they were living with, Sherlock Holmes, would be so astute. He could deduce the truth from subtle actions. For the past 3 years, I've been afraid of giving myself away, so I haven't done anything. Everyone looked at Sherlock. He made a helpless shrug. Cyrillic lettered, "Is it my fault? But I didn't expect Sirius Black to escape from Azkaban. I knew he must have recognized me to escape, so I was on edge, afraid he would come looking for me. I also didn't expect that the little girl's cat with them would see through my disguise and attack me whenever it had the chance." "Why are you afraid Sirius will come looking for you?" Dumbledore continued to ask calmly. Because, he hesitated for a long time, unable to say it. "His subconscious is preventing him from telling the truth," Snape said with a cold smile. "He can still struggle after drinking the truth serum. I underestimated him." Peter's actions made Snape's act of chugging the entire bottle of truth serum seem more reasonable. "Severus, don't worry, Lupin," Snape coldly interrupted Professor Lupin, who was about to speak. I just said that even the Dark Lord will reveal the secrets deep in his heart." As it turned out, Snape was not exaggerating. The powerful effects of the truth serum finally forced Peter to reveal the truth, because Sirius is the only one who knows that James replaced the secret keeper with me. What? Despite having been surprised enough today, the 4 professors and 3 students were still stunned once again when Peter said this. The shock on their faces was beyond words. Only Sherlock remained unmoved, merely raising an eyebrow and giving a soft "Oh, Potter, replaced the secret keeper with Peter." Professor McGonagall stared at Peter Pettigrew, utterly unable to believe what she had just heard. Peter, thinking Professor McGonagall was speaking to him, continued in a completely emotionless voice, "Yes. Because Sirius thought I was just as good a friend as him, but compared to Sirius, I wasn't as noticeable, and less likely to attract the attention of that person whose name couldn't be spoken, or the other Death Eaters. James and Lily followed Sirius's advice and at the last minute changed the keeper of the secret from Sirius to me, and then you told Voldemort where James and Lily were," Professor McGonagall asked, now resembling an enraged lioness, her gaze towards Peter practically devouring him. "Yes, I told that person whose name couldn't be spoken where James and Lily were staying." Harry clenched his fists, his green eyes practically spitting fire, and Hermione and Ron quickly grabbed his arms on either side. However, someone else acted faster and more violently than Harry. Slap! A crisp sound rang out, and Professor McGonagall, unable to contain her anger any longer, slapped Peter hard across the face. That wasn't enough. She raised her hand high again and slapped him across the face once more. Slap! 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 The crisp, loud sounds rang out in succession. Professor McGonagall's chest heaved with rage, while Peter was left with blood streaming from his mouth and teeth scattered on the ground. Seeing that Professor McGonagall was still not satisfied and was about to strike again, Professor Lupin quickly stepped in to stop her. "Minerva, don't do this, don't do this. Minerva, let me go." "Remus," Professor McGonagall struggled and said angrily, "we suspected many people, Fenwick, Dearborn, Meadows, Vance, but we never suspected him. Lily and James, Pettigrew, how could you do this? How could you do this?" At this moment, Professor McGonagall, who was roaring incessantly, had incredible strength. The somewhat thin Professor Lupin couldn't even completely control her. "Minerva, calm down, anger will make you lose your mind." Just then, Dumbledore spoke up. He gently waved his wand, and with a flick of his wrist, Professor McGonagall's struggles immediately lessened, allowing Professor Lupin to finally pull her aside. "I'm sorry, Remus." Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, then stopped struggling. "I was too impulsive." Professor Lupin released Professor McGonagall, his voice calm, but no one doubted the truth of his words at that moment. "Minerva, I hate him more than you do. I even wish I could kill him, but things aren't clear yet, and he doesn't deserve to dirty your hands." McGonagall took a deep breath and sat back down. "Presumptuous cleverness." After a brief silence, Sherlock spoke. It was unclear whether he was referring to Sirius or Peter. He slowly walked up to Peter Pettigrew, looking at Dumbledore. "Sir, may I ask him a few questions?" "Of course." Dumbledore sighed deeply and stepped aside. "You were able to capture him entirely thanks to you." "It's your right, thank you," Sherlock said politely, then looked down at Peter, his gaze suddenly sharpening. "Before Lily and James were killed, were you already passing information to Voldemort? The spy in the Order of the Phoenix, was it you?" "It was me." Despite being under the influence of Veritaserum, Peter Pettigrew still shuddered when Sherlock mentioned Voldemort's name. After being hit by Professor McGonagall, his speech was somewhat slurred, but everyone could hear him clearly if they focused. "Why did you betray the organization? That man whose name I can't even speak is gaining power everywhere. I never expected him to find me. He's too powerful, so powerful that I couldn't muster even the slightest will to resist. So I became his spy for the Order of the Phoenix, passing on intelligence for him for a year." "When did you start working for Voldemort?" 1980. "You were in our dormitory for 3 whole years. Why didn't you harm Harry? That man whose name I can't even speak has vanished. Everyone says he's half dead. I don't know his condition. I wasn't willing to kill someone under Dumbledore's nose for a wizard who might be crippled or out of power. Besides, your observation skills are too sharp. If I made any rash move, you'd spot it. Hell, you're quite good at judging situations. So when do you plan to make your move?" "When I'm certain he's regained his position as the ruler of the wizarding world, I'll strike unexpectedly. At that time, no one will say I betrayed my master." As long as I hand Potter over to him, I'll be welcomed like a hero, Pa." This time, Hermione couldn't help but speak up, expressing strong contempt for Peter Pettigrew's behavior. Snape, while looking at Lupin with disdain, secretly gloated. Lupin, on the other hand, was both angry and ashamed. Remus Lupin, a fine man, to be associated with such a despicable person, it's a disgrace. Next, Sherlock asked Peter many more questions. This was the most cooperative criminal Sherlock knew. Under the influence of the truth serum, Peter truly answered everything he knew. However, for Sherlock, most of the questions were to verify his deductions, not simply to get answers. Because of this, the tone became strange as the questions continued. "Wormtail, is that you?" "Yes." "Who are Moonface, Bigfoot, and Prongs, Remus, Sirius, and James?" Harry and Lupin's eyes widened immediately. "Are all four of you animagus?" "Only the three of us are." "Remus isn't, he's a werewolf." Ron's eyes also widened. "Who else is a traitor to the Order of the Phoenix?" Severus Snape. This time, everyone's eyes widened. Especially Snape, whose gaze towards Sherlock seemed to want to devour him. The plot has recently reached a crucial point. Originally, each chapter was 3,000 words, but these past 2 days I've been trying my best to write 4,000 words, because I know everyone is waiting anxiously, so I want to make the reading experience more enjoyable. However, as a part-time author, I can only write after work, and while writing, I have to constantly think about how to write the details well: Sherlock's reasoning, Harry's choices, the interactions between the male and female protagonists, the descriptions of group scenes, and ensuring that each character doesn't go out of character. While maintaining updates, each chapter has to be revised several times. Ultimately, time is limited, and I can only say that I've done my best. The upcoming plot will be even more intense, and Peter's ending and Sirius's secret will be revealed. Just rambling a bit? Anyway, thank you all for your support. Every time I see your comments and urging for updates, I feel that all the hard work is worthwhile. This is my motivation to keep updating. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Deductive Method. That's enough, Sherlock. With a wave of his wand, Peter Pettigrew immediately closed his eyes and fainted. Clearly, he wasn't going to let Sherlock continue questioning. Enough was enough. Any more questioning and Snape's entire secret would be exposed. It was true that those who had taken truth potion wouldn't lie. But if the person only had a vague understanding of the truth, then what they said would be what they believed to be the truth. Unfortunately, matters concerning Snape were top secret, especially at this sensitive time when Voldemort could return at any moment, so Dumbledore had to be even more cautious. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Sherlock with a touch of helplessness. This boy was indeed remarkable, using only the slightest clues to cut through layers of mystery and uncover the truth hidden for 12 years. But he was also certainly causing him a lot of trouble. If only Harry had such wisdom. Seeing Snape's almost fiery gaze, Dumbledore took a deep breath and then devised a plan. "Sherlock, I also have a few questions for you. Could you answer them?" "Without a doubt, Headmaster." Sherlock looked at everyone, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This case that has troubled us for some time is finally over. Now, I welcome any questions you may have, and I will certainly not refuse to answer them this time. Seeing Sherlock's air of someone ready to answer questions, Dumbledore glanced at the other three professors and couldn't help but chuckle. Who is the teacher and who is the student here, really? However, he was magnanimous and didn't mind Sherlock's attitude, immediately throwing out the question, "Although the facts have proven your reasoning, I'd like to know, how exactly did you know that the mouse was Peter Pettigrew? Just based on Peter's severed finger and that spyglass seems a bit far-fetched." "Of course, it's not just those," Sherlock said leisurely. "I once told my friend Harry that all seemingly unusual phenomena are usually not obstacles, but rather clues. The most important method for solving these kinds of problems is deduction, that is, using reasoning to trace back layer by layer. This skill is very useful and essentially easy. Unfortunately, most people tend to ignore this method in daily life, and very few can truly use it for reasoning." Professor McGonagall frowned. "Sherlock, perhaps you could be a little clearer." Sherlock smiled again. "All right, I'll try to be as clear as possible. For most people, When they know a series of facts, their brains can connect these facts and deduce possible results through thinking. Conversely, even if they knew the outcome, they couldn't deduce how these things happened, and that's precisely what I call deductive reasoning. Now let's review this matter again. It's not hard to see that Peter actually revealed enough clues. As for the spyglass, as I said before, it was just the final piece of the puzzle. Sherlock paused, then said in a matter-of-fact tone, "As you know, Scabbers is unbelievably old. That's the first fact before me. In the Muggle world, a rat's lifespan couldn't possibly be that long. After Ron returned from Egypt, he felt something was wrong with Scabbers, so we went to the magical pet shop in Diagon Alley. The witch there told me that in the magical world, a rat like that wouldn't live past 3 years either. Later, I asked its previous owners, Percy and Mr. Weasley, and they told me that Scabbers had come to their home a long time ago. However, at the time, I had no preconceived notions, so naturally, I couldn't draw any conclusions based on that. Moreover, as Ron said, it could be conveniently explained that the Wheel Eyes took good care of it. But precisely starting this year, its condition began to decline sharply. That's the second fact." Sherlock glanced at Peter, who had lost tens of pounds, and said coldly, "Ever since returning from Egypt, this rat's weight has been steadily decreasing." Ron initially thought it was just a change in environment, but he overlooked one crucial point. That period coincided with Black's escape. During our first and second years, this fat rat did nothing but eat and sleep, sometimes even making a mess of Ron's sheets. As I once explained to Harry, a person's habits often reveal their true nature to the public. In criminology, once someone exhibits behavior drastically different from their usual habits, it often signifies an impending major breakthrough in the case. Although I didn't realize at the time that this rat was a human in disguise, it intensified my suspicions about it. Until Crookshanks began targeting him again and again. That's the third fact. Sherlock reached out and stroked Crookshanks' fluffy head in Hermione's arms, saying with a touch of melancholy, "The witch at the magical animals shop told us that this cat has cat-like blood, which is why it can distinguish those wicked bastards." Ron stared wide-eyed at Crookshank in Hermione's arms, momentarily speechless. Just a short while ago, he and Hermione had argued about this. They hadn't even spoken to each other until they entered the office. "A cat-like creature," Dumbledore murmured thoughtfully. The other three professors also looked at Crookshank in Hermione's arms with a peculiar gaze. The fourth fact is the detail Professor Lupin told me. Peter was blown to pieces, and his mother received only one finger from his remains. Coincidentally, Scabbers is also missing a claw. More importantly, Ron told me that it looked exactly like that when his family received it. Combined with the snipper's warnings on 3 different occasions, and the fact that it wasn't damaged, I specifically borrowed it from Harry to conduct a final test. As expected, when I appeared next to Scabbers again with it, the snippers warned again. This is the fifth fact. 1 or 2 wouldn't be so bad, but when countless coincidences overlap, I made a bold hypothesis. Sherlock looked at Snape. "Remember that question, sir? What's the difference between a wolf transformed from an animagus and a regular werewolf?" Snape was still bothered by Sherlock's earlier question, and hearing Sherlock speak up, he naturally retorted without hesitation, "Say what you want to say. If you don't want to, then I suggest you shut your boastful mouth, Sherlock Holmes." Sherlock was unfazed by Snape's rude attitude, shrugging. "Looks like you remember very well that an animagus can freely choose when to transform, but werewolves can't." Snape felt like he'd punched cotton, his strength gone but nowhere to be used, leaving him extremely frustrated. Professor Lupin was also quite embarrassed by the question. He hadn't expected Sherlock to dig up his werewolf secret while asking questions. Fortunately, all the faculty already knew this, and as for the 4 young wizards, judging from their expressions, they didn't seem to mind too much, which gave him some comfort. Sherlock, however, continued as if nothing had happened. "So, my hypothesis is that Peter Pettigrew didn't die back then, but transformed into Scabbers through an animagus. This makes a lot of things make sense. A pet mouse with an absurdly long lifespan. Peter lost a finger, and Scabbers lost a claw. Scabbers' condition deteriorated rapidly as soon as Sirius escaped. Crookshanks targeted him repeatedly, and Scabbers' condition worsened. Every time the mirror issued a warning, Scabbers happened to be there. Based on these clues, combined with the information I've been researching recently, the whole story becomes obvious." Everyone, including Snape who had just mocked Sherlock, watched intently as he slowly recounted the whole story. During their school years, Sirius Black, James Potter, and Remus Lupin all entered Gryffindor. Due to their exceptional talents, they quickly became top students in their year, especially James and Sirius, who became prominent figures at school within just a few years. Sharing similar interests, they naturally became friends and formed a small group. At that time, Peter Pettigrew's magical abilities weren't as good as theirs, but he idolized them and always followed them around. Eventually, the three decided to let him join the group. Later, for some reason, James, Sirius, and Peter all taught themselves to become animagus. Hearing this, Lupin's lips moved, but he ultimately remained silent. His three childhood friends had chosen animagus so they could accompany him in his werewolf form. He never imagined that so much had changed. Of the four childhood friends, one was dead, one had betrayed him, one had escaped after 12 years in Azkaban, and only he was still barely surviving. They each gave themselves a nickname. Peter's animagus form is a mouse, so his nickname is Wormtail. However, none of his three friends realized that Peter Pettigrew wasn't as harmless as he usually appeared. Even his magical talent was stronger than they thought, only overshadowed by James and Sirius. This makes perfect sense. If you weren't exceptional, you simply couldn't learn animagus transformation. Am I right, Professor McGonagall? Hearing Sherlock's question, Professor McGonagall slowly nodded. Yes, animagus is the most advanced form of transformation. Because transformation can easily lead to terrible mistakes, the Ministry of Magic has always strictly controlled it. Anyone who can teach themselves it can definitely be called exceptionally talented. She glanced at the unconscious Peter, her gaze complex. She had once thought that Peter's talent was on a completely different level from others, so she had often been very strict with him. Later, after learning of Black's betrayal and Peter's sacrifice, she became very regretful. But now, without her knowledge, she had actually trained three self-taught animagus. Her feelings became increasingly complicated, and she no longer knew what to say. After their school years ended, it coincided with the Wizarding Wars, the height of Voldemort's power. Influenced by his three friends, Peter joined the Order of the Phoenix, becoming a member of the fight against Voldemort. However, he didn't do it willingly. Joining the Order was partly to continue following his powerful friends, and partly to gain the protection of a powerful force. Therefore, he wasn't inherently loyal to the Order. Shortly after, Harry was born, and the Potter family, because of the prophecy, were hunted by Voldemort. At the same time, Voldemort chose Peter from among the members of the Order. It must be said that Voldemort had a keen eye for people. Under his immense power and his skill in manipulating people, Peter almost immediately defected without much resistance. He began gathering information for Voldemort, becoming a traitor to the Order. Mr. Dumbledore had already discovered this, but couldn't determine who the traitor was. Hearing this, Dumbledore sighed deeply. You're quite right, Sherlock. Severus was helping Voldemort at the time, and it was he who told me that there was a traitor in the Order. Unfortunately, we never imagined it would be Peter. Dumbledore's mention of this at this moment was clearly an attempt to cover for Snape. When Sherlock learned from Peter that there was a traitor in the Order of the Phoenix and that Snape was involved, the three young wizards besides himself were utterly astonished. Even McGonagall and Lupin's expressions subtly changed. Snape, hearing Dumbledore's explanation, couldn't help but sneer. He didn't need such an explanation, nor did he care about others' misunderstandings. In fact, one could say he'd be better off being misunderstood. But Dumbledore did care. Most importantly, he didn't want Harry to harbor resentment towards Snape. Sherlock nodded and continued, then, as Professor McGonagall told me last time, James, on Mr. Dumbledore's advice, used the Loyal Heart Charm and chose Sirius Black as the secret keeper. But none of you expected that at the last minute, Sirius persuaded James to change the secret keeper to Peter. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, because compared to the conspicuous Sirius, Wormtail, who always followed them around the school, was the least noticeable and wouldn't attract attention. To achieve the effect of surprise, he didn't even tell anyone about it. Unfortunately, at the time, no one knew that Peter was the one who betrayed the Order of the Phoenix. So, unexpectedly becoming the secret keeper, he didn't hesitate to reveal the Potter's hiding place to Voldemort, leading to the Potter's deaths. Professor McGonagall and Professor Lupin couldn't help but sigh softly. Snape looked at Peter, his eyes filled with an unforgettable hatred. Thanks to King Shuzizzy and JY 2122 for the donations. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 339 The Angel of Vengeance. In the headmaster's office, Sherlock paced back and forth, speaking at double speed. No one could have imagined that Voldemort would become so weakened by a baby, disappearing without a trace. In this situation, no matter how much Peter regretted it, it was too late. He was cornered by the enraged Sirius Black, driven to the brink. It was at this moment that he finally displayed the intelligence that had always been overshadowed by others. Sherlock deliberately emphasized intelligence. He deliberately spoke loudly in front of witnesses, distorting facts and framing Sirius Black for betraying the Potters. Taking advantage of Sirius Black's rage, he suddenly struck, faking a suicide attempt and escaping. Even Sirius Black, the vengeful angel, was fooled. Although I haven't had any direct contact with Sirius Black, from the descriptions of several professors and the events of the past few years, it's clear he's a self-important fellow, so when the Ministry of Magic came to arrest him, he didn't resist and willingly spent 12 years in Azkaban. I think it's because he felt he had an undeniable responsibility for Harry's parents' deaths, especially after believing Peter was dead, that he chose this way to atone for his sins. Holmes, you're absolutely right this time. Black is indeed a self-important and annoying fellow. Snape practically spat out the words through gritted teeth. McGonagall and Lupin both looked at him, but Snape didn't care. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. If Sirius hadn't suggested Lily change secret keepers, none of this would have happened. Holmes gave Snape a deep look, then continued, Peter, having become a mouse, chose to go to the Wheeleyes, a pure-blood wizarding family, to be their child's pet and lie low, hoping to hear the latest news from the wizarding world. If Voldemort disappeared, he could comfortably be a fat, lazy mouse, eating and sleeping. If Voldemort rose again, he could make a powerful comeback. 12 years later, Sirius discovered Peter's secret, his anger ignited, and he escaped to find Harry. At this point, Sherlock turned to Harry. Remember that line, he's at Hogwarts? Everyone, including myself, thought Sirius was talking about you, but in fact, he was talking about Peter Pettigrew. What happened next is something we all witnessed firsthand. Sirius successfully escaped, and Peter lived in constant fear. Finally, on Halloween Eve, Sirius successfully arrived at Hogwarts. Everyone thought he had been imprisoned for too long and had lost track of time. In fact, he had chosen a time when none of the students were in their dormitories to try and find Scabbers, Ron's pet form. Unfortunately, without the password, he couldn't enter the Gryffindor Tower and, in a fit of rage, tore the fat lady apart. In my opinion, this was just as foolish a decision as persuading the Potters to change their secret keeper without telling anyone else. Of course, his actions further confirmed to me that Scabbers was Peter. After that, my friends and I brought Scabbers here and invited the teachers over. As it turned out, my deduction was correct. The entire case was illogically connected, unbroken chain. Brilliant reasoning, Sherlock, Dumbledore said, gazing at Sherlock. You brought the truth, buried for 12 years, back to the surface, not only bringing the real culprit to justice but also saving an innocent life, allowing Hogwarts to return to normal teaching order. On behalf of the school and the Order of the Phoenix, I sincerely thank you. Professor McGonagall and Professor Lupin both nodded. Like Dumbledore, they also acknowledged Sherlock's immense contribution to this matter. Only Professor Snape remained silent, asking directly, "Where is Sirius?" Still at school, Sherlock replied confidently. He won't leave until Peter is caught. So my suggestion is to contact the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible and reveal the truth. On one hand, this would clear Sirius's name and have the arrest warrant for him revoked, freeing him from further hiding. On the other hand, it would determine Peter's guilt, make a judgment, and give justice to the innocent victims. The professors exchanged glances and nodded silently. Sherlock's suggestion was crucial at this moment. Just then, Dumbledore suddenly turned to Harry. "Harry, what do you think?" "Huh? Me?" Harry was taken aback. He hadn't expected Dumbledore to ask for his opinion. "While Voldemort is the real murderer of your parents, Peter, do you think this is the right way to treat him?" "Headmaster, you might as well just ask Potter if you want to kill this worm directly," Professor Snape sneered. "You asked so subtly, Potter's dull brain won't understand." No. Hearing Snape's words, Harry immediately shook his head. "My parents don't want to see their friends become murderers, especially for someone like this." "I'm not your parents' friend," Snape blurted out instinctively, then realized his mistake and quickly stopped himself. He looked at Sherlock. Sure enough, the perceptive boy was looking at him with a meaningful gaze. That all-knowing look made him feel increasingly indignant. Sherlock couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Was he already planning to take action himself? And his instinctive act of protecting Harry just now, this professor was truly hypocritical. However, Sherlock's eyes suddenly narrowed. Now it seemed that Snape's secret was far more complex than that. Once this matter is over, he'll probably have to investigate Snape thoroughly. Although he promised Professor Flitwick not to pry into other people's secrets, judging from the current situation, Snape's secret is closely related to his friend's fate. Therefore, he can't leave it unattended. Although he doesn't know why, Snape felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were suddenly being watched. After Harry agreed to the way Peter was dealt with, the rest was no longer the concern of the four young wizards. Dumbledore politely asked them to leave. What Sherlock had just said was only the beginning, and they still had much to do. However, as soon as they stepped out of the office, some urgent voices came from behind. "Wait, just a moment." Professor Lupin chased after them. "I asked Mr. Dumbledore for a few minutes." He looked at Sherlock and bowed deeply to him. This gesture surprised the three friends besides Sherlock. Harry couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what's this?" "It's to thank you," Sherlock, fully aware of Lupin's thoughts, said, "but I don't think you need to be like this. Harry, Ron, Hermione, they're all my friends. It's a pity that after this, Ron will lose his pet." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry's eyes immediately welled up with tears, Ron's eyes reddened, and Hermione grasped Sherlock's hand tightly. "No, you don't understand," Lupin shook his head. "I know Sirius and Pettigrew, or rather, I thought I knew them. But I never expected things to turn out this way. Whether it's Sirius or Pettigrew, I can't accept either of them betraying their friends." Hearing Lupin's words, the young wizards fell silent. Indeed, Sherlock's forceful intervention brought the truth to light prematurely, but the result was that the betrayer had gone from one good friend to another. Just as Lupin said, no matter who that person was, he felt terrible. "You've cleared Sirius's name, and I think he should be able to meet Harry soon, as Harry's godfather." Hearing Professor Lupin's words, Harry looked up in surprise, only to see Lupin wink at him. "By the way, Sherlock, I think you knew my identity before Peter told you about it, right?" "Yes." "Did you find out while writing that paper Professor Snape assigned?" "No, I didn't write that paper at all," Sherlock chuckled. "When he unusually called on me to answer a question in class, I already knew he would be very happy." Professor Lupin's smile was tinged with embarrassment. "He assigned that paper hoping someone would figure out what my symptoms meant. Unfortunately, besides me, only Hermione noticed." "Sherlock, how could you?" Hermione looked at Sherlock in surprise. "I haven't even told you yet. You were checking the lunar cycle charts the other day." Sherlock turned to his side and said with a smile, "My dear Hermione, you're the only student who finished that paper." Hermione, Harry, Ron, Lupin, Sherlock. Actually, some clues had already been revealed before the start of school. On the Hogwarts Express, your physical condition wasn't very good, which was around the time of the full moon. During that Bogart lesson, Harry asked me why I was afraid of a crystal ball when no one actually realized it was the moon. Then there's the time Professor Snape substituted for you, and your weakened state when you returned. So even if Professor Snape hadn't said anything, putting these clues together, we could still make a deduction. You're the smartest young wizard I've ever met, Sherlock, Lupin said sincerely. No, you should remove the young. Even among adult wizards, there aren't many smarter than you. Thank you for your praise, Professor Lupin. Harry and Hermione both noticed that Sherlock felt pleased when he saw the genuine admiration in Lupin's eyes. As for Ron, he was still immersed in the sad story of his pet being a living person. Sir, I suggest you consider resolving this issue as soon as possible. Even a fool would start to overthink things after seeing you leave at the same time every month for a while. If you were a woman, it would be understandable if you were uncomfortable for a certain period every month, not to mention, there are people like Professor Snape who are eager for your identity to be discovered. I can understand him, Professor Lupin said with considerable emotion. Actually, he has helped me a lot. Since I enrolled, he has been helping me concoct the Wolfsbane potion. I think you should know that this potion is not only expensive in terms of raw materials, but also very difficult to concoct. Although he has always opposed my coming to teach at the school and always thought that I would help Sirius get into the school, he still concocted this rare potion for me every month after Headmaster Dumbledore agreed. If it weren't for such a colleague, I would be in much more pain than I am now. Ah, it's almost time. I have to go back. What a happy day. Get some rest. And sweet dreams. After Professor Lupin left, Ron looked around and then awkwardly said to Hermione, I'm sorry, Hermione, about Crookshanks. I'm really sorry." Hermione was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Ron to apologize so readily. She hesitated for a few seconds, but seeing Ron's sincere expression, she quickly broke down. "No, I was also at fault." Hermione looked at Crookshanks in her arms. "Although I was right in the end, I failed to put myself in his shoes. Who would have thought that Scabbers was actually a human, and such an ugly and disgusting man at that?" Ron said with a sigh of relief. "I think if Mom and Dad knew about this, they might buy me an owl." Right after the truth came out, the two finally reconciled. The four walked and talked, and Harry tried several times to ask Sherlock about it, but the excited Ron kept talking non-stop, giving him no chance to speak. Even after returning to the dormitory, Ron didn't stop. Seeing that it was getting late, Harry could only suppress the thought for the time being. The next day, when Sherlock took Neville to morning practice, Harry, who was prepared, immediately said, "I want to go too, but, Harry." Sirius Black. Neville looked at Harry in surprise and said weakly, "Didn't the teachers forbid you from going outdoors?" "The ban has been lifted," Harry said spiritedly. "It's safe now." "What?" Neville looked at Harry in confusion, then looked at Sherlock. "Come on, you haven't participated in training for a while, so let's see if your boxing and swordsmanship have fallen behind." "Okay," Harry said confidently. Although he hadn't been able to participate in the morning practice organized by Sherlock during this time, thanks to Wood, Quidditch training had also served to improve his physical fitness. So after resuming morning practice, his performance was passable. While Neville was fencing alone as Sherlock had instructed, Harry finally found an opportunity to ask the question he had been wanting to ask all day yesterday. Chapter 340 Justice Delayed is no justice at all. "Sherlock, you were able to identify Peter Pettigrew because of the Marauder's map, right?" Harry turned his gaze from Neville Longbottom, who was sweating profusely while practicing his thrusting, and asked Sherlock. "Harry, you found the blind spot." Sherlock smiled with satisfaction. "Although I said yesterday that the last piece of the puzzle was the miniature spyscope, the real piece was actually the Marauder's map you gave me. You are the owner of this map, and I won't reveal it without your permission." "Thank you, Sherlock." Harry breathed a long sigh of relief. He couldn't bear to hand over such a valuable item to the school. "I really should thank Fred and George. Without the Marauder's map, I would never have imagined that the truth would be like this." Harry's voice lowered slightly as he said this. Peter Pettigrew, that name had transformed overnight from a martyr who protected his parents into the murderer of them. "Not necessarily, Harry." Sherlock's voice was full of confidence. "Even without the Marauder's map, I can still find out Peter's true identity through known clues. Just like I said yesterday, it will only take a little longer. However, when I saw Peter Pettigrew clearly marked on the map, and that he was with Ron in our dormitory, I decided to act immediately. The evidence is conclusive, there's no need to wait any longer. Otherwise, given his cunning, he might pull another escape, and then it will be troublesome to find him. A escape, yes, bite himself, leave some bloodstains on the sheets. Then put some random evidence that could cause misunderstandings, like Crookshanks' cat hair on it. Then everyone will probably think that Crookshanks ate the rat. After all, given Crookshanks' past attitude towards Scabbers, it makes perfect sense." Harry thought about Sherlock's description and was surprised to find that Sherlock was absolutely right. Once this happened, everyone, including himself, would definitely think that Crookshanks ate Scabbers. Peter Pettigrew would certainly be capable of doing the same thing. After all, he's done it before. "Harry, you need to know that in this matter, the victims aren't just your parents and Sirius Black, who suffered 12 years of injustice." Sherlock became serious, his gaze deepening. "There are also the 13 innocent victims, and the 13 families behind them. For that alone, Peter deserves the death penalty. In my opinion, justice delayed is justice denied. Unfortunately, all we can do now is expose Peter as quickly as possible. If the Ministry of Magic had been more responsible 12 years ago, they might have discovered the truth, but they didn't. HMPH, a bunch of useless idiots." Sherlock's tone shifted. "Now I just hope they can accept this reality, otherwise this matter will continue to have complications." "What?" Harry exclaimed in shock. "The facts are so obvious. Would the Ministry of Magic still never underestimate the limits of bureaucracy?" "Harry," Sherlock shook his head. "Sometimes, those gentlemen would rather perpetuate a mistake than admit it." Still in his ivory tower, Harry clearly lacked sufficient understanding of British society. Hearing this, he stammered, "How could that be? I hope I'm overthinking it too." After all, the person who determined the nature of this case 12 years ago was the previous Minister for Magic. If it's the current minister, Cornelius Fudge, then I have no doubt, Sherlock. You don't seem to like Minister Fudge, doesn't his name say it all? Cornelius Fudge, the first part indicates being in a predicament, the second part indicates refusing to admit it. Huh? Just kidding. Seeing that Harry wasn't following his train of thought, Sherlock explained, however, judging from his words and actions, his character traits are quite obvious. On the surface, he seems like a kind, easily angered person, at most a bit of an exaggeration. But in reality, he's arrogant, cowardly, incompetent, and selfish. Once he feels his position is threatened, he'll show a sinister and aggressive side. That's obvious, obviously. Harry shook his head, deciding not to discuss the matter further with Sherlock. Anyway, his use of obvious was like Hagrid's use of little cutie, something incomprehensible to everyone else. Sherlock, my father, and Professor Lupin and the others, are the ones who created the Marauders map. Obvious, Harry, here we go again. Fortunately, Sherlock continued, after your father James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew discovered Lupin's secret as a werewolf, they learned to be animagus. Professor Snape told us that werewolves are only dangerous to humans when they transform. So, by transforming into animals, they could coexist peacefully with Professor Lupin in his werewolf form on the night of the full moon. The three animagus, in animal form, accompanied the werewolf throughout the school at night, thus creating the Marauders map, and each of them had a nickname. Lupin the werewolf was Moonface, Peter, who could turn into a mouse, was Wormtail, Sirius, who turned into a big black dog, was Bigfoot, and your father was Pike. Ever since learning this nickname, Harry had wanted to ask this question, Pike, what kind of animal is that? A creature with horns, like a deer, cow, sheep, or a large animal like a unicorn? Why must it be a large animal? Because Peter turned into a mouse, and to control the werewolf, the other two had to be able to transform into large animals. If you're interested, you can ask Professor Lupin or Sirius. So both times I saw that big black dog, it was Sirius, obviously, my friend. Sherlock smiled. Sirius had already escaped Privet Drive when you left, and he probably wanted to see you that morning. The first Quidditch match was after Halloween, and you know he was already at school by then. He went to the Quidditch pitch, still wanting to see you play. In a way, Professor Trelawney's divination wasn't wrong, it really was him, Harry murmured. Don't think about that, buddy, Sherlock chuckled, patting Harry on the shoulder. Speaking of which, aren't you curious? The Marauders map has been in the Weasley twins' hands for so long, yet for the past 3 years, they haven't noticed that their own brother has always had someone named Peter Pettigrew by his side. Yeah, reminded by Sherlock, Harry slapped his forehead. That's really strange. The most likely explanation is that it's because they're blind to what's under their noses, Sherlock said slowly. They know their own Gryffindor house too well, and they know their own brother Ron even better, so they haven't paid much attention to Ron. Even if they occasionally saw him, it just so happened that it wasn't during the time when Ron and Peter were sleeping together at night. After all, it's a bit odd to be paying attention to your brother's behavior in the dormitory late at night. Besides, from my daily interactions with them, I can tell that they don't know that I took you to the Forbidden Forest. By the way, this Marauders map doesn't show all the locations in the school as they say, at least, it doesn't show the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. Harry looked at Sherlock with admiration. He'd just boasted about discovering a blind spot, but compared to his friend, he was utterly inadequate. Sherlock had only had the Marauders map for a day and had already made so many discoveries. Alright, these things aren't important. Holidays start the day after tomorrow. I think you could consider going back to Privet Drive for the festival. Maybe when you come back, you can meet your godfather who's always been quietly caring for you, right? Harry's eyes lit up. The Ministry of Magic hadn't allowed him to leave Hogwarts before, but now that the truth was out, did that mean he could go back? But he immediately shook his head. No, Ron stayed at the school because of me. If I go back, wouldn't I be leaving him all behind? And Ginny, Sherlock reminded him. She just didn't want to spend 2 weeks with Percy. It has nothing to do with me. Sherlock gave Harry a meaningful look. Is that really what you think, my friend? Yes. Seeing Harry's matter-of-fact expression, Sherlock chuckled. Well, actually, it's not a problem. If you want to go home, Ron and Ginny can go home too. There's still time. but we're already on the list of those not going home. Dear Harry, I didn't know you became so rule-abiding." After saying this, the two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" At this moment, Neville, covered in sweat, finished his practice and walked over carrying a wooden stick. Seeing the two's happy smiles, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "We were talking about the holidays coming up soon." Harry looked at Neville holding the wooden stick, somewhat eager to try. "Neville, shall we spar a bit?" Sure, for Neville, this was exactly what he wanted. Sherlock's fencing skills were too high, and every practice session felt like humiliation. Next, Harry began fencing with Neville. Sherlock watched from the sidelines, occasionally pointing out their mistakes. Only after a thoroughly enjoyable fencing match did the three return to their dormitory. Next came breakfast in the Great Hall. With fewer classes in the 2 days leading up to the holidays, everyone unconsciously slowed their pace while eating. However, after breakfast, Professor McGonagall sought out Sherlock and Harry, leading them to her office. "Please sit, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said bluntly. "I have something to tell you about Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew." "Is it about revealing the truth?" Harry asked excitedly. "Professor, does that mean I can go home for winter break, and go to Hogsmeade on weekends?" "I'm very sorry, Potter." Hearing McGonagall's words, Harry's heart skipped a beat. This was Professor McGonagall's opening line when she told him he couldn't go to Hogsmeade or go home for winter and spring breaks. She did it again this time. Could it be? Amidst Sherlock's thoughtful gaze and Harry's worried expression, Professor McGonagall delivered some unfortunate news. "Dumbledore handed Peter over to the Ministry of Magic last night, but he didn't mention your leading role in this matter. He knows the Ministry too well. They have a deep-seated prejudice against Muggle thinking and logic. Your ingenious deductive reasoning, which we consider brilliant, is seen as heresy by them. So, telling the truth would be seen as a non-magical method by the Ministry, and thus belittled as insufficient." At this point, Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly turned serious. As it turns out, he was right. Chapter 341 Fight Magic with Magic. In the Gryffindor headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall, her face grave, addressed Sherlock and Harry. "Besides the four of you in the office yesterday, who else knows about this?" "Ron's sister Ginny, and Jo and Luna from Ravenclaw. We just told them during lunch, the three of them." "Potter, why didn't you keep it a secret?" "Dear Professor, no one told us to keep it a secret, and besides, I didn't think there was any need to keep it a secret, since everyone would find out soon enough, but things are different now, Mr. Holmes," Professor McGonagall said gravely. "As I just said, Dumbledore anticipated the Ministry's reaction, stating when he handed Peter Pettigrew over that he himself had orchestrated and discovered this. Professor Snape, Professor Lupin, and I played crucial roles in this. Professor Lupin, because of his familiarity with Sirius and Peter during their youth, saw through Peter's disguise. Professor Snape provided the truth serum, causing Peter to tell the truth. I was responsible for restoring Peter from his animagus state to his original form." At this point, Professor McGonagall blushed slightly. "I'm sorry, Holmes, because of what I just said, we've practically taken all the credit for you." "It's all right, Professor, I don't mind at all." Professor McGonagall looked at Sherlock earnestly, as if to confirm whether he truly meant it. After a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes, but even so, the Ministry of Magic still believes that the warrant for Sirius Black's arrest cannot be withdrawn yet." "Why? Hasn't the truth already come out?" Harry couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and said excitedly, "Sirius Black is innocent. Peter Pettigrew is my parents' secret agent. He faked his death, transformed into Ron's pet mouse using animagus, and lay low for 12 years just to calm down, my friend." Just then, Sherlock reached out his strong hand and pressed his friend back into his seat. "Harry, you certainly have a talent for summarizing and generalizing. You pinpointed the crux of the matter in just a few words." Hearing Sherlock's slightly teasing words, Harry had no interest in responding. "But, wait, let's hear what Professor McGonagall has to say first." "Okay, all right." Professor McGonagall gave Sherlock, who had calmed Harry down, an approving look, and then slowly said, "The Ministry of Magic believes that Peter Pettigrew's testimony alone is insufficient to overturn the verdict from back then. The reason is that all the witnesses on the street at the time insisted that they saw Sirius Black kill Peter Pettigrew, but Peter Pettigrew is clearly still alive." Harry, who had already sat down, couldn't bear it any longer and stood up. "Are they blind?" A person who had been confirmed dead for 12 years appeared before them, and under the influence of truth essence, spoke everything. Yet the Ministry of Magic refused to believe this, preferring to believe the testimonies of those witnesses from over a decade ago. This was utterly absurd, completely absurd. Harry, I beg you not to interrupt me again. Harry was stunned. In his memory, Professor McGonagall had never spoken to him in such a pleading tone before. Okay, this time, without Sherlock's intervention, he obediently sat back down in his chair. He secretly resolved that no matter how absurd the Ministry of Magic's decisions might be, he would patiently wait until Professor McGonagall finished speaking. Professor McGonagall said in a low voice, "The Ministry of Magic means that even if Peter Pettigrew is still alive, it doesn't prove that he killed all the muggles on that street. It also doesn't prove that your parents replaced Sirius with him as the keeper of the secret, and it certainly doesn't prove that he revealed your parents' address to God. Voldemort. Because the truth Peter tells might be what he believes to be the truth, the antidote to Veritaserum, the confounding agent, the amnesiac, occlumency, and even strong willpower can all counteract Veritaserum. On the contrary, Sirius's actions make him seem less innocent. His escape from Azkaban, his intrusion into Hogwarts Castle, his attack on the Fat Lady." Professor McGonagall sighed deeply at this point, seemingly frustrated by Sirius's reckless behavior. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic insists that only by finding Sirius and having him confront Peter will they overturn his case. Seeing that Professor McGonagall had finally finished speaking, Harry was momentarily speechless. Professor McGonagall's words were riddled with flaws, giving the impression that being full of holes was the same as being without any. Sherlock, on the other hand, seemed unsurprised, as if he had expected it. Harry took a deep breath and quickly asked, "Even Mr. Dumbledore couldn't do anything about it, Potter?" "Dumbledore isn't omnipotent," Professor McGonagall said gently. "Albus can't influence the Ministry's decisions, and besides, he testified to the Ministry that Sirius was the Potter's secret keeper. How could this be?" Harry was stunned. He stared at Professor McGonagall's stern face, feeling as if the ground was about to collapse. If things continued like this, what was the point of everything Sherlock had done? He suddenly remembered what Sherlock had told him during morning exercise. His premonition had indeed come true again. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned to Sherlock. Sherlock clearly understood his friend's thoughts and couldn't help but sneer. "I can only say that this is not surprising at all." Professor McGonagall also turned her gaze to Sherlock, wanting to hear what the person who had uncovered the truth had to say. In the Muggle world, prioritizing evidence over confessions is perfectly acceptable, even commendable. But in the magical world, it's somewhat laughable. Even I, a Muggle myself, understand this. A truth serum that could make Voldemort reveal secrets surely deserves their trust. Did Professor Snape force-feed the Ministry of Magic official who uttered those words a truth serum? Indeed, someone in the Ministry of Magic suggested using a truth serum to interrogate Peter. Professor McGonagall began slowly. But this suggestion was quickly rejected because Sirius Black was imprisoned in Azkaban without trial in the first place. Therefore, interrogating Peter again after he had already taken the truth serum would be an unnecessary procedural repetition. "I understand," Sherlock nodded. "Leaving aside how absurd those reasons for resisting the truth serum are, even if it were possible, what would Peter's purpose be? He clearly didn't commit these crimes, yet he deliberately resisted the truth serum and then told lies that would send him to Azkaban. Do they think Peter is a masochistic psychopath? Of course. The world is full of wonders. I don't think there aren't such people in this world, but this person is definitely not that cowardly little bastard Peter Pettigrew." Harry nodded repeatedly. This was just too absurd. Even novels wouldn't dare to write something like this. But it actually happened. Some even pointed out that even if Sirius was indeed innocent, he should still be punished for his escape. Because Sirius did nothing in his 12 years in Azkaban, he could have easily filed an appeal through proper channels. But once he chose to escape, he was openly at odds with magic, going against the entire Ministry of Magic. Her Scottish accent carried a clear sarcasm that even Harry could hear in the last few words. Professor McGonagall had already started mocking. How could Sherlock be left out? However, compared to Professor McGonagall's slow pace and subtle criticism, Sherlock was quick and direct. "Why didn't they say that 2 years ago when another Black walked right out the door? That guy was even their former colleague. Professor, I bet you a galleon that if Sirius Black were really a thug capable of killing 13 innocent people, they wouldn't be handling him like this." These foolish goldfish just need a reason, regardless of how absurd the reason is. They've chained the truth with 3 chains. The first is procedural justice, fearing that an overturned verdict would tear down the Ministry of Magic's banner of fairness and justice. The second is traditional authority, preferring to keep all the Dementors in Britain at Hogwarts rather than admit the Ministry of Magic's incompetence over the years. As for the third, admitting mistakes is far more damaging to the authority of this bureaucratic system than letting the innocent continue to bear the blame. They've even invented a new curse for bureaucracy. Selective deafness curse is perfect for denouncing injustice and wailing. Memory-altering curse is perfect for history textbooks. And finally, a grand gift of obstruction of official business to all those who question it. It's practically using the reasoning of a third-rate detective novel to depict reality. Cyrillic lettered X. Professor McGonagall looked at Sherlock with astonishment. She hadn't expected him to express his innermost thoughts so clearly. It was so satisfying. But the problem was that even the most biting satire didn't help the current situation. However, remembering Dumbledore's instructions to her before she came to see Sherlock and Harry, she still asked with a try-it-and-see attitude, "Mr. Holmes, do you have a way? If so, it wouldn't matter if we told others about this beforehand. Even if I don't, it doesn't matter." Sherlock pondered for 3 seconds, "But I think this matter cannot be delayed. It would be best to resolve it completely before Christmas." "You actually have a way?" Professor McGonagall's face lit up with surprise. Sherlock's words gave her hope. "Have you found Sirius's whereabouts? In that case, all we need to do is let him and Peter confront each other again, and the Ministry of Magic won't be able to deny the facts." Looking at the delighted Professor McGonagall, Sherlock gave a mocking smile. "Excuse my bluntness, Professor, you place too much faith in the rules, but the Ministry of Magic has clearly stated that as long as Sirius and Peter confront each other, they will reveal the truth to the wizarding world. That's just talk. I thought someone like you wouldn't easily believe such a promise that can be made with mere words. Even if Sirius Black were to intervene, I could think of at least 7 ways to maintain the status quo. Therefore, continuing within the rules set by the other side is meaningless." Sherlock looked at Professor McGonagall, who was frowning, and said, word by word, "We must use magic to defeat magic." After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Harry was filled with worry. Combining Sherlock's words during his morning exercise with Professor McGonagall's description, Harry now fully understood why the Ministry of Magic was unwilling to overturn Sirius Black's case. The core issue is that the Ministry of Magic valued its authority more than the truth. If they admitted to the misjudgment 12 years ago, it would be tantamount to denying the Ministry of Magic's credibility in the wizarding world, causing wizards to question the abilities of ministry officials. Another important reason was that Peter Pettigrew had received the Order of Merlin, awarded and recognized by the Ministry of Magic, and it was even a first-class order. The main reason Peter was able to receive it was because of his sacrifice. However, overturning Sirius's verdict would turn a hero into a villain and a traitor into a hero, exposing the Ministry of Magic's serious negligence in the awarding process and creating an embarrassing situation where the government contradicts itself. Therefore, even though Peter Pettigrew was resurrected and gave a reliable testimony through Truth Potion, the Ministry of Magic still refused to re-examine him, citing the ridiculous excuse of procedural repetition, essentially avoiding the truth. As for whether Sirius was innocent, who cares? Since the verdict was already handed down, they would stick to it. Having figured this out, Harry wasn't even surprised. After all, in his first year, he had already witnessed the Ministry of Magic's bizarre handling of the case involving Hannah Abbott's father's missing documents. Despite numerous doubts surrounding that case, they conveniently ignored them, simply wanting to hastily conclude the matter and end the controversy. In a word, brilliant. Your ability to summarize and generalize is getting stronger and stronger, my dear friend. Sherlock looked approvingly at Harry's analysis of the matter. So, being friends with people who have meticulous thinking will unconsciously influence you. While praising Harry, Sherlock also subtly flattered himself, continuing, "The phenomenon you described is actually the Tacitus trap. When credibility is lost, whether you tell the truth or a lie, do good or bad, you will be perceived as lying or doing bad. The Ministry of Magic is afraid of falling into the Tacitus trap, so it's unwilling to admit its mistakes. Besides, the Ministry of Magic's judicial system, no, the entire British judicial system, has this ingrained mindset of one conviction, life imprisonment, so even if new evidence emerges, the bureaucratic system tends to uphold existing judgments to avoid increased administrative costs. As for Dumbledore's early misjudgment of Sirius's identity as the Secret Keeper, it was deliberately instrumentalized by the Ministry of Magic to shift responsibility to a third party and evade the responsibility of correcting errors. At this point, Sherlock sneered, "I must admit, I overestimated them. They actually thought that because the decision 12 years ago was made by the previous minister, it could possibly be corrected. They overlooked the fact that most people in the system had already been institutionalized and become part of the vested interests." Harry took a deep breath and looked at Sherlock with hopeful eyes. "What exactly did you mean by using magic to defeat magic?" Chapter 342 Why should good people be pointed at with magic wands? Unbeknownst to Harry, 3 years had passed since he first met Sherlock. These 3 years had forged a belief in him. No matter what the situation, even if others were helpless, Sherlock could always solve it. So when Sherlock uttered the phrase "fight magic with magic," Harry, though not understanding its meaning, instinctively looked at Sherlock with hope, waiting for his answer. Just then, the two returned to the Great Hall. Therefore, before Sherlock could answer Harry's question, their friends swarmed around them. Their actions were understandable. With only 3 days left until the holidays, and with few classes each day, Professor McGonagall, known for her seriousness, had suddenly called Sherlock and Harry away after breakfast. This was bound to cause concern. Hermione and Ron, who had accompanied Sherlock and Harry to the headmaster's office the previous day, knew the inside story. As the saying goes, those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly. Harry had just thought McGonagall would bring him good news, but Hermione and Ron had already sensed something was wrong from Professor McGonagall's expression. Now that the two were back, Harry recounted what had happened, and it was exactly as they had expected. Outrageous. Ron was always the first to lose his temper in situations like this. "This is absolutely outrageous. Do these guys even have any sense of decency? A perfectly healthy person is right in front of them, and they still won't accept the facts? They're even worse than me." His words drew stares from everyone. Ron, realizing his mistake, quickly tried to correct himself. "I mean, if people like me, who've been fooled by scabbers, like me, who's been deceived by Peter for so long, can accept this fact, they should be even more likely to accept it." "Stop yelling," Ginny elbowed her sixth brother, annoyed. "Do you want everyone to know this? Actually, it's not impossible," Cho Chang suddenly spoke, slowly saying to everyone's surprise, "If enough people believe this, we can use public opinion to monitor the Ministry of Magic, forcing them to admit the truth. As far as I know, some reporters are eager for such an opportunity to create a big news story." Everyone's eyes lit up. As expected of Ravenclaw, known for her wisdom, Cho Chang was right. Hermione, however, shook her head, questioning the claim. "The problem is that not many people have actually seen Peter Pettigrew. Even if he were standing right in front of us, we wouldn't recognize him. Besides, compared to the official explanation that was already established 12 years ago, people might not believe the truth. On the contrary, everyone saw Sirius break into the Gryffindor Tower. So, apart from us, it's probably hard for anyone else to believe he's been framed." "Did Professor McGonagall say that even the headmaster can't control the Ministry of Magic?" Ginny, hearing this, said worriedly. "Are we really just going to wait for Sirius to show up?" "Not necessarily," Luna suddenly spoke, her gaze shifting as if she were looking at Sherlock, as if she'd taken truth serum. However, she seemed unconcerned, saying in a faint, ethereal voice, "Sherlock already has a plan, doesn't he? Just follow his instructions." Luna's words immediately silenced everyone, who stared at her in surprise. Hermione, in particular, glanced at Luna, then at Sherlock. What was going on? I hadn't even noticed. Sherlock smiled slightly. "Luna, you've found a blind spot." Hearing this, Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. They were all too familiar with that phrase. Harry and Hermione, in particular, both had the same thought. It was me first. I was here first. The subject of that sentence should be me. Further away, Gemma Farley watched Sherlock and Harry surrounded by the crowd, shook her head helplessly, and didn't join them. Penelope Clearwater, standing beside her, couldn't help but tease, "Waited so long, and then you come but don't leave? Are you worried about those girls? It seems love really can change a person." Gemma glanced at Penelope, gently smoothing her hair with her hand, her every movement exuding elegance. "Ever since you started dating Weasley, you've been like a completely different person. I think you should worry about yourself first. You're graduating next year, But he'll be here for 4 whole years. Penelope looked at the tallest boy in the crowd, shaking her head as she said, "So you really aren't planning on applying for a practicum?" Percy said Professor McGonagall asked about it last week. "She thinks highly of you two student council presidents. I already told you last time, my father wants me to go to Greece to get involved in the magical ore trade there," Gemma said softly, as if it were something completely unrelated to her. "But you chose to go to the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania." Penelope frowned upon hearing this, somewhat unable to understand Gemma's choice. "Since you've already gone against your father's wishes, why not just stay? I don't think Romania is a better choice than Hogwarts. It's not even as good as the Ministry of Magic, at least the latter is in England. I have my reasons, Penelope." "I'm very sorry, I can't tell you now." Gemma looked apologetic, feeling somewhat guilty for not being able to confide in her friend. "Of course I don't care," Penelope said, glancing again at Sherlock in the crowd. "I'm just afraid that after you leave, he might not be able to keep his virginity." Gemma was immediately amused and annoyed by Penelope's words. "My dear Penelope, please don't judge others by your own standards. I'm being shallow." "Fine," Penelope said irritably. "I meant well, and you tease me. Don't be like that, Penelope. You know I didn't mean it that way," Gemma said, affectionately putting her arm around Penelope's shoulder and whispering something to her. Penelope blushed, glared at Gemma, and then whispered in her ear. The two former prefects, the school's most beautiful girls, whispering in the Great Hall created a striking scene, attracting the attention of passers-by. Meanwhile, Sherlock was explaining to his friends, "My dear friends, you and Professor McGonagall have both fallen into a misconception." "Fall into a misconception with Professor McGonagall?" Hermione repeated Sherlock's words, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Yes, it's not as complicated as you think. Once we see the essence of the problem, we can solve it in the simplest way." Ron looked at Sherlock with a clear, almost naive gaze, clearly waiting for his explanation. Sherlock didn't disappoint him. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he spoke at double speed. "The Ministry of Magic has always touted itself as fair and just, yet it displays such cowardice when faced with the truth. This is essentially a survival strategy for the bureaucratic system, ultimately turning what should represent justice into a tool for protecting vested interests, rather than a means to achieve justice." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Although they didn't quite understand what he meant, it sounded quite impressive. The expressions of the others were similar, except for Hermione and Cho Chang, who looked thoughtful. Fortunately, Sherlock then further explained, "Just as I told Professor McGonagall, negotiating within the rules set by the other side is meaningless. When Voldemort ruled the wizarding world, why didn't they act like this? I'd bet you a galleon that if Voldemort were to return and storm the Ministry of Magic, these people who now claim to uphold procedural justice wouldn't dare breathe a word." Everyone nodded in agreement. However, upon hearing Voldemort's name, Ron, Luna, Ginny, and Cho Chang couldn't help but shrink back. Sherlock ignored this and continued, "Ultimately, it's because Dumbledore's years of concessions gave the Ministry of Magic, led by Fudge, the illusion that Dumbledore would only present facts and reason with them. In fact, with Dumbledore's power, there was no need for him to present evidence and wait for their approval. Yet, he trapped himself in this school because of his past, even becoming his own jailer. Fear of power, distancing himself from strength, insisting on rules, going to extremes." At this point, Sherlock shook his head, clearly disapproving of Dumbledore's choice. "Finally, the Ministry of Magic dares to act so recklessly because Dumbledore is a good person." "Yes, Mr. Dumbledore is indeed a good person." This time, Harry nodded. Not only him, but all of Sherlock's friends who were listening to him deeply agreed. At Hogwarts, most students, both new and returning, feared Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Conversely, they weren't particularly afraid of the actual headmaster, Dumbledore. If Harry hadn't seen Dumbledore's angry expression when Peter tried to attack him, he probably would have thought Dumbledore was just an old man who never got angry. Dumbledore is a good man, but why should good people be the ones getting ones pointed at? What kind of logic is that? Sherlock didn't want to elaborate. "Since they're not going to reason with us, let's defeat them where they're best at it." Ron, still the most impatient of them all, wasn't afraid of being laughed at. "To be honest, I don't quite understand what you mean." "I didn't expect you to understand anyway, Ron. Does he have to be so honest?" "Alright, let me try to be more specific." December 25th, 1991, Sherlock turned to Harry. That day you received a phone call, and when you asked me who it was, I told you he was the most dangerous person you knew." Harry thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "You mean Mycroft, your brother?" Reminded by Sherlock, he immediately remembered the incident before school started, when Sherlock and he, with Mycroft's help, went to Diagon Alley. Even now, he couldn't understand how a Muggle government official could influence the Ministry of Magic and get them to send people and cars to pick them up. That's right. When bureaucratic systems find that maintaining errors is more costly than correcting them, they suddenly become incredibly righteous. Under everyone's gaze, Sherlock smiled. "I think it won't be long before we see the results. It's more interesting to defeat these people using the methods they know best." This time, all the friends exchanged bewildered glances. Even knowing that Sherlock was asking his brother, Mycroft Holmes, for help, they were still completely baffled, including the brightest Hermione and Cho Chang. In the end, Sherlock simply asked Hermione for paper and pen and, in front of his friends, wrote down the following: "Mycroft, those goldfish in the Ministry of Magic refuse to acknowledge Sirius's innocence and insist he confront Pettigrew. Clearly, they enjoy playing the hero like a prisoner." Seeing Sherlock tie the parchment to Watson's leg after writing just these 2 sentences, his friends were stunned. "That's all?" Hermione looked at Sherlock in surprise. "Shouldn't you have written it in more detail? And you didn't even say what he needed to do." "If he still needs me to tell him what to do," Sherlock shook his head. "Then there's no need for me to tell him." Luna tilted her head. "It's obvious, self-evident, obviously, my friend." All night, Harry imagined how Mycroft Holmes would help them solve this problem. He hadn't forgotten that Sherlock's brother's observation and reasoning abilities were even superior to his own. Especially after the last experience, he had personally witnessed the methods of the great Holmes. Since Sherlock was so confident, Harry was also convinced that this matter could be resolved. Harry had exaggerated Mycroft's abilities as much as possible, but he still never expected that the solution to this problem would be so simple, straightforward, and effective. The next morning, when Sherlock, Harry, and Neville returned to their dormitory after fencing, Ron, who should have been asleep at that time, was already awake. Not only that, he was also holding a newspaper, reading it with great interest. "Sherlock, Harry, Neville, you've come just in time. Come and see this." When he saw the 3 of them return, he jumped up like a crookshank who'd been stepped on. As he spoke, he handed them the newspaper. "Come here, look at this. Chapter 343 If you repay evil with good, how will you repay good?" Ron handed Sherlock a copy of the Daily Prophet. The first page featured a striking photograph, a bald, short man slowly blinking. It was Peter Pettigrew, whom they had seen not long ago in the headmaster's office. He looked panicked and rather sleazy. His shifty, weasel-like appearance clearly suggested he was no good person, and the text below the photograph aptly explained the saying "appearance reflects the heart." Below the photograph was a headline in large, bold font: "Ministry of Magic's final investigation announcement regarding the murder of the Potters in 1981 and the Sirius Black case." The announcement, based on a joint investigation by the Department of Justice, the Department of Mysteries, and Wisangamer, states the following truth regarding the murder of the Potters in 1981 and the Sirius Black case. Peter Pettigrew was actually an unregistered animagus who replaced Sirius Black as the Potters' keeper of secrets. Peter revealed the Potters' hiding place to a mysterious figure on October 31, 1981, directly leading to their deaths. Sirius Black, the original accuser, was an innocent victim who upheld his duty as secret keeper until the very end and attempted to stop Peter's betrayal. After the incident, Mr. Black tracked Peter to the streets of London and exposed his crime. To cover up his betrayal, Peter used an explosion charm to destroy the streets and kill 13 people, deliberately staging the massacre before transforming into rat and escaping. Mr. Black thus suffered a 12-year injustice, and his loyalty and courage deserve praise from the entire wizarding world. The current Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, recently reviewed historical cases and discovered a misjudgment in the Black case. Minister Fudge, with extraordinary political acumen, launched a secret investigation. After learning the truth, he secretly authorized Black to track Peter's movements. This prison break was merely a cover. This strategic deployment successfully forced Peter to appear at Hogwarts, where he was arrested in December 1993. After his arrest, Peter confessed to his crimes under truth serum interrogation and memory extraction verification. The Ministry of Magic Special Court dropped all charges against Mr. Black and posthumously awarded him the Order of Merlin. Peter, however, was stripped of his original Order of Merlin for treason, murdering a Muggle, and illegally obtaining an Imagus status, and was sentenced to a Dementor's kiss, to be executed in Azkaban soon. The success of this case was due to the full cooperation of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and the Hogwarts faculty and staff. The Ministry of Magic reiterated the necessity of collaboration with educational institutions to maintain public safety and highly praised Professor Dumbledore's crucial role in revealing the truth. This case demonstrates the Ministry of Magic's governing philosophy of not condoning historical errors and not shirking judicial responsibility. Minister Cornelius Fudge emphasized, justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. The Ministry of Magic will continue to improve its oversight system and uphold judicial fairness. Anyone who attempts to challenge the authority of the law will ultimately pay the price. Ministry of Magic Press Office, December 1993. Note: this announcement was reviewed and approved by Wizengamot and published in its entirety in the Magical Law Enforcement Gazette and the International Wizarding Federation newsletter. Sherlock, how did Mycroft manage that? Ron looked at Sherlock, his face filled with astonishment. The Ministry of Magic didn't even give Headmaster Dumbledore face, and you just wrote a letter and solved the problem? Is your brother really that powerful? Calm down, Ron, Dean said from the side. This investigation announcement didn't mention Sherlock's brother at all, or even Sherlock himself. It only said it was due to Minister Fudge's wise leadership. So they already knew the truth. Whenever Dean spoke quickly, it sounded like he was rapping. Brilliant, my foot, Ron exclaimed angrily. The Ministry of Magic is utterly shameless. They didn't do anything at all. They were even trying to hide the truth. Harry, who had initially been happy that Sirius's case had finally been cleared, was also annoyed by Ron's words. You were the one who did everything from beginning to end, and they didn't even mention your name. Neville and Dean were both stunned. What? So Sherlock found out about this, but after their initial surprise, they quickly understood. As Sherlock's roommates, they knew all too well what abilities this genius possessed. For someone who could tell you exactly what you did all day just by looking at you, discovering the truth was only natural, wasn't it? Seeing his friend's indignant expressions, Sherlock couldn't help but laugh. Gentlemen, there's no need to get angry over such a trivial matter. As long as the truth is revealed and the criminal receives his due punishment, I'll be satisfied. As for the praise they might receive, that's insignificant. As the Roman miser said, let them laugh and curse as they please, I'll enjoy my wealth alone. Hearing Sherlock's words, his dorm mates fell silent. They looked at Sherlock, deeply admiring his indifference to fame and fortune. They were at an age where they loved the limelight and wanted to show off. Ron, in particular, born into a family with 5 outstanding older brothers, constantly imagined himself as someone who would be the center of attention like his friend Harry. He asked himself honestly, if he were in Sherlock's shoes, he definitely couldn't be as indifferent as Sherlock, having all the credit stolen. In comparison, Sherlock usually basked in his friend's praise for his brilliant reasoning, so this was nothing to him. So how did your brother do it? After going around in circles, the topic returned to its starting point, and Ron asked curiously, how did he manage to change the Ministry of Magic's attitude? Sherlock smiled slightly. For Mycroft, it's as easy as you eating 2 chicken legs. Ron was stunned. Even so, he's still a Muggle. Muggle, so what? Sherlock's slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the headboard, his gray eyes sweeping over Ron's tense and confused expression. Dear Ron, do you think wands and spells are all there is to power? Seeing Ron subconsciously nod, he chuckled and picked up the alarm clock from Harry's bedside table. Look at this. Muggles, despised by wizards, measure time with gears and springs, tear the earth apart with steel and steam. Their minds can make iron birds soar through the clouds and iron horses traverse mountains without wands. Seeing the still bewildered expressions on Ron and Neville's faces, he clasped his hands together, his gaze sharp as a knife. I can say with certainty that Mycroft doesn't need any magic to manipulate all of Britain. Because he uses a weapon far more deadly than a wand, logic. Magic can instantly move objects, Muggle mathematics can calculate the trajectories of stars, and their writing can construct world-shattering theories. Magic and Muggle wisdom are like 2 parallel rivers, both propelling the world forward, never learned from those idiots who worship pure blood supremacy. To mask their fear of the unknown, they create seemingly contemptuous but actually laughable labels like mudblood. Sherlock gently placed the alarm clock on the table, the metal making a soft sound as it touched the surface. True strength lies in appreciating the brilliance of different fields. Mycroft could make the Ministry of Magic bow down because of his profound understanding of both forces. Magic has its subtleties, and Muggle wisdom has its irreplaceable value. And the rules are redefined precisely in the collision of these two forces. Ron and Neville seemed to understand, while Harry and Dean lowered their heads, lost in thought. At this moment, Sherlock chuckled softly. More than that, something else surprised me. What is it? Ron asked immediately. Peter was sentenced to the Dementor's kiss directly? That's not like the Minister of Magic's usual style. Harry snapped out of his reverie and looked at Sherlock curiously. The Dementor's kiss? What's that? It's the Dementor's last and worst weapon. They only do it when they want to completely destroy someone, Ron interjected. Nobody knows what's hidden under the Dementor's cloaks, because they only lower their cloaks when using this move. They press their chins against people's mouths and suck out their souls. What? They killed those people? Harry and Dean were shocked. No, not just killed them, but worse than that. At this point, Ron and Neville, the two young wizards from pure-blood families, couldn't help but shudder. No soul, only the brain and heart are functioning, no self-awareness, no memories, nothing. That sounds a bit like a vegetative state. Harry understood. What's a vegetative state? This time it was Ron and Neville's turn to ask. In fact, a person without a soul is more pathetic than someone in a vegetative state, Sherlock said quietly. At least a person in a vegetative state has the hope of regaining consciousness, but if a person loses their soul, they can never be restored. They are just a walking corpse, an empty shell without thought. I remember now, the Daily Prophet once wrote that the Ministry of Magic instructed the Dementors to deal with Black in this way once they captured him. Dean patted his chest. Oh, just thinking about it is terrifying. Harry sat on the bed in silence, stunned. The idea of sucking a person's soul out of their mouth shocked him. But after a moment, he said, he deserved it. Even someone as tolerant as Harry couldn't tolerate what Peter Pettigrew had done. He could accept that Peter couldn't fight Voldemort as bravely as his father and the rest of the Order of the Phoenix. He could even accept Peter abandoning the fight and fleeing. But he couldn't accept Peter's betrayal. His defection had led to the deaths of his parents and left him an orphan. This kind of person deserved to die. But after saying that, he looked at Sherlock with some concern. Sherlock. Do you think I'm too cruel, that Peter shouldn't have deserved this punishment? On the contrary, my dear Harry, Sherlock turned to Harry, looking at him with encouraging eyes. If you repay evil with good, what will you repay good with? Only justice for evil, and good for good. Kindness is a virtue, but you can't choose the wrong target. You've heard the story of the farmer and the snake, haven't you? Seeing Harry nod, Sherlock continued, those who disregard others for their own benefit deserve this fate. Don't forget, his betrayal not only caused Sirius to spend 12 years in Azkaban, but also killed your parents and made you an orphan. At this moment, Sherlock's tone became particularly serious, and those 13 innocent people on the street, they lost their precious lives simply because of Peter's selfishness. Hearing Sherlock's comforting words, the little bit of guilt Harry had felt disappeared. With the Daily Prophet, the Gazette of Magical Law Enforcement, and the International Wizarding Federation newsletter all publishing investigation reports on the matter, coupled with word of mouth, it quickly became a hot topic of discussion before the holidays. Of course, even more significant changes were yet to come. At breakfast, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge made a high-profile appearance in the Great Hall. Dumbledore tapped his fingertip on the glass of honey water in front of him, signaling the students and teachers to quiet down. I'm afraid I'll have to disturb your enjoyment of this delicious treat. The Ministry of Magic deems it necessary to personally explain certain, 12 years late Christmas gifts. Dumbledore gestured to Cornelius Fudge standing beside him. Please be quiet. The minister will now read the front page of the Daily Prophet to us. As he finished speaking, his gaze inadvertently swept over Sherlock. Their eyes met briefly before looking away. At the same time, Fudge also stood up. His moleskin cloak swept across the silver plate in front of Snape, causing the latter to frown and move the plate away with a look of disgust. Once Fudge was seated again, he took out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead as he began, My dear children. As your Minister for Magic, I believe you have already seen today's Daily Prophet. I must emphasize that, he suddenly raised his voice, as if secretly casting an amplification spell on himself, when certain long-standing cases threatened the peace of the wizarding world, it was I, Cornelius Fudge, who overruled objections and reopened the investigation. I have always firmly believed that the Ministry of Magic's authority should be built on the foundation of confronting history and upholding the truth. I feel a profound responsibility for the regrettable misjudgment 12 years ago. Since taking office, I have personally pushed the Department of Justice to thoroughly investigate the old case, reforming rigid procedures with extraordinary courage, and re-examining key evidence, including the fatal oversight of the illegal animagus registration and the credibility of Muggle eyewitness testimonies. It was this series of decisive decisions that brought Peter's crime of betrayal and Black's innocence to light. From today onwards, all Dementors will be removed from the school grounds, and you are all free to move about. Thank you much for the generous donation. Your support is my motivation to keep updating. Chapter 344 An Unexpected Twist. When Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge officially announced to the entire Hogwarts school that the Dementors would be removed from the campus that day, the Great Hall erupted in cheers. Clearly, no one liked these vile creatures. They lurked in the darkest, most filthy places, sucking peace, hope, and joy from the surrounding air. No one could guarantee they wouldn't be the next Harry Potter. After all, once you fall from a great height, there's no Dumbledore to help slow you down. The cheers from the Gryffindor table were particularly loud. As everyone knows, the Lion Cubs are the most adventurous. The presence of the Dementors was simply too much of a hindrance for them. Of course, this was also related to Sirius Black's Gryffindor origins. The school lost a notorious Death Eater and gained a behind-the-scenes hero who had silently sacrificed himself for his friends for 12 years. It was a great thing by all. Seeing how respectful the Hogwarts students were, Fudge was clearly very satisfied with the scene before him, and a sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. Of course, I also want to thank our headmaster, Mr. Albus Dumbledore, on behalf of the Ministry of Magic. As headmaster of Hogwarts, he assisted the Ministry of Magic in tracking Peter's movements with a high sense of responsibility, especially demonstrating unparalleled professionalism in the Hogwarts arrest operation. It is thanks to this collaborative effort both inside and outside the system that justice was ultimately served. He really has the nerve to say that, Hermione said, gently nudging Sherlock beside her, who showed no reaction whatsoever. Aren't you angry at all? This morning I told my roommates in the dormitory that as long as the truth is revealed and the criminals are brought to justice, I will be satisfied. Let them laugh and scold as they please, I will do as I please, and I will enjoy my vast wealth alone. Is that what a Roman miser would say? My dear Hermione, you're absolutely right, your abilities should be publicized so everyone can know about them. Hermione looked at Sherlock and said seriously, I think you should publish this case, or if you don't want to, I'll do it for you. Harry and Ron perked up at the mention of this. Yes, everyone should know that this is actually Sherlock's achievement, and the case of Abbott's father being framed, Cho's stolen eyeshadow case, the Greek translator case, even a big idiot like Lockhart can publish a book, so there's no reason for someone as truly talented as Sherlock to be buried. Hermione, do it. We support you. Faced with Harry and Ron's support, Hermione still turned her gaze to Sherlock. Sherlock, what do you think? Do whatever you want, dear Hermione. Sherlock smiled slightly, looking at Fudge who was still talking animatedly. With a unanimous approval of the Wizengamot, we will posthumously award Mr. Black the Order of Merlin. Amidst the renewed commotion in the Great Hall, Fudge still didn't forget to praise himself. Of course, this is thanks to the efficient emergency hearing process of this cabinet. When the bureaucracy apologizes, every word has a reverse price. Sherlock shook his head, not surprised by this. It's all right, I remember everything, Hermione said earnestly, holding Sherlock's hand. Her face flushed slightly. People will know the truth. No one listened to what Fudge was about to say. This left him feeling somewhat disappointed. But he was already quite pleased with the outcome. In fact, even he hadn't expected the matter to be so full of twists and turns. 2 nights ago, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, accompanied by his vice-headmaster, Minerva McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House, and Professor Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House, arrived at the Ministry of Magic. Although they had been informed by Dumbledore beforehand, Fudge and the Ministry members were still surprised when they arrived. Besides the 2 headmasters and vice-headmaster, and Snape, the youngest head of Slytherin House in history, they were also accompanied by a shifty-eyed, timid, and sleazy bald man. After Dumbledore's explanation, Fudge was astonished to learn that this person was none other than Peter Pettigrew, whom Sirius Black had killed 12 years prior. However, after Dumbledore finished recounting the events, Fudge was even more shocked. Peter Pettigrew, awarded the Order of Merlin First Class by the Ministry of Magic, was the traitor, while Sirius Black, considered the traitor, was the hero. Their identities had completely reversed. Just as Sherlock had analyzed, the Ministry of Magic, led by Fudge, was unwilling to accept this fact from the bottom of their hearts. Even with the most compelling evidence of Peter Pettigrew's resurrection before them, even with Snape emphasizing that Peter's confession was obtained after taking Truth Potion, even with the facts perfectly matching all the deductions. What followed was predictable. After an emergency meeting at the Ministry of Magic, Fudge immediately reached an agreement with the others and informed Dumbledore of the Ministry's decision. For well-known reasons, Snape, who was with Dumbledore, was immediately enraged. In front of a group of Ministry of Magic officials, he publicly rebuked Fudge, pointing out that in order to uphold the Ministry's authority, Fudge had disregarded the facts and made such a low-level judgment, which was tantamount to eating shit. This gave Fudge even more grounds for objection. Dumbledore, I have always given you ample freedom and have always respected you. Perhaps I disagree with some of your decisions, but I have always remained silent. Not many people would allow you to hire werewolves, retain Hagrid, or arbitrarily decide what to teach students without consulting the Ministry. I now question the decision to expel Mr. Lucius Malfoy from the Board of Governors last year, a family that generously donated for a noble cause. Dumbledore, I feel it is necessary to discuss the school's management with the other members of the Board of Governors. At this point, the separation between the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the Minister for Magic, who had previously been on the same side, was almost a foregone conclusion. Albus, I told you long ago, you should have let me kill that guy directly. Snape was extremely dissatisfied after leaving the Ministry of Magic. Now look what's happened. They don't even plan to publicize that rat's crimes. Those idiots might not even be able to keep an eye on him. He'll be gone again in a couple of days. Calm down, Severus, Dumbledore said calmly. Not everyone in the Ministry of Magic is like that. There are still quite a few trustworthy people. They fought alongside us during the Wizarding Wars. Severus, you should know very well that we anticipated Fudge's attitude before we came. But we didn't expect him to go this far. When he first took office, he practically bombarded me with owls every day. But as time went on, he became infatuated with his position. Being in a high position for so long, receiving praise from others, ultimately made him mistakenly believe it was his own ability, thus losing his proper judgment. Snape, that's right, but it's meaningless. McGonagall gazed at Dumbledore and asked, Albus, what do we do now? Go find Sirius, that's necessary. I trust him as much as I trust you and Severus, but we must also be prepared to part ways with the Ministry of Magic at any time, Dumbledore said firmly. The truth must be revealed. If the Ministry is unwilling, let us do it ourselves. Really? Professor McGonagall looked worried. Albus, if the Ministry insists on opposing us, Hogwarts could be greatly affected. That's right, so before that, I want to make one last attempt. Forget it. Relying on that fool is less reliable than relying on the great detective Sherlock Holmes, whom you value highly. You're right, Severus. What? This last attempt will begin with Sherlock. Minerva, you will tell Sherlock and Harry about this tomorrow. Do you really think that so-called detective can solve this? Don't forget, it was Sherlock who led and exposed this from beginning to end. HMPH, but that doesn't mean he can handle the Ministry of Magic. Before the start of this term, when we all thought Sirius had escaped to find Harry, the Ministry of Magic had ordered Harry and Sherlock not to leave home, Dumbledore said, a meaningful smile suddenly appearing on his face. The Ministry's original plan was to go to Diagon Alley for Sherlock and Harry to buy things, and then take them directly to the station when school started. However, 2 days before school started, the Ministry sent Mr. Piskog to personally drive them to Diagon Alley to buy the items. I have reliable sources that this change of heart was due to pressure from the Queen's government. What? Muggles, exactly. Dumbledore's smile widened, and he looked at McGonagall and Snape, saying with considerable emotion, Minerva, Severus, it seems we all underestimated the power of this young detective. Both were talking about detectives, but Snape's comments were full of sarcasm, while Dumbledore's were clearly praise. The next morning after breakfast, Professor McGonagall, following Dumbledore's instructions, told Sherlock and Harry about it. She immediately received the answer, defeat magic with magic. A day later, Cornelius Fudge, the British Minister for Magic, was speechless with astonishment as he looked at the formally worded official letter from the British Prime Minister. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 The Mysterious Mr. M.H. The British Muggle Prime Minister is a legendary figure. After graduating from secondary school, he didn't choose to attend university but instead studied craftsmanship and sculpture, successfully becoming a sculptor. He later worked for the London Electricity Council and the International Bank, and during the war, he also worked for a regional bank in Nigeria. He didn't officially enter politics until he was elected a local councillor at the age of 45, subsequently serving as first Secretary of State for the Treasury and Foreign Secretary, finally becoming Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in 1990. Although his term lasted only 3 years, the Muggle government faced numerous challenges. At that time, the global economy was entering a recession. The collapse of the Eastern Bloc and the shift from a bipolar to a unipolar world order meant that the once mighty British Empire could not remain unaffected. Especially after the events of Black Wednesday in 1992, the British government, which had been preparing to join the European Union, was forced to withdraw from the European exchange rate mechanism, plunging the economy into a slump. As is well known, in the Muggle world, a country's economy is crucial. Rapid economic growth can often mask most underlying problems. Under these circumstances, the Muggle Prime Minister withstood the pressure and actively promoted a series of policies to revitalize the economy. In fiscal policy, he strived to balance the budget, cut unnecessary spending, and alleviate downward economic pressure. In monetary policy, he took measures to stabilize the currency market and gradually lead the British economy towards recovery. Following the initialing of the Treaty on European Union, also known as the Maastricht Treaty, at the 1991 European Community Summit, the 12 European Community member states formally signed the treaty in 1992. The Maastricht Treaty officially came into effect in 1993. This also meant the formal birth of the European Union, EU, which had been in preparation for several years. It is a regional integration organization with significant global influence, combining political and economic entities. As one of the original 12 member states of the European Community, the UK naturally plays a crucial role in the EU. While the establishment of the EU may seem like a major event in the Muggle world, unrelated to the magical world, this is not the case. The establishment of the EU has led to increasingly frequent exchanges between member states, not only within the Muggle world but also in the magical world. For example, the countries where the 3 largest magic schools in Europe, Hogwarts, Boxbuttons, and Durmstrang, are located are all within the 12 EU member states. The formation of the European Union unexpectedly brought the Triwizard Tournament, which had been interrupted for centuries for various reasons, back to the forefront. This demonstrates the growing and undeniable influence of the Muggle world on the wizarding world. For this reason, even Cornelius Fudge, who somewhat looked down on Muggles, dared not underestimate this Muggle Prime Minister, who had performed admirably since taking office. His notification of Sirius Black's escape this year was precisely for this reason. Even so, Fudge hadn't expected such a swift reaction from the Muggle Prime Minister regarding Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. What surprised him even more was the unexpectedly strong tone. The Prime Minister demanded the wizarding world reveal the truth immediately, clear Sirius's name, and even stated that the Muggle world was preparing to drop the warrant for Sirius's arrest. The Muggle Prime Minister's uncharacteristic actions forced Fudge, who had initially made up his mind, to reconsider the matter. He was also somewhat annoyed. Which bastard leaked the information so quickly? No sense of secrecy at all? Is the Secrecy Act just for show? You talk about a rule of law. During another emergency meeting of the Ministry of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, the Aurora director, calmly addressed Fudge's fury. When you captured Sirius Black, you threw him directly into Azkaban without trial, which was illegal to begin with, and now you've proven him innocent. To imprison a true hero as a murderer in Azkaban for 12 whole years, frankly, it's already a favor that he didn't come to you immediately after his escape. Scrimgeour, are you accusing me? A man who looked to be in his 50s turned to Scrimgeour after hearing this. He sat ramrod straight, his short black hair neatly styled, wearing a sharp suit and tie. Among all the seated meeting attendees, he stood out. He didn't even look like a wizard, he resembled a Muggle bank manager. Director Crouch, I'm just stating a fact. Scrimgeour glanced at the man. His name was Barty Crouch, the director of the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation. At this point, let's not dwell on the secrecy law. I can say with certainty that this ship has been leaking from the top. Once one person knows the secret, it's only a matter of time before others find out. Instead of discussing the rule of law here, we should think about what we should do now. The problem now is, Fudge took out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead. The Muggle Prime Minister's attitude is very tough, and we have to respond. So what? Magic is magic, and Muggles are Muggles. No matter how tough the Muggle Prime Minister's attitude is, what does it have to do with our Ministry of Magic? Things are different now. The Muggle world has formed an EU, and countries are strengthening their connections. The influence of the Muggle world on the magical world is growing. That's right. I never imagined in my lifetime that the Triwizard Tournament might be restarted. Muggles are really amazing. If we can't handle this situation properly, it won't be good for us. The other side's attitude is so tough this time, they must have something to rely on. It's best to be careful. Then let's investigate and see who leaked the information, putting us in such a passive position now. We can't investigate everything, can we? What if we find something? That's true. I don't understand. Amidst the clamor, a short, plump woman with a heavy accent suddenly spoke, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Why is everyone talking about the Ministry of Magic's predicament, as if the Muggle Prime Minister's attitude is so important? Since the wise and powerful Lord Fudge took over as Minister for Magic, the wizarding world has maintained an orderly, stable, and comfortable environment. Whether it's the ancient wizarding families or the ordinary people of the wizarding world, everyone is overjoyed and wholeheartedly welcomes this situation. I still remember the vibrant and flourishing scene when the minister took office. It's still vivid in my mind. Singing praises won't help solve the current problems at all. Ms. Umbridge, Scrimgeour couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted her directly. Dolores Umbridge, despite her age, insisted on dressing like a young girl. Pink hair clips, pink blouse, ruffled skirts, and a tiny handbag. It's truly baffling what Fudge sees in her that makes her a confidant and allows her to attend such an important meeting. Interrupting a lady is hardly gentlemanly, Director Scrimgeour. Besides, I'm merely stating a fact, Umbridge said, winking at Barty Crouch as if she found the gesture endearing. What? Are you allowed to speak to Director Crouch like that? Umbridge was clearly trying to curry favor with Crouch. However, embarrassingly, Crouch frowned and turned away. He, too, looked down on Umbridge. All right, enough arguing. Just then, Fudge intervened, somewhat exasperated. Look for yourselves, this is the latest news. He produced a letter. Dear Minister Fudge, the Queen's government considers your request to postpone the release of the facts of the Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew case unacceptable. His Excellency the Prime Minister has no intention of emulating Mr. Chamberlain's appeasement policy, and the Queen's government will not tolerate shirking or delay when dealing with matters of principle. The Ministry of Magic's handling of this case has constituted a violation of basic justice. If not corrected in time, we will be forced to take necessary and appropriate measures to ensure that the truth is revealed. Office of the Cabinet Secretary, MH. After the attendees finished reading the letter, they couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Who is this MH? His tone is so arrogant. I don't know, but he used the personal seal of the Muggle Prime Minister, so maybe he's the Cabinet Secretary. Who cares who he is? Just know that this letter represents the attitude of the Muggle government. Isn't this a threat? So what if it's a threat? Can you go over there and cast a forgetfulness charm on him? Minister, please make a decision as soon as possible. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Fudge. Was it finally time to make a decision again? At this moment, Fudge instinctively wanted to write to Dumbledore for help. But then it dawned on him that he'd apparently had a falling out with Dumbledore yesterday. Come to think of it, when was the last time he'd written to Dumbledore for help? It must have been a year ago, right? In the early days of his tenure, Fudge had been bombarding Albus Dumbledore with requests for help and advice. But as time went on, this frequency decreased. Now, Fudge was actually more cautious when dealing with a Muggle Prime Minister than when dealing with Dumbledore, even though Dumbledore could easily dismiss him with a flick of his finger. The discussion went on, but they still couldn't find a solution. Finally, the turning point came from another letter. It wasn't from that mysterious MH Prime Minister's secretary. There was also a staff member sent by the Ministry of Magic. Years of living in the Muggle world had taught him some skills. At this crucial moment, he provided the Ministry of Magic with a way out. A seemingly good way out. Once they had this way out, things would be much easier. The Ministry of Magic acted swiftly, shifting the blame directly to Millicent Bagnor, the 31st Minister for Magic, and his leadership team. Barty Crouch was also conveniently made to take the fall. Of course, strictly speaking, this couldn't really be called shifting the blame. The characterization of the Harry Potter and Harry Potter murders and the Sirius Black case did indeed occur during Bagnor's tenure as Minister for Magic. After Sirius's arrest, Barty Crouch, then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, did indeed imprison him in Azkaban without trial. During the Wizarding Wars, Barty Crouch gained the trust of most in the wizarding world by advocating for a hardline approach. After Voldemort's downfall, as a staunch anti-Voldemort supporter, his prestige was unparalleled, and many expected him to become Minister for Magic. However, a subsequent event drastically changed his fortunes. Ultimately, his popularity plummeted, and he was transferred to the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation. Cornelius Fudge, of the Department of Magical Disasters, became the lucky one, taking office as the 32nd Minister for Magic. However, after taking office, he essentially followed the old ways, only interested in maintaining the status quo. He never even considered questioning the truth or reopening the investigation, let alone exonerating Sirius Black. But what did it matter? The Muggle government's demand was simply to expose Sirius's crimes and give him justice. As for who discovered the truth, it was unimportant to the Muggle government. Hogwarts, on the other hand, might as well take this opportunity to share some of the credit. Of course, they could only play a supporting role. It was believed that neither the Muggle government nor Dumbledore would have any objections. Sure enough, when Fudge informed the Muggle Prime Minister and Dumbledore of the matter, both sides unsurprisingly accepted it. For the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Wizarding world and the Muggle world were ultimately one, and their bureaucratic systems shared commonalities. As for Hogwarts, all they cared about was the result. The process was actually unimportant. This delighted Fudge. What is a win-win situation? This is a win-win. The truth was revealed, the criminals were punished, the minister repaired the relationship between the headmasters and received immense honor, and everyone had a bright future. As for the previous Ministry of Magic leadership, for the peace and stability of the wizarding world, and to protect the collective interest, a small sacrifice was necessary. He believed they would understand. Dumbledore also agreed to Fudge's request to personally come to the school to promote this matter. Although Fudge wasn't exactly a great man, his position was crucial. At times like these, it was truly necessary to unite everyone who could be united, let bygones be bygones. As it turned out, this approach was very effective. After breakfast, Fudge shook hands with Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and others, preparing to return to the Ministry of Magic. However, when Fudge's dragonskin boots stepped onto the marble steps that the house elves had just cleaned, he slipped, stumbled, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. Thank you Wakaios and Izhoan for the donations. Your support is my motivation to keep updating. Chapter 346 You Understand Me. After delivering his speech in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge was brimming with confidence and ambition. However, no one expected that as he strode confidently towards the future, he would suddenly stumble and fall on the steps. Because it happened so suddenly, most people didn't react and were stunned. At that crucial moment, a figure rushed over with lightning speed, extending strong hands to help Fudge up. It was Percy Weasley. From the moment Fudge entered the Great Hall, Percy's gaze had been fixed on him. That's why he was able to react immediately when he saw Fudge fall. However, Percy didn't notice that although Fudge stood up easily, he frowned slightly. Why? Although the fall was somewhat unexpected, he was young and healthy, so a simple smile and he could be considered completely unharmed. But then, someone pulled a stunt. He wasn't alone today. To cover their publicity, the magical world's media, including the Daily Prophet, had also come. Fudge knew these reporters all too well. These guys were always on the go, constantly looking for a big story. He was sure his fall would be headline news tomorrow. On the other hand, something hard was pressing against the student's chest, making Fudge's ribs ache. But he couldn't argue with a student, so after regaining his balance, he thanked the student. Thank you, classmate. Wait, are you Arthur Weasley's? Just then, Fudge noticed Percy's signature red hair and his face, which bore a striking resemblance to Arthur Weasley's, and couldn't help but ask a question. Minister, I am Weasley, Percy Weasley, the current head of the Hogwarts School of Magic. Arthur Weasley is my father. Upon hearing that this student was Arthur Weasley's son, he suddenly pushed Percy's arm away. Percy, however, was oblivious to the change in the other's attitude. When the Minister of Magic inquired about his relationship with his father, he trembled with excitement. After introducing himself and his father, he bowed deeply to Fudge. He bent so low that his glasses almost fell to the ground. However, he didn't feel embarrassed at all, and continued, "Minister, thanks to your care for my father, he often mentions you at home. He says it's because of your wise leadership that the magical world has maintained peace and stability all these years." Ha ha ha! Fudge laughed and patted Percy's shoulder upon hearing his words. "Arthur really said that? Absolutely. Excellent, excellent. By the way, you just said you're the student council president." "That's right." Percy puffed out his chest, trying his best to show Fudge his student council president's badge, and was very pleased that Fudge remembered his position. Fudge glanced at the badge that had just poked him and frowned. "I see. So you must know a lot about the students at Hogwarts, right?" "Of course. Assisting the professors in managing the students is the student council president's duty." "Very good. Could you please help me find Harry?" "Huh? Harry Potter, the boy who escaped death from the clutches of the mysterious man. Don't you know him?" Seeing Fudge frown, Percy quickly said, "Yes, of course I know. In fact, I know Harry very well. He's always been very respectful to me." "Then please ask him to come over." Okay. Percy was initially quite happy. The Minister of Magic personally assigning him a task was putting pressure on him. However, upon hearing that he was being asked to find Harry, his mood soured. But then he thought, this clearly showed the minister's trust in him, otherwise, why wouldn't he send someone else to find Harry? So he made up his mind to handle this matter perfectly. To be fair, Percy was capable. Despite the bustling and chaotic scene in the Great Hall, he quickly located Harry within the crowd and grabbed him. "Harry, come with me." Harry was discussing Mycroft with Sherlock when Percy suddenly pulled him aside, leaving him completely bewildered. Ron and Ginny looked at their older brother curiously. "Percy, what happened?" "The minister wants to see Harry," Percy said with envy. "Minister? You mean Cornelius Fudge? How could you call the minister by his first name?" Percy scolded, then added, "Never mind, no time to explain. Come with me, we can't keep the minister waiting. Is he crazy?" Watching the helpless Harry being dragged away by Percy, Ron stared in surprise, unable to resist complaining to his friends nearby. Anyone who didn't know better would think he wasn't a Hogwarts student, but a Ministry of Magic employee. Ginny chimed in. "Percy said he plans to go to the Ministry of Magic after graduating next year. Even if he does become a Ministry of Magic employee, it doesn't have to be like this," Ron said with disgust. "Even my dad isn't like this." Hearing Ron and Ginny's complaints, Hermione was puzzled. But why did Minister Fudge want to see Harry? Didn't Professor McGonagall say she didn't tell the Ministry the real story? Who knows? Ron shrugged, but judging from Percy's expression just now, even if you asked him, he wouldn't tell. That's just the kind of person he is. To be precise, even if he wanted to say it, he couldn't. Sherlock looked at Harry, who had been pulled to Fudge's side by Percy, and shook his head. Because even he himself doesn't know, just as Sherlock said, Percy didn't know why Fudge wanted to see Harry. So after he brought Harry to Fudge's side, he stood aside, watching the two intently. "Hello, Harry, we meet again." Hello, Minister." Unlike the excited Percy, Harry only felt awkward when he saw Fudge. Although he and Fudge did know each other before the start of school, Fudge had come to Sherlock's house specifically to tell Sherlock and him not to let them leave easily. At the time, Harry thought Fudge was a bit flamboyant, but overall a good person. But this incident made his attitude towards Fudge change drastically. In order to maintain his so-called authority, he refused to acknowledge reality and was unwilling to give serious black justice even after Sherlock had caught Peter Pettigrew. Sherlock usually liked to criticize Scotland Yard, but in Harry's opinion, the Ministry of Magic was not even as good as Scotland Yard. Although the Holmes brothers' forceful intervention resulted in a positive outcome, expecting Harry to pretend nothing had happened was asking too much. Fudge, seemingly noticing Harry's cold attitude, felt somewhat embarrassed. He knew Harry Potter's special status and that Dumbledore would most likely inform him of the Ministry of Magic's initial decision. If he had known the Muggle Prime Minister would intervene so forcefully, why had he acted this way before? Fortunately, it wasn't too late. So, ignoring Harry's expression, he brazenly took Harry's hand like an uncle to his nephew, offering him warm words and concern. Percy, seeing this, kept giving Harry meaningful glances. Harry knew he wanted him to reciprocate Fudge's enthusiasm. This only made Harry more embarrassed. He genuinely couldn't do it. Harry was a magnanimous person. He could forgive almost anything except murder of his father and the theft of his wife. But Fudge's actions were indeed somewhat related to murder of his father. I've already heard the whole story from Headmaster Dumbledore. Fudge finally released Harry's hand, looking into Harry's green eyes. Harry, your eyes really are exactly like your mother's. To be honest, this whole thing has been incredibly hectic. I was starting to think. Never mind, but now that the truth is out and you're safe, that's the most important thing. Fudge felt a little hot and took off his striped cloak. Percy immediately took it from him, standing tall and waiting for Fudge's praise. Unfortunately, after handing the cloak to Percy, Fudge didn't look at him again. His eyes were only on Harry, and he seemed to like him more and more. Percy, now that it's all over, you can go back to Privet Drive for Christmas and Easter. Hearing Fudge mention this, Harry finally broke his silence. But my friends and I have already registered to spend Christmas at Hogwarts. Things are always changing, Harry. Of course, if you want to stay at Hogwarts, that's fine too. I can talk to the school about that, but I have to say, Fudge lowered his voice and glanced at Percy beside him. The latter looked at him sincerely, but didn't move. Fudge frowned, and seeing that the other was still standing there, he had to say, Weasley, could you excuse me for a moment? I have something I want to say to Harry alone. Okay, Minister, Percy agreed and immediately went to the side. He crossed his arms and looked around warily, as if afraid someone would come over. But when he saw Fudge treat Harry like an old friend, Percy couldn't help but cast a look of envy and jealousy at Harry. Fudge ignored Percy and instead said to Harry, well, we still don't have any news about Black. Harry, you know me, I've always believed Mr. Black is innocent. Your parents chose him to be their best man and to be your godfather. How could someone like that be a criminal? You might not believe it, but when I went to Azkaban this year, I met with Black. He was under close guard, Dementors were guarding his door. Even so, after discovering clues about the case from 12 years ago, I overcame the difficulties and managed to speak with him. I think you probably don't know how terrifying Dementors are. I know that all too well, Harry thought to himself. Harry, your godfather is a remarkable man. Most of the prisoners in Azkaban sit in the dark talking to themselves, completely oblivious. But he was perfectly rational, even asking me for a newspaper to do a crossword puzzle. It was then that I decided to work with him. We had a frank discussion, fully exchanging opinions on the case, and decided to release him, of course, publicly as an escape, also to lull Peter into a false sense of security. Harry thought, I don't believe you. Watching Fudge speak so grandly, Harry found it all just irritating. If he hadn't heard Professor McGonagall mention it before, and hadn't heard Sherlock's analysis of Fudge, he might not have believed it at all. But now, Harry just looked at Fudge with confusion, not understanding what he was trying to say. Fudge realized he was rambling and quickly cut to the chase. Revealing his true intention, Harry, what I'm trying to say is, if Black comes looking for you, you must urge him to turn himself into the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible. Turn himself in? But Minister, you just said you believed he was innocent. I mean, get him to the Ministry of Magic to explain the situation as soon as possible. Fudge, somewhat embarrassed that Harry had so keenly spotted the flaw in his statement, said rather awkwardly, for various reasons, he might not want to return to the Ministry of Magic for the time being. However, as your godfather, he should listen to your advice. Think about it, we still have an Order of Merlin medal waiting for him to collect. Of course, it would be even better if you could inform the Ministry of Magic immediately when he comes to you. Hearing this, Harry finally understood what the Minister of Magic meant. Although the Ministry of Magic had publicly stated that Sirius's actions were under its command, the truth was clearly not so. This inevitably made Fudge worry that Sirius would spread rumors. If Sirius Black were to actually reveal something, the Ministry of Magic would truly become a laughingstock. There are always some troublemakers who are eager to expose the Ministry's dirty laundry. That's why Fudge was so eager to recruit Sirius. However, judging from the previous situation, the Ministry of Magic simply didn't have the ability to capture Sirius. In the end, they could only pin their hopes on Fudge, Sirius's godson. This not only shows how incompetent the Ministry of Magic really is, but also that Fudge has started to grasp at straws in his desperation. This made Harry find it somewhat amusing. Minister, so, you've always known the truth, right? Of course. Fudge blushed slightly, but quickly straightened his back and said confidently, Harry, you know me. Chapter 347 I have never seen such a shameless person. Harry, you know me, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge said confidently to Harry. Actually, I started investigating this case as soon as I took office. But you know, in the process of investigation, there are bound to be all sorts of obstacles. Those stubborn old guys are unwilling to admit the mistakes they made in the past, especially with old cases like this. It's even more difficult to get to the bottom of things. It's really heartbreaking to think that these guys would disregard the facts in the face of fairness and justice. It's all my fault as minister. I'm always so strict with myself, but I haven't been managing the people and things around me properly. Sorry, I shouldn't be telling you all this. Watching Fudge spout nonsense with such a straight face, Harry sighed, completely losing interest in continuing to talk to Fudge. Sherlock had done everything. Not only had he exposed Peter Pettigrew's disguise, but he had also captured the key figure, and even understood the whole story clearly. All that was left was for the Ministry of Magic to take the final step. Yet they can't even take this step properly, and now they have the nerve to spout nonsense here? Harry had never seen such a shameless person. I'll tell him, Minister, if Sirius really comes to see me. Really? Fudge immediately looked delighted. Yes, I promise you, Harry said hastily, eager to end the conversation with Fudge. But in his heart, he thought to himself, who knows when he'll actually see Sirius? Even if he does meet Sirius, he'll just be a messenger. Whether Sirius comes or not is entirely up to him. Then it's settled. Fudge, of course, had no idea what Harry was thinking, and upon hearing this, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the famous Harry Potter was indeed the boy who survived, the savior of the wizarding world, and the Dark Lord, at the very end, he was still just a 13-year-old child. Compared to those Muggle politicians and those old fogies at the school who couldn't see the bigger picture, he was much easier to deal with. Actually, today's conversation was also suggested by the secretary at the Ministry of Magic, who worked next to the Muggle Prime Minister. Given Harry Potter's special status, having him on his side would be absolutely beneficial to his future administration. The deal was done, and he extended his hand again to shake Harry's tightly. I have to go. I have a lot to do. Have a good holiday in advance, Harry. Fudge finished speaking and walked towards Percy, who quickly handed him the striped cloak. Watching Fudge leave without shaking his hand, Percy once again looked at Harry with envy. Once Fudge was sure he was gone, Percy hurried over and said in a tone of exasperation, Harry, how could you speak to the minister like that? What tone? Although Harry didn't have much affection for the Minister of Magic, he thought his performance in the brief conversation had been quite acceptable. Did you see me give you a wink? Percy said rapidly. This is a chance to speak alone with the Minister for Magic. You should make a good impression. Harry wanted to say that he didn't need to make a good impression, but Percy interrupted him. At least introduce yourself. And the minister was so enthusiastic towards you, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Harry, if it weren't for the Ministry of Magic, you might still be in the dark. Thinking that Peter Pettigrew was the hero, hearing Percy say this, Harry suddenly lost interest in continuing the conversation. The Ministry of Magic had not only done nothing in this matter, but had also greatly hindered things. If it weren't for the Holmes brothers' help, Sirius Black would have suffered an injustice for who knows how much longer. However, he knew very well that even if he told Percy this, he might not believe him, so after giving a perfunctory reply, Harry decisively turned and left. I know, I'll do it next time. There won't be a next time. This is such a precious opportunity. Percy was still calling after him, but Harry ignored him and walked straight towards his friend. Sherlock saw Harry and smiled slightly. Get rid of him. Stared by his friend's ambiguous gaze, Harry let out a long sigh of relief. Yes, Sherlock, Percy really is. Harry shook his head, ultimately refraining from speaking ill of Percy for Ron and Ginny's sake, and instead recounted what had just happened. Never mind, ignorance is bliss. Hermione, who had always been on good terms with Percy, coaxed. In Percy's eyes, Peter Pettigrew was captured by the Ministry of Magic, and even Sirius Black was deliberately released by them. Come on. Even if he knew the truth, he would definitely do everything in his power to curry favor with the minister if given such an opportunity, Ron said irritably. Ginny nodded as well. Percy is just that kind of person. Hearing even Percy's own siblings say so, Hermione naturally couldn't say anything more. So she quickly changed the subject. Harry, we were just talking about how Minister Fudge has allowed you to go home for the holidays, so are you still staying at school? Harry hesitated for a moment, looking at Ron and Ginny. "Harry, don't worry about us," Ron laughed heartily. "Haven't you gotten along better with the Muggles? Go back if you want." Ginny also gave a forced smile. Yeah, go back if you want, but didn't you say you didn't want to spend 2 weeks with Percy?" Recalling Percy's behavior just now, Harry felt that if it were him, he wouldn't want to be with someone like that either. "If you don't want to go home, I'll stay at school with you." Ginny's eyes lit up at the suggestion, but before she could speak, Ron laughed. "What are you talking about? It's not just Percy at home, there's Fred and George, and Mom and Dad. I can't wait to tell them how Sherlock solved this case." "Right, Ginny." For a moment, Ginny swore in Merlin's name that she really wanted to kick her sixth brother's butt with her boots. Ron Weasley, is this guy even her real brother? And talking about Percy, let alone third brother, he's no better. It's always the same, not only does he not help, but he also keeps dragging her down. Then I'll go home." Under Ginny's somewhat disappointed gaze, Harry hesitated and said, "I think I should tell Aunt Petunia about this." Now that they had repaired their relationship, Harry considered his aunt and uncle as his real family. It was necessary for them to know the truth about his parents' deaths. "Harry, you're so kind," Hermione said, looking at Harry with a touch of admiration. She knew Harry's background. Putting herself in his shoes, she didn't think she could be as magnanimous as him. The other children nodded in agreement. Perhaps only someone like Dumbledore, who had lived in the Victorian era, would think Harry had done quite well all these years. After all, in that era, there were horrific acts like the Orphan of Twist and the 3-year-old chimney-cleaning boy. After her initial reflection, Hermione turned to Sherlock. "Sherlock, do you really think Black will come looking for Harry like Minister Fudge said?" "Obviously, my friend," Sherlock replied affirmatively. "Sirius chose to escape because he discovered Peter was still alive. For him, revenge is definitely his top priority. But judging from the professor's descriptions and Sirius's actions after his escape, he also cares deeply for Harry. That's why he visited Harry on the morning Harry left Privet Drive, and then went to the Quidditch pitch to watch Harry play after arriving at Hogwarts. Given this, he'll definitely verify the information after learning about it. In this situation, finding Harry's a good option. It seems the Ministry of Magic isn't entirely hopeless, at least some people understand where their stupidity lies." Hearing Sherlock's merciless mockery of the Ministry of Magic, the other children remained silent. "There's something else I don't understand," Hermione said, posing another question. "Black spent 12 years in Azkaban, why did he only choose to escape this year?" "Good question." "That's because he only found out this year that Peter Pettigrew wasn't dead, but how did he know?" Hermione was even more puzzled. "He's been in Azkaban the whole time, isolated from the outside world. Logically, Black shouldn't have had any way of knowing about Peter Pettigrew." "My dear Hermione, think about it carefully. There's only one way for a prisoner in Azkaban to see outside news, isn't there?" Sherlock smiled at Harry. Harry actually mentioned this in his description of his conversation with Fudge. Hermione was indeed clever. She grasped the point immediately. "You mean, the newspaper?" "Bingo." Sherlock snapped his fingers. Fudge said Sirius asked him for the newspaper to do a crossword puzzle, but he didn't know that it was this newspaper that showed Sirius Peter was still alive. You can tell Peter is alive from a crossword puzzle. Ron's eyes widened in surprise. "That doesn't make any sense. Of course it wasn't a crossword puzzle, my dear Ron." Sherlock looked at Ron and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Actually, you should have been the first to think of that, me." Ron pointed to himself, his face full of disbelief. Seeing that Ron still hadn't reacted, Sherlock asked again, "Remember the birthday present you gave Harry?" "Of course I remember. I thought it was a cheap thing, but it actually worked. Looks like the Egyptian wizards aren't all swindlers after all," Ron praised with some emotion, then asked again with a puzzled look, "But what does this have to do with Sirius finding out Peter is still alive?" "Sherlock, Ron Weasley, he raised the average height of Gryffindor, but lowered the average IQ. Ron, not the miniature lens." Harry, though slower to react than Hermione, finally understood. Seeing Ron still looking at Sherlock with that clear yet foolish gaze, he quickly said, "It's a photograph, the one in the Daily Prophet." "What photograph?" Seeing Ron still looking completely bewildered, even Ginny couldn't stand it anymore. "Come on, Ron, you included a clipping from the Daily Prophet with your birthday present to Harry. It's our family photo." "I know," Ron finally realized. "That photo, Scabbers. Peter Pettigrew in Scabbers was standing on my shoulder, besides us." Everyone couldn't bear to look at Ron's expression of discovering a new continent. It was Sherlock who responded first. That's right, Ron. Others might not recognize him, but Sirius will definitely recognize Peter at a glance. Professor Lupin might not recognize him as quickly as Sirius, but that's only a matter of time. Unfortunately, Scabbers, Peter Pettigrew's transformed form, didn't stay with Ron the whole time, so Professor Lupin hadn't seen it until I revealed the truth. That's why I said that even without that crucial piece of the puzzle, we'd find Peter sooner or later. Give him a chance, and he'll eventually see through the surface. After explaining this, Sherlock brought the topic back to Sirius. In short, based on my understanding of Sirius's personality, he should be able to figure things out and find Harry soon. No one questioned Sherlock's judgment anymore. Even so, no one expected that this day would come so suddenly and so quickly. Chapter 348 Sherlock, I've never been a normal person. 1993. The third-year Gryffindor students only had one class today, Conservation of Magical Creatures. After that class, they were completely free, just waiting for the holidays to begin the next day. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron, and Ginny were discussing their plans to go home the next day. Don't look so glum, come on, have a drink, Ron said, handing Harry a butterbeer. I've already written home, Ginny and I are going home, so you can go to the Muggles' place without worry. Thank you, Ron. Ever since he'd had it at Hogsmeade, Harry had loved the drink. Compared to Sherlock's favorite brandy, it wasn't as spicy, which suited Harry's taste better. Wait, did you go to Hogsmeade again? Harry took a sip, finally realizing what he'd just said. Haha, you didn't know that, Ron laughed as he explained, the elves in the school kitchen can make this too. It's not quite as good as the ones Mrs. Rostermer makes herself, though, but it's pretty good for us still in school. Remember when Neville was looking for Raffer the other day? Harry nodded. This had almost become a regular occurrence at Gryffindor. Before every holiday, Neville would search the whole world for his pet toad, Raffer. Before, Raffer would just wander around Gryffindor grounds, but this time, somehow, it ended up in the girls' dormitory at Hufflepuff. What? Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Ginny added with a grin, luckily, Hannah Abbott recognized it and brought it over to Neville. I was just talking to Neville about butterbeer, and guess what? Ron continued, answering before Harry could reply. Abbott ran to the school kitchen and brought us a few glasses. I've been waiting to share them with you. Hannah Abbott, this little witch, was the first in Harry's year to wear the Sorting Hat. She was also one of the 28 Holy Pureblood families, like the Longbottom, Weasley, Malfoy, and Black families. But Harry hadn't expected her to be so helpful. Old Harry, have you forgotten? Back in our first year, Sherlock did her father a huge favor. Harry suddenly realized that before Christmas in their first year, Sherlock, based on the Ministry of Magic's investigation report, had exonerated Abbott's father. We're best buddies with old Sherlock. This is all thanks to him. I already asked him, and he said he prefers brandy, so all of this is ours. I see. Seeing Harry frown again, Ron patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry about it, Harry. Didn't we already agree? We'll each go our own way. Yeah, Harry, although spending 2 weeks with Percy was definitely annoying, it's not much fun for Ron and me if you're not at school. Ginny was surprised even by herself after saying that. When did she become so bold? Soon, she realized it was probably because Harry and Cho Chang had gotten closer recently. Ever since Sherlock exposed Peter Pettigrew, Harry and Cho Chang had been seeing each other more often. On one hand, it was because Cho Chang, as a Ravenclaw, was very interested in Sherlock's crime-solving process. On the other hand, as Harry's friend, it was only natural for her to inquire about Harry's life. Although they weren't exactly dating yet, Ginny felt a sense of threat. Encouraged by her friend Luna, she took the initiative. But I promised you I'd stay at school. Oh, what's there to worry about? Ron shook his head. If you were going home alone, leaving us at school, that would be understandable if you felt a little guilty. But now that we can go home, it doesn't matter at all. Ron's right. Ginny had initially felt sorry that Harry couldn't stay at school and secretly blamed Ron for being a terrible teammate. However, when she realized Harry really wanted to go back to Privet Drive, she let go of her ulterior motives and joined Ron in coaxing him. Harry, you're too kind. You have to be more open-minded about things. Ginny was agreeing when suddenly her eyes lit up. What's that? Before she could react, a yellow shadow pounced on the three of them. Crooked Mountain, Harry exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the menacing cat. Scabbers, no, Peter Pettigrew has already been sent to Azkaban. What brings you back? Seeing the cat again stirred mixed feelings in Ron. He and Hermione had argued several times over Scabbers. Well, now it should be Peter Pettigrew. They had even stopped talking to each other for a time. Sherlock ignored it, while Harry was practically fuming. And it turned out Hermione and Crooked Mountain were right. Scabbers was definitely no good. Of course, Hermione eventually apologized, admitting she hadn't been able to see things from his perspective. But then again, the thought that the mouse who had followed him for 3 years was actually a man in disguise, and that he had slept in the same bed with him every day for those 3 years, sometimes even soiling the sheets, was simply too cruel. Hey, it's got a letter in its mouth. What? Let me see. Hearing Ginny's words, Ron snapped out of his thoughts and bent down to grab Crookshank. However, Crookshank nimbly leaped, landing directly on Harry's lap, tilting its large head, still holding the letter, towards Harry. Harry was somewhat surprised. Crookshank, is this for me? Meow, Crookshank lazily responded, snuggling into Harry's arms. Harry curiously picked up the letter, but as soon as he tore open the envelope, he immediately stood up in surprise. This movement caused Crookshank to fall to the ground. OWW, Crookshank immediately let out a dissatisfied cry. Sorry, Crookshank, it's really. Harry held the letter in one hand, and with the other hand, he bent down to pick up Crookshank. Let me do it. Seeing that Harry's movements were a bit inconvenient, Ginny took the initiative and picked up Crookshank with both hands. Meow meow meow, I'll hold you, be good. Okay, Ginny petted the cat while asking curiously, Harry, who wrote you this letter? Sirius Black. What? Ron and Ginny both looked surprised. Ginny was so surprised that she forgot to pet the cat. Why would Crookshanks deliver a letter for him? What did he say? Read it out. Ron was more eager to know the contents of the letter. Meow, dear Harry, by the time you read this letter, this cat will probably have brought all my anxiety and expectations to you. It's the smartest cat I've ever met, and it's helped me a lot. Although the Ministry of Magic's announcement cleared my name, the words that embellished the truth made me nauseous. Harry, my greatest wish now is to see you. You can choose the place, bring a teacher from the school, or someone else you trust. If you agree, send a message so this cat can find me. If you don't want to meet me, I understand your wariness. This responsibility, which should have been fulfilled 12 years ago, has been shattered by my foolishness and Peter's betrayal. What happened to your parents is my lifelong regret. And the loneliness you endure torments me day and night. Your eyes are as bright as lilies, and your courage will make James proud. Whatever you decide, I will always be your family, your loyal Sirius Black. Sherlock's guess has come true again, Ron exclaimed. Is there anything he can't guess? Ginny looked at Harry. Harry, what do you think? Should you meet him? Harry remained silent. Let's be careful, Ron said, frowning with concern. Although Black has been proven innocent, nobody knows what he went through in Azkaban. Dad said people locked up there go insane after a few weeks, let alone him, who's been locked up for 12 years. Don't forget, he did something like tearing the fat lady apart, but he's Harry's godfather. If that hadn't happened, Harry should have grown up with him. No, even without that, I wouldn't have grown up with him. Harry thought to himself, hearing Ginny's words. When Hagrid pulled Harry, still a baby, from the ruins, Peter hadn't yet framed Sirius. Sirius had even asked Hagrid for Harry. However, Dumbledore insisted that Harry grow up in a world isolated from magic, so Hagrid firmly refused Sirius. Later, everyone believed that Sirius's request for Harry from Hagrid was to kill the infant. But now it seems he genuinely wanted to take care of Harry. If Hagrid had really entrusted Harry to Sirius that night, perhaps Harry's fate would have been different. However, that's all in the past, and Harry doesn't intend to tell Ginny about it. Ginny continued, besides, didn't he say in the letter that Harry could go with a teacher or anyone he trusts? As long as Dumbledore is there, Harry will be safe. That's not necessarily true, have you forgotten? In first year, Vader sneaked in by attaching himself to Quirrell's head. In second year, he sneaked in again by hiding in the diary. In third year, Vader didn't come, but his henchmen were already among us. Dumbledore doesn't know any of this. If Sherlock hadn't existed, we might all be in trouble, but Harry has always been safe and sound because Dumbledore has always protected him. Having to go to the school hospital every year doesn't mean he's safe and sound. You're yelling at me. You're yelling at me. Hearing the siblings' differing opinions, Harry remained silent, still staring blankly at the letter. He could indeed feel Sirius's sincerity in the letter. The question was, should he meet him or not? Ron was right. Ginny also had a point. Just then, something suddenly occurred to him. Harry jerked his head up, just as Ron and Ginny finished their argument. Their eyes met in the air, and they said in unison, "When in doubt, ask Sherlock." When faced with a difficult decision, go to Holmes. In the library, Hermione looked at Sherlock with a grin. "Now everyone in the school knows about this, Sherlock. Your reputation as the school's consulting detective is growing. It's not just on campus, but in some ways, it's not a good thing." "Why?" Luna Lovegood asked, sitting on the other side of Sherlock. "Because I've never been a normal person." Sherlock pressed his fingers together, rested his chin on his elbows on the table, and slowly explained under the gaze of the two girls, "I'm restless and can't stand still. When I have nothing to do, I become restless and feel uneasy. Only when I'm given problems, work, and the most profound puzzles do I feel comfortable and don't need to artificially seek stimulation. You know, I used to think London was a very boring city. The local criminals have been suppressed in recent years to promote the establishment of the European Union, which is really not proactive." "Sherlock," Hermione said somewhat angrily, "I don't think normal citizens would agree with your opinion." Yes, I shouldn't be selfish," Sherlock said with a smile. "The disappearance of criminals is naturally good for social stability. Except for the poor consulting detectives who have nothing to do, no one loses anything. Fortunately, at this time, an owl brought a Hogwarts admission notice. The appearance of the magical world opened the door to a new world for me, finally freeing me from the need for artificial self-stimulation. Looking back on these past 3 years, my life as a wizard has been quite satisfactory. Unfortunately, after entering my 3rd year, I've roughly grasped the intricacies of the magical world, and all that's left is to study methodically. I originally thought Voldemort could still provide some amusement, but he's practically a moron. Tom Riddle from 50 years ago, on the other hand, was a decent opponent. Now they're all gone, the Azkaban prisoner case is resolved, and now only the cases at school can provide some entertainment. As you said, more and more people know that Mr. Holmes can solve cases without magic, so some potentially dangerous cases have decreased. Recently, even cases like the stolen eyeshadow haven't happened." "Sherlock, you really are." Hermione was stunned, shaking her head, at a loss for words. Luna, however, had sparkling eyes, lost in thought. Just then, Sherlock suddenly sat up straight. Indeed, choosing to befriend the savior was a wise decision. New material has arrived. Following Sherlock's gaze, Hermione and Luna saw Harry, Ron, and Ginny hurrying towards them, Harry carrying Crookshanks in his arms. When they saw Hermione and Luna sitting on either side of Sherlock, Harry, Ron, and Ginny were already used to it. On one hand, Ginny and Luna were very close, always inseparable. On the other hand, after learning that it was Sherlock, not the Ministry of Magic, who exposed Peter Pettigrew, Luna liked to gravitate towards Sherlock even when Ginny didn't call her. She would also often say things they couldn't understand. This gave Hermione a headache. At times like these, she felt like an outsider. Harry had already recounted how Crookshanks delivered the letter for Sirius Black and then handed the letter to Sherlock. "Thanks to Cruel Angel for the donation. Your support is my motivation to update." Chapter 349. A good person. "What? You're saying this letter was delivered by Crookshanks on behalf of Black?" As the owner of Crookshanks, Hermione was taken aback after hearing Harry's explanation. How did this person and cat end up together? They're completely unrelated. Her 14th birthday presents have brought her far too many surprises. Because Crookshanks has glowing silver threads hidden in its whiskers? What? Hermione turned her head in surprise, only to see Luna gently turning her carrot earrings, turning her gaze away from the drifting clouds outside the window. She looked at Hermione and said earnestly in a dreamy voice, it pressed its paws on Black's shadow and discovered that glimmer of light hidden in the darkness was like the threads in its whiskers. After night comes dawn. Their meeting was destined. Hermione, can you say something I can understand? Just then, Sherlock finished reading the letter. He returned it to Harry and stated his conclusion directly. Judging from this letter and his actions after the escape, Sirius is sincere. Furthermore, Peter's testimony matches my reasoning, proving he is indeed on our side. He just sometimes isn't very bright, which was already evident before entering Azkaban. Hearing Sherlock's assessment of Sirius, Harry couldn't help but feel embarrassed. So, your suggestion is to go. Why not? Sherlock smiled at Harry. My dear Harry, If you agree, I plan to go with you this time." "Great." Upon hearing that Sherlock would accompany him to see Sirius, Harry immediately felt reassured, and his initial hesitation vanished completely. Hermione, however, was far from calm. She even temporarily forgot how Crookshanks had gotten involved with Black, and anxiously asked, "Wouldn't that be dangerous? Sherlock, shouldn't we call Dumbledore or Headmistress McGonagall? Or Professor Lupin would be fine too, isn't he friends with Sirius?" "My dear Hermione," Sherlock said with a smile, "I've already given my reasoning on this matter, there's no need to repeat it here. Trust your pet, it can keenly detect the malice hidden deep within a person's heart." He paused, then added, "Even if you don't trust it, trust my judgment, that of your friend Sherlock Holmes." Hermione blushed slightly at his words. "Of course, caution is a virtue, but courage cannot replace recklessness. So we should indeed tell them about this, but there's no need to bring them along," Sherlock said crisply, pointing to the lines in the letter. "From this, we can see that our Mr. Sirius still very much wants to spend time alone with Harry. First impressions are very important, and once formed, it often takes many times more effort to change them. So if a professor were to accompany Harry to meet him, it would signal a lack of trust. Isn't Professor Lupin acceptable?" "Remus Lupin is also a professor," Sherlock said calmly, "and Sirius's level of trust in Professor Lupin isn't as high as you might think." "What?" This time everyone was shocked. They were good friends back in school. Harry couldn't help but ask, "Bigfoot, Moonface, Prongs." Harry suddenly stopped. Wormtail was also their good friend. "It seems you've noticed, my dear Harry." Sherlock, now with a renewed focus, appeared quite patient. "If Sirius had enough trust in Professor Lupin, he should have advised your father to change the secret keeper to him, instead of Wormtail. But wasn't it because Wormtail was the least noticeable?" "Good question, Ron. But that's only one aspect," Sherlock said quietly. "Even if Wormtail was more suitable to be the secret keeper than Lupin, your parents and Sirius didn't tell Professor Lupin about it. In fact, the only person Sirius truly trusted from beginning to end was your father. His feelings for Wormtail were more of a disdain. Also, he didn't trust Dumbledore enough, just like your father." "What?" "From an outsider's perspective, Dumbledore was the most suitable candidate for secret keeper, wasn't he? But your father chose Sirius, and even changed it to Wormtail in the end, without telling Dumbledore or his other good friend Lupin." After a long silence, Harry finally spoke with difficulty. "So that's why you thought of coming with me. For Sirius, when you and your classmates appear before him, he'll subconsciously place himself in the role of an elder, and his initial distrust will turn into trust and understanding." Harry hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sherlock, is Sirius a good person?" "Dear Harry, the standards of good and bad are always relative. From Professor Snape's perspective, he wouldn't consider him a good person, but," Sherlock smiled at Harry, "by your and your father's standards, he is undoubtedly a good person." "Okay, I'll go." After Harry made the decision to meet Sirius, he suddenly found himself filled with anticipation for the meeting. Should I write a letter now and have Crookshanks take it? Should I tell him we're going together? Where should we set the meeting place? Sherlock put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Calm down, Harry. Sorry, it's all right, I understand." Seeing Harry's excited expression, his friend understood that Harry really wanted to meet his godfather. Sherlock then took out a quill and paper and began to write. Soon, a letter was finished. However, to Harry's surprise, after Sherlock finished writing the letter, he didn't give it to Crookshanks, but to Hermione. "Sherlock, what's this?" "Hermione, please have Watson deliver this letter to Dumbledore. I've told him the whole story." Harry suddenly realized it was a letter for Dumbledore. He thought it was a reply to Sirius. Wait, it seems the reply to Sirius should be written by himself. Oh no, the longer he knows Sherlock, the stronger this dependence becomes. Even though he's grown a brain, he doesn't want to use it anymore. Hermione nodded and took the letter from Sherlock. Luna immediately leaned over. "I want to see it too." Hermione looked at Luna in surprise. This girl was so straightforward. "Look if you want," Sherlock said in an utterly casual tone. "After you're done, give it to Dumbledore as soon as possible." With that, he stood up and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Come on, buddy." Harry instinctively stood up, then realized, "Where to?" "To see your godfather, of course, but don't I need to write to Sirius? Only Crookshanks knows where he is." "Huh. That's just wishful thinking on his part," Sherlock said proudly. "We'll go straight to him and see where he's been staying. I know, the Marauder's map. Just like Peter Pettigrew, you must have seen his name on it too, right?" Harry secretly gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness, but then sighed, "Too bad I forgot to bring it when I left. I have to go back to my dorm first." "Map? What map?" "I am the map." Sherlock chuckled and strode forward. "Harry, keep up." Once they left, Ron and Ginny didn't plan to stay in the library either. After saying goodbye to Hermione and Luna, they left. Since it was a last-minute decision to go home, they still had some things to pack. At this moment, Luna, who was looking down at her letter, looked up at Hermione. "You want to go with them, right?" "No." "Well, I do want to go with them." Hermione didn't want to admit it at first, but after seeing Luna's clear eyes, she thought about it and told the truth. This girl was different from Gemma, she really couldn't be wary of her. "Then you should have told them that they wouldn't refuse us." Sure enough, Luna even offered her advice after hearing Hermione's words. "Thank you, Luna, but that isn't good," Hermione said softly. "You just noticed that Harry really wants to meet his godfather, but if too many of us go, it will give Black the impression that Harry doesn't trust him." Since the Crookshanks incident, Hermione had also begun to reflect on herself. Now she was gradually learning to consider things from other people's perspectives. "Who cares what he thinks?" Luna said matter-of-factly. "Just do what you feel is right. Don't worry about what others think." Sherlock had said this to her a long time ago, but unfortunately, she hadn't been able to live by it. Now, Luna was saying something similar. In this respect, she really was quite like Sherlock. "Let's not talk about this, Luna. Have you finished reading? Give the letter back to me, and I'll have Watson deliver it to Mr. Dumbledore." "What, aren't you going to read it?" Alright, let me see." Curiosity ultimately prevailed. Since Sherlock had clearly stated that she could read it, Hermione took the letter Sherlock had written to Dumbledore from Luna. Hermione had expected Sherlock to describe the matter in detail, but the letter was surprisingly brief. "I will accompany Harry to his meeting with Sirius as a student and friend. Everything is under control. I await good news." "Everything under control?" Hermione looked up, a complex expression in her eyes. Meanwhile, Harry was in a terrible predicament. Chapter 350 Though you cannot emit light, you are a conduit for it. Sherlock and Harry left Hogwarts Castle and arrived at the school grounds. The traces of the heavy snowfall from a week earlier were still visible. The last month of 1993 was drawing to a close, so the temperature remained low. But overall, the weather was nice and sunny. Harry, wearing a Cho Chang hand-knitted scarf, was as cheerful as the bright sunshine. Sherlock led Harry northward. They passed the greenhouse where herbology class was held, the edge of the forbidden forest, and finally stopped in front of a very thick tree. Even though there was no wind, the tree's branches were shaking violently, swaying back and forth, clearly preventing them from going any further. The Whomping Willow. Looking at the thick trunk, Harry couldn't help but swallow hard, quietly taking a half step back to stand behind Sherlock. He remembered this tree very well. It was this Whomping Willow that, within just 1 month, had shattered Malfoy's Nimbus 2001 and his own Nimbus 2000 into pieces twice. The record was valid and verifiable. Professor Lupin had also mentioned that during his school days, people often came here to test their courage and see who could touch the trunk. Until a boy named David Georgian nearly lost an eye, the school stopped allowing students near it. So he really didn't understand why Sherlock had brought him here. Surely Sirius couldn't possibly be hiding inside that thick trunk, could he? "Dear Harry, it seems you need to work on your memory." Sherlock pulled Harry, who was shielding him, closer and explained under his questioning gaze. "The Weasley twins told you something the moment you got the Marauder's map. There are 7 paths to Hogsmeade, and one of the entrances is near the Whomping Willow." Reminded by Sherlock, Harry remembered this and his face lit up with surprise. "You mean, Sirius is really hiding here?" "Yes, right here. If your eyesight is good enough." "Well, your eyesight isn't good enough, Harry. Anyway, just know the entrance is here, but how are we going to get there?" Looking at the Whomping Willow wildly waving its branches, Harry frowned deeply. In this situation, we can't possibly get close. He didn't think his body was any tougher than a flying broomstick. "How could we not get close?" Sherlock laughed. "If we couldn't get close, how did Sirius get in?" "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "Look there." Sherlock didn't keep them in suspense, pointing to a prominent knot on the tree trunk. "If someone holds it down, it will stop attacking." Luckily, the sun was shining brightly, and Harry spotted the knot Sherlock was pointing to. He didn't ask Sherlock how he knew this, but looked at his older brother with a questioning gaze, pointed to himself, and said uncertainly, "Sherlock, you mean I should go give it a try?" Sherlock encouraged. "Sirius and Crookshanks could do it, so can you." "Okay." Harry nodded emphatically. He stretched his limbs, took a deep breath, and then charged towards the knot. "Believe in yourself, I can do it. Surely a human can't be worse than a cat, right?" Unfortunately, ideals are often far from reality. Harry had only taken one step when a large branch lashed down fiercely. He had anticipated this, so he nimbly dodged to the side. But another branch followed closely behind, forcing him back to his original position. Harry wasn't discouraged. He recalled the stealth technique Sherlock had taught him, while simultaneously utilizing the agility honed over the years in Dudley's fists and Quidditch, struggling to leap from side to side among the maliciously waving branches. Unfortunately, even as he panted heavily, he couldn't reach the tree's roots. At one point, he even managed to get close, risking a blow, before a twisted branch, shaped like a fist, lashed out, forcing Harry to retreat. He touched his right shoulder, where the branch had struck him, and looked at Sherlock with a helpless expression. Harry wondered if he was being too useless, but in this situation, he truly had no other choice. Surely no one would enjoy the feeling of being whipped, right? Sherlock wasn't surprised. He chuckled, "Harry, watch my movements." With that, he charged straight towards the scar, just like Harry had done before. Harry immediately widened his eyes, watching closely. He was still leaping from side to side. But compared to Harry, Sherlock was clearly more agile. He darted swiftly through the willow's branches, which were constantly lashing out at him, like a nimble hunting dog. The willow, which had previously rendered Harry utterly helpless, nearly struck Sherlock several times, but he dodged them at the last second. All they could do was slightly slow him down. Soon, Sherlock reached the trunk. Dodging the last branch, Sherlock bent slightly and placed his hand on a knot in the trunk. The willow, which had been lashing out violently, seemed to have been stopped. Even every leaf froze. "Come here, my friend," Harry said, looking at Sherlock in astonishment. "That was it?" "Sherlock, how did you do that?" Harry asked, puzzled, as he walked towards Sherlock. "How are you so agile?" "It's the result of rigorous training, and it's the biggest difference between me and Poirot. Remember that great detective from the novels? I've told you about him before." Seeing Harry nod, Sherlock continued, "Having strong and agile movements allows you to actively search for clues when solving cases, instead of lying in an armchair and using your little gray cells to dissect evidence brought by others." Seeing Harry nod thoughtfully, Sherlock gave him an encouraging look. "Brother, with the talent you've shown, you can do it too if you work hard." I'll do my best." To be honest, Harry lacked confidence. "Let's go." Sherlock gestured for Harry to enter the large opening beside the tree roots. Both of them were familiar with crawling through holes. Don't get the wrong idea. In their first year, they had passed through the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog, Furry, and entered the series of rooms containing the Philosopher's Stone. In their second year, they had again entered the Chamber of Secrets through the secret door in Myrtle's girls' bathroom. Now, in their third year, it was simply a matter of repeating the same procedure. Harry went first into the tunnel and slowly descended a sloping path. Soon, a low tunnel appeared before him. Harry waited there for a moment, then Sherlock came to his sight and stepped forward without hesitation. "Follow me." Fluorescent. Having learned from their previous experience, Harry decisively cast a light charm first. Due to the terrain, the two could only move forward by bending over as much as possible. Both of them had started growing rapidly that year, and even Harry, who had previously looked smaller than his peers, had begun to grow taller rapidly this year, gradually catching up with Sherlock. Fred and George said they've never been this way before and don't know where it leads. The Marauder's map only marks the entrance to this passage. The passage itself disappears halfway down the map. The fact that they know it leads to Hogsmeade is already quite good, but they said they don't recommend this route if I want to get to Hogsmeade. I agree with them. The route directly to Honeydukes is much better, both in terms of time and effort, but I'm free now. I don't have to sneak off to Hogsmeade anymore. You never know, buddy. Sherlock didn't turn around, but Harry could still guess a smile was on his face. "If you get grounded again, I won't be surprised at all, Harry. So, in your eyes, I'm just a troublemaker?" The two quickened their pace. Compared to their trip to the Chamber of Secrets last school year, this journey was shorter, but much more difficult. In the Chamber of Secrets, they simply slid down the long tube. Once at the bottom, There was still enough space for them to walk normally. But this time, their backs were bent so low they could barely bend. It was manageable for a short time, but after a while, it became very uncomfortable. After walking for a while, Harry began to feel short of breath and a sharp pain in his chest. Just when he was about to give up, the tunnel finally began to rise, and the path widened considerably. Almost there, Sherlock said as a faint ray of light appeared ahead. Harry, finally able to stand up straight, stopped and took a few deep breaths. This path was incredibly difficult. Luckily, he had practiced, otherwise he might not have been able to persevere. Another reason was that Sherlock, who was leading the way, was walking too fast. If he had slowed down a little, it wouldn't have been a problem. Sherlock, on the other hand, remained completely unfazed. This made Harry realize even more the importance of physical fitness. Just as Sherlock said, he needed to strengthen his training. At this moment, Sherlock had already emerged from the cave. He looked around and found himself in an empty room. The room itself was a mess, covered in dust, as if abandoned by time. The wallpaper on the walls looked like peeling wounds, the stains on the floor were like wet ink, and even the broken furniture bore the marks of violent tearing. All the windows were boarded up, the nailed-up panels cutting the light into fragments, and the dust floating in the air wove a hazy net in the dim light of his wand. Everything in the room was covered in a thick layer of dust, but the floor was different. There were obvious signs of movement there. Sherlock knew at a glance that someone had been there recently, and he even deduced who had been there and what they had done. At that moment, Harry also emerged from the cave and subconsciously glanced at Sherlock beside him. It's obvious this is the Shrieking Shack. The Shrieking Shack, Harry was surprised. Is that the most haunted house in all of England? That Hermione said was. My dear Harry, ghosts don't do these things. Sherlock pointed to the damaged furniture. Harry immediately noticed a chair with a large plank torn off and a leg missing. More than 10 years ago, at certain times, a few familiar guests would visit. I think you know what I mean. I know, it's Professor Lupin. Hearing Sherlock's prompt, Harry's mind clicked, and he immediately realized, it's Professor Lupin, who turned into a werewolf. And my father and the others. Good. Sherlock looked at Harry, his eyes encouraging. Excellent. As for the haunted sounds the villagers heard, it must have been caused by Professor Lupin's werewolf transformation. That's right. Anything else? I think Mr. Dumbledore deliberately spread these kinds of rumors. Why? To make Professor Lupin safer. If people believed the Shrieking Shack was haunted, they wouldn't dare come here anymore. It should have been quiet here for many years after Professor Lupin left Hogwarts, but judging from the state of this empty hut, the villagers still dare not approach. Absolutely right, Sherlock said, smiling. Harry, you've really improved. I must say, in the years you've been with me, you've gotten used to underestimating your abilities. Perhaps you yourself cannot shine, but you are a conduit for light. Some people are not born with talent, yet they possess a considerable power to inspire genius. My dear friend, I must admit I am truly grateful to you, Harry. He knew Sherlock was praising him, and he knew it was from the bottom of his heart, but something still felt off. Overall, however, Sherlock's words brought Harry great joy. After all, this was the first time he had mastered Sherlock's method and even received Sherlock's praise in practical application. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but puff out his chest proudly. Just as Harry was about to say something more, a creaking sound suddenly came from above, as if something was moving upstairs. The two immediately looked up at the ceiling. After a moment, Sherlock was the first to look away. Come on, brother, I think the meeting you've been waiting for is about to begin. Harry nodded, then followed Sherlock, his steps light as he ascended the crumbling staircase. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.